613. The great sword celestial Yu Qing was wearing a standard robe of the clothing workshop. There was a sword hanging from his waist, the mighty suppressing 5 mountains. However, compared to this half-immortal weapon that would not be easily unsheathed, Yu Qing actually preferred the standard longsword made by the sword workshop. Hence, the sword he was holding was made by the sword workshop. Many sword celestials and earth immortal sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Qi still liked to wear the clothing workshop's robes and the sword workshop's swords. Yu Qing had contributed greatly to this. The female sword celestial Zhou Xian was still swinging on the swing. A long time ago, the young man who said that he wanted to visit his hometown died in the hands of his so-called hometown people because of her. Zhou Xian did not have a sword. The golden threads of sword wool that had been passed down from generation to generation were her sheathless swords. The young and handsome sword celestial Wu Qingpei's eyes were red and his face was distorted. Good. There were many big demons today. There were many familiar faces but also many new ones. The sword celestial Yuan Qingshu of the South Swirl continent and the local sword celestial Gao Kuei stood side by side. Gao Kuei's expression was solemn as he told Yuan Qingshu about the origins of the legendary big demons. This time, the big demons that had been hiding in the wilderness for countless years had all gathered at the southern battlefield. This was a situation that had never happened before. The 14 big demons at the front were the earliest existences in the first editions of the White Swamp painting and the Mountain Searching painting. Later, the many editions that had been passed down in the world did not record them. Even Gao Kuei admitted that he had never seen them alive. This time the wilderness had gathered them all at once. This saved him a lot of trouble. Yuan Qingshu took a blade-strengthening gourd and drank. Every time Gao Kuei talked about the ancient origins of a big demon, Yuan Qingshu would take a sip of wine. It tasted great to drink with the big demon's name. The sect master of the Tai Hui sword sect, Han Huizi, was resting with his eyes closed. His palm was resting on the hilt of his sword. He tapped it lightly from time to time. Beside him was the sect master of the floating duckweed sword lake, Li Kai, who was also from the North Continent. Li Kai's eyes were shining. Good, all of them look like they can fight. There were 2 foreign travelers who did not look like sword immortals but more like a fisherman and a woodcutter. They were a pair of close friends on the snowy continent, sword immortal Zhang Liao and Li Ding. Their hearts were originally heavy but when they looked at each other they smiled knowingly. They were ready to die. A sword celestial body. Was. Now not only was his cultivation base higher, he was also fighting to be the first to die. Chen Quan, a mere nascent soul realm cultivator, did not even have a chance. Chen Quan, you could just obediently eat the dust behind him. When we get down there I'll go see her first and piss you off to death. Nalan Yeshing was a little annoyed. Couldn't these animals wait a little longer before they came to die? Once he returned to the immortal realm, wouldn't he be able to kill those beasts with his flying swords in a much more comfortable manner? However, Nalan Yeshing was also a little puzzled. The other party's posture was a little strange. The army that used to be as vast as a swarm of locusts in the sky and as dense as rats and ants on the ground hadn't gathered yet. Could it be that the savage world wanted to rely on these big monsters to attack the city? My son-in-law didn't sell his wine to the savage world. How could these big monsters' brains be broken? Han Huizi smiled. He looked free and easy and high-spirited. After this battle, my Grand Hui sword sect will have a clear conscience. Hidden official rubbed his hands and wiped the corners of his mouth from time to time. He murmured, "It's obvious that they are going to fight. After this battle, as long as we don't die, not only can we drink wine, but we can also drink until we are full." Some sword immortals squatted on the edge of the city wall and reached out to stroke the edges. Their expressions were indifferent and there was a faint sense of nostalgia that involved life and death. A sword immortal opened a pot of wine and muttered in his heart. He slowly poured the wine and threw the pot out of the city wall. Old Deaf was expressionless. He was only thinking about when he could walk down the city wall and return to his little nest. The wind at the city wall was really strong. Mihu's expression was solemn. This time it could be said that they didn't come with good intentions. Li Tumi, who was in the immortal realm, smiled bitterly. Well, this time it wasn't that little fatty yen who could eat meat anymore. Looking at the other party's posture, he was also a dish on the plate. On the vast land south of the city wall, There were a total of 14 seats arranged in a row. The only difference was that the height and size of the seats were different. It was like the strangest ancestral hall in the world. This was different from the arrangement of the ancestral hall in the vast world. Apart from the 14 unfamiliar great demons, the other so-called great demons who had been familiar faces on the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the past 100 years, no longer appeared to be great demons. These illustrious existences that had attracted the most attention on the battlefield and attracted the most flying swords were now obediently standing behind that line. This was the rule of the desolate world. It was simple, crude, and direct. It was even more straightforward than the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for the vast world that liked to pretend it couldn't be compared at all, Qin Qingdou put his hands behind his back and laughed softly. Your sword skills are high enough. Look at the picture scroll in front of you. It's a beautiful and magnificent concept. I always feel that I can strike with my sword casually. Left and right, what do you think? Left and right reached out to grab the sword. I never think so much when I strike with my sword. Qin Qingdou looked further south. As expected of the master of this world. If he didn't take the initiative to show himself, he really wouldn't be discovered if he was slightly further away. Qin Qingdou retracted his gaze and looked at the noisy fellows. Some of them were people he had interacted with before. Of course, due to various reasons such as good luck, fast escape, thick skin and so on, they hadn't been killed by him. However, this was something from a long time ago. As for whether there were stories from a long time later, it was hard to say. The result of his previous deduction was that if he gathered half of the desolate world's fighting power, he would be able to take down the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This wasn't a bluff. It was the truth. However, this bunch of beasts, old and young, liked to fight among themselves. Moreover, that old bastard had been dead for a long time and didn't appear either. Without a leader, and especially not a single one who could really pin down Qin Qingdou, they were a little scattered. Many times when victory was in their grasp, the battle only became a little bitter. Some of the greater demons would lead their troops and retreat, leading their demons back to rest and recuperate. Sometimes, great sword immortals would enter the enemy's territory and kill one of the greater demons. The rest of the greater demons would then be busy devouring the dead greater demon's forces, and would have no time to attack the Great Wall of Sword Qi, which would be useless even if they succeeded. Therefore, there was only one time in history, and it was also the most dangerous time. It was that martyr's palace in the desolate world, which Qin Qingdou called a rat's nest. Nearly half of the thrones had their respective masters appear. They all made an oath and divided the benefits, and then there was that great battle. It was probably that battle that was truly tragic. If Qin Qingdou didn't remember wrongly, he was the only one left on the city wall. The northern city's array formation was also almost broken, and the future of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was completely destroyed. That time, many elders in the eyes of young sword immortals died, and many children in the eyes of young sword immortals also died. Qin Qingdou sighed and said slowly, "It's time for the three parties to come to a conclusion. After being a felon for 10,000 years, there should be an explanation for himself." Far away in the south, there was an inverted mountain with countless huge broken stones pierced through by iron chains. It was a similar scene to the inverted mountain. The peak of the mountain was facing the ground, and the base of the mountain was facing the sky. The high platform of the inverted mountain was as flat as a mirror. Under the sunlight, it was dazzling like the largest gold coin in the world. There was a big demon dressed in a long golden robe, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. The big demon reached out and grabbed a handful of gold coins that were uncertain whether they were real or not. But soon the coins flowed back to the ground through the gaps of his fingers like water. After all, it was not real enough. It needed so many mountain and river gods in the vast world to make it whole. Only then would his gold throne be worthy of its name. According to the agreement, when he came out of the mountain, all the fragments of the mountain and river gods in the vast world would belong to him. Unfortunately, it was not enough. It was far from enough. If he wanted to become an existence like the grand sun in the sky, unrestrained for thousands of years, and truly become an immortal existence, he had to eat more. It would be best if he could eat the reincarnated true bodies of the legendary heavenly court gods as well. Only then would he be truly full. There was a large cluster of jade palaces hanging high in the sky. A big demon in human form sat on the railing like a miser guarding a huge property. He looked at the Great Wall of Sword Qi with a smile. He had heard that further north of the city wall, there was a cloud pavilion made of celestial jade. There was also the ravine residence where the wind and moon rustled during the night. They seemed to be able to add some color to his residence. However, these were all for the sake of a sumptuous meal. He would only be satisfied after he occupied the residence of the mellow scholar Chen, who was known as the master of the world's memorial archways in the South Swirl continent. Then he would take the ancient ascension platform in the Aquarius continent that was as big as a world. That would be even better. There was a big demon sitting on the skull of a huge deity floating in the air. Beside him, there was a long spear that pierced through the head of the deity. The body of the spear was hidden, and only the tip and the end of the spear were visible. There was a faint sound of thunder at the tip of the spear, and the whole corpse was shaking. The big demon patted the tip of the sword lightly. He had heard that all the cultivators in the world were good at the Five Thunders execution, especially the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu in the central divine continent. There was a throne made of bones and there were hundreds of thousands of skeletons. There were demons and sword cultivators. There was a big demon without flesh and blood. Its body was as white as jade, and it was stepping on the head of an ancient great sword immortal. The big demon was drinking with a cup of wine in his hand. The big demon stopped drinking and changed his sitting position. He tilted the wine cup in his hand and the bright red wine poured over the head. After a while, the head slowly rose into the air. As more wine poured out of the cup, the head grew flesh and blood, tendons and bones bit by bit. Finally, it became an elder who was 10 feet tall. He looked no different from a human. The big demon shook his sleeve and a rainbow light shot out. The slightly stiff elder reached out and grabbed the rainbow light. The moment the dull elder with hollow eyes held the rainbow light, he was like a sword immortal holding a sword. His aura was majestic. There was an ancient pillar that was 3 kilometers tall, and it was inscribed with talisman markings that had been lost since a long time ago. There was a scarlet-red serpent coiled around it, and there were numerous indifferent and lusterless double pearls that flowed indeterminately around it. The long snake stuck out its tongue and stared at the top of the wall. It smashed the rotten fence that had been there for thousands of years, and then smashed the inverted mountain. It only had one goal, and that was to find the little fellow that could barely be considered a true dragon in the human world. From then on, it would complete the great Tao, and the heavenly Tao of the two worlds would be decided by it. A tattered long robe slowly appeared. There was nothing in the robe and it fluttered in the wind. When this strange ownerless long robe appeared, there were ancient sword wills in the world near the great wall of sword chi that were jumping for joy as if they had met an old friend. There were also more sword wills that seemed to be sobbing. There were also countless sword wills that were aggressive and became more and more irritable, as if they were angrily rebuking the gray robe. There was a beautiful woman wearing an imperial crown and a black dragon robe. She had the head of a human and the body of a flood dragon. She sat on a dragon throne that was the size of a mountain peak. The extremely long body of a flood dragon dragged on the ground. Every time the tip of her tail gently smacked the ground, there would be a violent tremor in the radius of 100 miles, and dust would fly into the air. Compared to her huge body, there were hundreds and thousands of graceful women that were as tiny as dust beside her. They were like the fairies in the murals, with colorful ribbons fluttering in the wind and holding pipa in their arms. There was a short old man who was hovering on a sword. His arms were as long as an ape's, and he carried a long rod on his shoulder. His hands were casually placed on the rod. His eyebrows and hair were white, but he was dressed in black. The long sword spun slowly, and occasionally he would suck 1 or 2 pipa women into his mouth and chew carefully. On one of the old man's hands, there was a string of prayer beads. However, the prayer beads were rather crude. They were only stones of various sizes with distinct edges and corners. The woman who was sitting on the dragon throne and wearing a crown near the old man did not mind. She even waved her sleeves and took the initiative to slap a dozen servant girls to the old man, allowing him to eat them to fill his stomach. A Taoist in a snow-white Taoist robe was sitting in the air. His face was blurred and he was 3,000 feet tall. However, he was not a Dharma form but his real body. Behind the Taoist, there was a bright crescent moon, as if it was plucked from the sky and brought to the human world. There was a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms, sitting on a huge futon that was spread out with golden books. Even though he was sitting on the ground, he was still taller than the neighbor Taoist. There was a shocking sword scar on his chest that was as deep as a ravine. The giant did not deliberately hide it. This was a great humiliation. When he could get back at them, he would wipe it away. Extremely high up, there was a bearded man in neat clothes. There was a saber at his waist and a sword on his back. Next to him stood a young man with a sword rack on his back. His clothes were ragged and there were many swords in the rack. The thin young man carried them on his back like a peacock spreading its tail. He had clearly received the imperial edict during the last secret meeting at the martyr's palace. However, he still did not show up. He was not even willing to show his face, but no one dared to say anything back then. Even higher up, there was a man in a scholarly robe who sat upright and still. He wore a smile on his face and his hands were folded over his abdomen. There was a fist-sized ball of light in his palm. It was sometimes snow-white, sometimes pitch-black, and sometimes colorful. There was an extremely handsome young man sitting neither too high nor too low. Not only was he in human form, he was only as tall as an ordinary person. However, upon closer inspection, his face was actually pieced together. There was an ancient sword-nurturing gourd hanging at his waist. Inside it were the remnant souls of sword immortals and many life-bound flying swords that had been worn out. He was about the same as the great monster sitting beside him. It had been far too long since he had appeared in the world. The things inside the sword-nurturing gourd were consecrated by generations of disciples and grand disciples. A tall and sturdy man in golden armor stood on the ground. His fists were tightly clenched, and a golden light that was as thick as oil constantly flowed out from the gaps in his armor. This golden armor that was an immortal weapon was on the verge of breaking apart. It was not a treasure that hung on one's body, but a cage that resembled a small world. 10,000 years ago, when the human race reached the top, the demon race was banished to a barbarian land that was vast but barren of resources and spiritual chi. Then sword cultivators were exiled to the area around the Great Wall of Sword Chi, where they began to build a city to defend it. This was the so-called wasteland of today, one of the 4 places after the human world was divided into 4. When the wasteland had just officially become a world, the heaven and earth had just been formed. It was like a newborn and the great Tao was still in its embryonic form. There were 3 sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, led by Qingqingdu, who confronted the sword at the moon-bearing mountain. After that, the demon ancestor disappeared without a trace, leaving the group without a leader. This led to the confrontation between the wasteland of Sword Chi and the Great Wall of Sword Chi. As for the ancient well known as the Martyr's Palace, it was not only the place where the great monsters later discussed matters, but also the place where they were imprisoned. In fact, the moon-bearing mountain was the earliest palace that resembled the royal palace of a secular dynasty. However, after the battle at the moon-bearing mountain, Qingqingdu returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi alone. The moon-bearing mountain was in ruins at that time, so they had to build a supplementary capital of the Martyr's Palace to discuss matters. However, in the 10,000 years of history, there had never been a gathering of 14 thrones. At most, there were 6 or 7 of them. This was already considered a rare major matter in the wasteland of Sword Chi that needed to be discussed. At the very least, 2 or 3 great monsters would be able to make a decision and swear an oath. After that sudden earth-shattering battle, countless dragons and serpents of the wasteland of Sword Chi rose to power and flocked to their own territories. This golden-armored man was one of the most outstanding of them all. After that great battle, the wasteland of Sword Chi lost the only person who could convince the masses. He wanted to fight for the position of ruler of the world. However, according to the rules, he failed to ascend the moon-bearing mountain and was punished. The great monsters in charge of guarding the moon-bearing mountain worked together to detain him at the bottom of the ancient well in the Martyr's Palace. Who would have thought that he would scheme and connect to the outside world? After much difficulty, he was finally able to break free. It just so happened that a young Taoist who was traveling the wasteland of Sword Chi arrived at the ancient well. He stood at the mouth of the well and extended a finger, gently pushing the great monster back into the well. A finger not only pushed him back into the prison at the bottom of the well, but golden light also shone down, firmly trapping this great demon of high seniority. Fortunately, the great demon had a long lifespan since ancient times. It was far from comparable to the human race raised by the ancient gods. Once they chose to hibernate, the flow of time had little effect on them. Finally, the old man reappeared and allowed him to atone for his mistakes with his sinful body. On the unmoving line in the south, an inverted mountain and a golden-robed great monster. The great monster sitting alone on the railing of a jade palace was like an ancient immortal recorded in the book of the vast world. the man on the head of the god's corpse had a spear that pierced through the skull. It contained the purest divine will of lightning in the wasteland of sword chi. On the throne of bones, it had forged an ancient great sword immortal into a puppet that had returned to its peak. The scarlet snake coiling around the pillar was like the master of all the water gods in the wasteland of sword chi. The snow-robed Taoist had refined half of the essence of one of the 3 moons in the wasteland of sword chi into his life bond item. The 3-headed, 6-armed giant had been the first to scale the Great Wall of sword chi, surviving a blow from Qin Qingdo's sword. On this expedition to the wasteland of sword chi, the territory of the ancestral hall, regardless of its size, would be destroyed. The woman in the dragon robes with the imperial crown aspired to become the master of the wasteland of sword chi. The orderly flow of incense in the mortal world and the rebirth of the gods were all under her control. In exchange, she gave her Yaoyuo to another great monster of the same generation. Henceforth, there would be no more competition between fellow Taoists in the wasteland of sword chi. Before this, neither side trusted the other and both wanted to eat the other. Now, however, they both had greater desires. The owner of the tattered robe had left the Great Wall of sword chi with Qin Qingdo. He had been one of the sword cultivators of the same generation as Qin Qingdo on the moon-supporting mountain. He had once been the best friend of the eldest sword immortal. The bearded man next to him, his only disciple, had once fought with Alliance. They had also drunk wine together. When he had nothing else to do, he had helped that old blind man move mountains. The man in Confucian robes wanted to go to the wasteland of sword chi. After the mortal world was completely destroyed, he wanted to rebuild the mountains and rivers. He wanted to use his knowledge to educate all living beings, teaching them regardless of background. The great monster that had been bound by the golden armor for countless years not only wanted to go to the wasteland of sword chi, he also wanted to lead an army to the blue netherworld realm, to the Baek-o-Kaekyung building. The old man on the sword wanted to refine all of the 5 sacred mountains in the wasteland of sword chi for his own use. He also wanted to personally destroy the 9 majestic strongholds and ask Bai Zhe what he was thinking. The handsome man with the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist felt that his ambitions were the smallest. All he wanted was to gain the face of all of the beauties in the wasteland of sword chi. Even if the female cultivators on the mountain lost their face, it wasn't like they couldn't live. If they lost their face, they wouldn't even need him to do anything. There were thousands of ways for them to die. These 14 great monster spirits were the peak of the wasteland of sword chi. Most of them had been awakened from their endless slumber. Some of them had been awake the entire time, but they had remained in their lairs throughout history. They had chosen to stand by and watch the war at the Great Wall of sword chi. They had never interfered with the once-in-a-century siege. The number of seats in the martyr's palace wasn't fixed. When someone died, their throne would shatter and fall to the bottom of the well. When someone of the younger generation rose to prominence, they would occupy a seat in the martyr's palace. There was no such thing as seniority. The stronger one was the higher the throne, and the weaker one was supposed to look up to the others. The history of the wasteland was a history of experts stepping on the corpses of ants and climbing to the top to achieve immortal feats. There were also mortal dynasties that weren't inferior to the wasteland of sword chi. They had various rules and etiquette, but in the end they didn't end well. They couldn't withstand being trampled on by some of the great monster spirits who had turned from neutral to hostile. In the long river of time, they were like a flash in the pan. The ultimate goal of the wasteland's experts was to become incomparably strong. Other than that, everything else was a fabrication. The internal friction, the destruction of millions of demons, and the death of countless ants were all steps for a single expert to climb to the top. This small group of existences kept each other in check so that they wouldn't all walk down the same path. This was the only rule in this world. The existence of the martyr's palace and the increase and decrease of thrones in the ancient well were all rules. The 14 great monsters suddenly fell to the ground. A gray-robed elder slowly walked out from the center, holding the hand of a young child. The child held a head in his hand. The man had died with his eyes wide open. Even as he died, his eyes were still glaring fearlessly, as if his hatred hadn't been appeased. Behind the gray-robed elder and the child was an ascendant realm great monster with his head lowered and waist bent. This was the great monster in charge of the previous siege, the one being chased by the new sword immortals on the city walls. This great monster called himself Chongguang. He was an ancient existence with a revered status in the wasteland. Chongguang naturally didn't dare to reveal his true body. He swaggered behind the gray-robed elder. After the gray-robed elder stopped, Chongguang followed the former's instructions and strode forward. He approached the great wall of sword qi alone and said loudly, "In the next battle, sword immortals who don't use their full strength will not die on the day the great wall of sword qi is breached. From now on, you are free to travel the wasteland or go to the vast world to enjoy the scenery. As for the sword cultivators of the lower 5 realms on the city walls, those who are unwilling to use their swords and leave the city walls will be my wasteland's first-class guests, honored guests." The city walls were silent. Dong San sneered, "Bastards of the upper 5 realms in the south, the first to reach the city walls will die." Chongguang turned his head. After all, it wasn't his turn to speak ruthlessly. The gray-robed elder patted the child's head. "Go, you are old friends. Now, as a direct disciple of the moon-supporting mountain, pay your respects to Qingqing." The child held the bloodied head in one hand and walked out slowly. He walked faster and faster, and his momentum was like thunder. He was the last one to stand still and threw the head out. It rolled on the ground. The owner of that head was a great sword immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Qi who had been hiding in the wasteland for 600 years. Not only was his swordsmanship high, he was also proficient in the art of maneuvering. Many battles between great demons were planned by him. The child felt wronged. He turned his head and said, "Master, my realm is too low now and there are too many sword qi on the city walls. I can't throw it on the city walls." The gray-robed elder smiled. "It's fine as long as you have the intention. Moreover, those sword immortals have good eyesight." The child grinned. He shifted his gaze and looked at the young man beside the bearded man provocatively. The young man didn't say a word. He only unsheathed the swords on the sword rack behind him. The gray-robed elder looked up at the city walls. In his eyes there was only the eldest sword immortal, Qin Qingdou. Qin Qingdou put his hands behind his back and looked down at the ground. Then he reached out and casually pulled the head of an ascendant realm great demon from the prison north of the city walls. Then Qin Qingdou held it in his hand and said with a smile, "I've kept this head for you for so many years. It's also a direct disciple of the moon-bearing mountain." The gray-robed elder smiled. "Qin Qingdou, I haven't seen you for 10,000 years. Have you become so powerful?" After a pause, the elder finally asked, "Then I'll let you die again?" Many sword immortals from other places on the city walls were confused. Qin Qingdou said, "As expected of the resentment that has been suppressed underground for 10,000 years. No wonder you're so arrogant." The gray-robed elder shook his head. "I heard that the new sword is called Long Breath. It's not very good. No, it's too bad." Qin Qingdou kept his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "If you're a woman, you'll know whether I'm good or not." Whistles sounded on the city walls. It seemed that not only the sword immortals in the city liked this. Actually, sword immortals were about the same. The child returned to the gray-robed elder's side and shook his master's sleeve. "I'm convinced by what you said." The gray-robed elder was not annoyed at all. He lowered his head to look at the disciple in seclusion who he had spent so much effort to find but still had an incomplete soul. Instead he smiled and said, "These people, whether they're dead or alive, sword immortals or not, they're the best at talking. In the future, if you want to learn such unconventional skills, feel free to learn them at Vast Heaven." The great demon sitting on the railing of the immortal residence laughed and said, "You Qin Qingdou are truly respectable, hateful and pitiful. However, you're the most pitiful. Imprisoning these great demons and not killing them as a whetstone for sword immortals, and as the product of that pill workshop, you should be cursed by many scholars in Vast Heaven, right? Dragging the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi here to die, you should be hated by your own people. Don't you think you're pitiful? You've already died once, but you still have to be criticized behind your back. Qin Qingdou, oh Qin Qingdou, if I were you, I'd rather die than worry." Qin Qingdou did not even look at this pinnacle great demon. He looked left and right at the jade palaces with ethereal immortal auras and asked, "Are you even worthy of speaking to Boss Sword Immortal?" The great demon laughed and said, "Perhaps I'm not worthy enough to speak to Qin Qingdou, but it should be enough to speak to you." The child walked out alone again and finally walked to the side of the head. He stepped on the head of the great sword immortal and looked up with a smile. "I'm 12 years old now. Isn't your great wall of sword qi full of geniuses? Someone who's about the same age as me and has fought with me before. I won't bully you. Any sword immortal below 30 years old is fine. Remember to bring a few half-immortal weapons or Dharma treasures, or it won't be enough. The old sword immortal frowned and said, "This little bastard is hoping that Ning Yao will appear. After exchanging a life for a life, he wants you to leave the city so that that old bastard can take advantage of the situation." Qin Qingdao nodded and said with a smile, "That's what I'm thinking. But it doesn't matter. If I can't even handle this bit of provocation, what's the point of guarding the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Qin Qingdao waved his hand. A group of more than 10 young people appeared behind him. Peng Yuanji, Qin Sanqiu and Dong Huafu were among them. Of course, there were also Ning Yao, who had already come out of seclusion, and Qin Pingon, who was originally standing in the pavilion on Dragon-Slaying Cliff. Qin Qingdao stretched out his arm and lifted the head. He turned his head and smiled. "Who's going to return the gift for me?" Ning Yao took a step forward, but a hand pressed on her shoulder. Qin Pingon said, "I'll go." Qin Qingdao smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid that you'll use up your only chance? Then what about the next battle?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Then we'll talk about it when the time comes." Qin Qingdao casually threw the head of the Ascendant Realm Great Demon. "Go all out and have a good fight." A green-robed figure leaped onto the city wall. Then he stepped on air and ran down along the wall. Then he suddenly stood still as if his feet were rooted to the ground. His knees were slightly bent. With a bang, he shot toward the southern land like an arrow and caught the falling head. He picked it up with one hand and put the other hand behind his back. Finally, he floated down to the ground. On the ground, the child tiptoed and grabbed the dust-stained head of the sword immortal in his hand. He slowly walked forward. The two sides were more than 100 steps apart. Qin Qingdao sneered and said, "The outcome of this battle will be decided between you and me. Who's going to take a sword strike? What do you think?" The gray-robed elder nodded and said, "Why not?" On the battlefield, the two sides confronted each other. The child smiled and stretched out his hand. Qin Pingon threw out the great demon's head. At the same time, the child raised his arm and intentionally or unintentionally threw the sword immortal's head high into the air. The child did not extend his hand to catch the head of his fellow great demon from Moon-Bearing Mountain. Instead, he stomped the great demon to the ground and patted the blood off his body. He leaned forward and crossed his arms. "You look so light. You're not strong enough to fight." The green-robed young man took the head and held it in front of him. He gently wiped the unknown great sword immortal's face with his hand and made him close his eyes. However, this action was a huge flaw in his plan. After the child punched, the green-robed figure retreated dozens of feet. He drew a not-too-deep trench on the ground, but he still stood firm. The child stood where the young man originally stood. He nodded and said happily, "Not bad. You can play with me for a while." Qin Pingon turned his head and looked. The sword immortal head in his hand disappeared into thin air. Great sword immortal Yu Qing put the head under his armpit and cupped his fists at the young man. The child smiled and said, "It's your turn to punch. You only have one chance. After that, I'll go all out. You'll die very quickly. Compared to my original opponent Ning Yao and her useless parents, you'll definitely die much faster." Qin Pingon turned his head to look at the child. He then lowered his head and rolled up his sleeves. The corner of his mouth curled up. Finally, the smile on his face grew wider and wider. His eyes became more and more silent. The things that he had suppressed in his heart were now rising like a dragon in a well. Therefore, when he finally raised his head, it was a young face with a ferocious smile. 614. There was one good thing about cultivators who had grasped the true Great Tao. It seemed like there was no such thing as parting in life and death. As long as the opportunity arrived, they could meet again after a long separation. So what if it had been 10,000 years? Hadn't he still met Qin Qingdao and Qin Qingdao had met him? The only difference was that he was standing on one side of the river of time while Qin Qingdao was standing on the other side. The child didn't even look at the young man whose name he didn't know, only at the old man standing on the wall with his hands behind his back. This was Qin Qingdao, nicknamed Eldest Sword Immortal. Ever since he had awakened, his master and senior brother had never hidden anything from him. Thus, Qin Qingdao was not only his master's old friend, but also his own old friend. Back then, the three most senior, most skilled, and most lethal felons had traveled together, taking advantage of the fact that the foundation of the great Tao of the world had yet to be stabilized. The sun, moon, and stars had shifted, and the 4 seasons and solar terms had changed. But regardless, his master had still been recognized as the master of the great Tao of the world. Qin Qingdao and the other leaders of the felons, Guanzhao and the Dragon Lord, had paid the price of being trapped in a situation where their swordsmanship was superior to that of the great Tao of the world. Whether it was the process or the result of that battle, the history of the world had never recorded it, and those who knew the inside story could be counted on one's fingers. The child had heard from a senior brother of Moon-bearing Mountain that the surrounding tens of thousands of li had been turned upside down. Moon-bearing Mountain had been reduced in size by half, the result of the master of that tattered robe handing over his sword. As for the earliest embryonic form of the Yelyuo, it was said that he had created it with a single slash of his sword, resulting in its grandeur. But he was the most miserable of them all. His soul was incomplete and had been scattered throughout the world. Generations of guardians of Moon-bearing Mountain had always had a secret mission, which was to help him gather his soul. Even now, they had only managed to gather his original soul and physical form and then piece together the rest of his soul. As for his physical body, it had long since been obliterated and could not be reconstructed. In this aspect, he was actually not as fortunate as the Dragon Lord. For better or worse, the Dragon Lord had left behind a real head. Alas, the withered bone great monster that he had named Bai Ying had been playing with for years. When he was in the mood, he poured a cup of wine and used some unorthodox arts to create a puppet with the strength of a great sword immortal. It was a pity that he had not been able to learn this move, or else how much fun would he have had in breaking through the great wall of sword qi. But for some unknown reason, the Dragon Lord, who had only lost 1 soul and 2 physical forms, had retained most of his intelligence. As a comrade who had fought alongside Qin Qingdao in the past and the earliest sword immortal of the human race, not only had he never shown his true face, he had not even taken back the head that originally belonged to him. He had allowed Bai Ying, whose killing power was roughly equal to his, to trample on his skull and ignored it. Instead, he had an inexplicable deep-seated hatred for his close friend Qin Qingdao. The child raised his hand and yawned, quietly waiting for the Dragon Lord to make his move. The outcome had long been decided, so it was really meaningless. After looking at Qin Qingdao, he turned to look at the young woman standing at the edge of the city wall. Ninya. She was a young sword cultivator whose name had been heard throughout the wilderness for a long time. It had little to do with the level of her current realm, but the level of her realm in the future would determine her position in the hearts of many great monsters in the wilderness. What was a genius? It was as if as long as one ignored them for a few days or a few years, that future would arrive in the blink of an eye, without any accidents or what-ifs. He was like that. That bastard who carried the Mahis sword rack on his back could be counted as half a genius. His name was strange and he was called Beijing. His master Beijing was the truly amazing one. Even his master had said, it's a pity that his temperament wasn't domineering enough, resulting in his swordsmanship not reaching the peak. Otherwise, the most suitable candidate to suppress the Great Wall of Sword Qi would be this person. He had heard that in the central plains of the vast world, there was a young man who learned martial arts called Xianxia who was also like him. The child was stepping on the head of the Ascendant Realm Great Monster. Nominally, he was still a direct disciple of the Moon-bearing Mountain lineage. However, in the prison at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, his physique had been damaged too much and he had lost too much of his cultivation. That was why Qin Qingdao was able to pull out his head with a casual pull. However, his Ascendant realm was not stable, and his physique was still that of a great monster of the wilderness. If it were him now, even if he carried a few immortal weapons and chopped for a few years, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Qin Qingdao was indeed very powerful. This time he had followed his master out of the mountain and visited the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He had seen so many people who were about to die, and the people on the city wall were all sword immortals of the upper 5 realms. This trip had not been in vain. This 12-year-old child who still looked like a child thought a lot. If he was on the battlefield, it would only take a few blinks of an eye. He patted his mouth and said, if I deliberately didn't kill you and let you live half a life out of kindness, would Ning Yao come down and fight in your place? If she did, then you are really lucky. In the future, the 2 heavens or even the 4 heavens will remember you. To be able to be my first candidate for the battle after leaving the mountain, you will still be alive. The old man who carried the long rod on his shoulder used the Abijna hibernating half-dead. In his early years he had swallowed more than 10 towering mountains of the wilderness in one breath. He had been sleeping soundly for thousands of years. The woman in the dragon robe next to him laughed softly and asked, "Did this child come up with this idea on the spur of the moment, or did he receive the instructions of the Grand Elder?" The woman shook her head. In the Grand Elder's eyes, there is only Qin Qingdo and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He has no interest in these trivial matters. As the master of the Yeluo and the 36 rivers, she had not fallen into a long slumber. Or perhaps it could be said that the scarlet snake that had once been in conflict with the great Tao could not allow her to cultivate in peace. The two sides had been at each other's throats for 3,000 years, and countless disciples and grand disciples had been killed or wounded. However, their cultivations had not been damaged in the slightest. On the contrary, they had been steadily improving. The dead soldiers under their command were all great nourishment for them. Compared to eating a great monster every few days and ruining their reputation, it was more worth it. Every 800 years or 1,000 years, the two sides would arrange a battle. Although it was called a battle, it was just that the two sides would work together to isolate a world and reveal their true bodies, causing the world to shake. Most of the time they would fight on their own, destroying one or two half-immortal weapons and a pile of tattered magical treasures that they had received as offerings. Finally, when they had had enough fun, they would shatter a small world and deliberately make their true bodies a bloody mess. After all, the two sides were keenly aware that there was not much of a difference in strength between them. If they really wanted to fight to the death, there were quite a few existences of the same generation sitting on the throne of the ancient well who would not mind working together to eat them. This was especially true of that skeleton, which loved to act stealthily and dig 3 feet into the ground. Many great monsters in history who had been secretly recovering from their injuries had silently died while recuperating. In truth, they had been refined into puppets. Thus, great monster Bai Ying's fighting strength was not high on the surface, but her family's foundation was immeasurably deep. The old man on the sword patted the long rod lightly with both hands. "That's interesting. I like this child. When he arrives at the vast world, I must give him a gift." The woman in the dragon robe and the old man on the sword were half Taoist companions. She joked, "He's the last disciple of the ancestor. Is it your turn to give him a gift?" The old man laughed. "It's up to the child to accept him, but it's up to me to give him a gift. If he doesn't accept it, I'll strike him with the rod and his soul will be scattered. Come again, the vast world is famous for its heavenly treasures. It's not difficult to piece together his bones and soul. Who knows, the next time this child appears, his aptitude will be even better than now. The ancestor will have to thank me for helping him." The child, whose original name is Guanzhao, suddenly grins. It's better to change his real opponent to Ning Yao in his first battle. As expected, Guanzhao had received his hint. The handsome great demon with the beautiful blade-strengthening gourd on his waist glanced at Ning Yao on the city wall again. He also felt that Ning Yao would gain more if she fought. Therefore this great demon slapped the blade-strengthening gourd. A beam of sword light flew out of the blade-strengthening gourd and went straight for the young man who was delaying things. Only if Ning Yao died on the city wall would he have a chance to peel off the skin of the little girl's face. Ning Yao's face, as well as that of the Green Mountain deity Madame and the female martial god Pei Wan, were all great beauties that he had to obtain. After the sword light left the blade-strengthening gourd, it shot forward in a straight line. Although it was called a sword light, it was actually as thick as the mouth of a well. The sword chi was so strong that it stirred up countless sword chi and sword intent that were originally flowing between heaven and earth. The sword light was so fast that it only tore a wide trench several feet deep on the ground when it was about to hit the young man in the green robe. Did they care about the rules of the battlefield? Did they care about the identity of a great demon? There was no such thing in the desolate world. When the desolate world lost the Battle of the 13, who among the great demons including Chongguang took it seriously? Only the sword immortals and the vast world took it seriously. After breaking the agreement, the two great demons who had sworn oaths on behalf of the desolate world died on the spot. Did the desolate world suffer a loss? If they could trade lives with the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, what did it matter if a few great demons died? The desolate world could afford to lose them. The desolate world had always been troubled by the fact that the Great Wall of Sword Qi was indestructible. The Great Wall of Sword Qi allowed the sword immortals to advance and retreat as they pleased. Every sword immortal that could be injured but not killed was the most troublesome thing to deal with. The desolate world and the vast world viewed the drop in cultivation base as the greatest calamity on the path of cultivation. Only the drop in cultivation base of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was not considered a drop in cultivation base. After the great demon slapped the blade's strengthening gourd and sent out a sword, he began to wait for the outcome of the battle. As long as that young man died, the patriarch's disciples could continue fighting. Wasn't there still Ning Yao? The people of the Great Wall of Sword Qi cared about face. They cared about face to the death. If Qin Qing became unhappy and chose to attack, the patriarch would not hesitate. Then they might as well engage in a chaotic battle. Both sides would save time and effort. So what if the prelude to war was kicked off? On the city wall, Qin Qing couldn't say whether he was happy or not. Before the great demon slapped the blade's strengthening gourd, he smiled and said, "Left and right as the eldest senior brother, it shouldn't be difficult to create a clean and refreshing battlefield for our junior brother, right? If the other party really goes overboard, you just have to leave the city wall. I will personally hold the line for you." Left and right nodded. As a result, thousands of strands of sword qi appeared out of thin air in front of the green-robed figure and shot into the sky, shattering the surging sword qi on the spot. "You're attacking just like that? Isn't your opponent me?" After the great demon that oversaw the thousands of bejeweled palaces landed, he didn't put away the ancient immortal mansions that he had painstakingly gathered. They circled around slowly like stars moving to the side of the immortals. The great demon slowly raised his hand, and a palm-sized ancient hall that was completely made of white jade flew into the sky above the two people on the battlefield. It suddenly grew larger and covered the sky as it smashed towards the ancestor's disciple and the young man in green. It didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Left and right unsheathed his sword. His sword will was far from majestic. He was almost silent and motionless. He just casually slashed down. The white jade palace that was as big as a mountain was slashed into two. Not only that, sword qi splattered in all directions. The palace was reduced to dust. Huge rocks cracked and jade fragments fell like rain. The great demon who looked like an immortal did not feel any heartache. He clapped his hands and laughed. "Good swordsmanship. It's enough." The great demon turned to look at the bearded man with a sword on his back. "How about it? This sword cultivator who can stand beside Qin Qing, I'll let you deal with him?" The bearded man said calmly, "On the battlefield I'll let left and right kill you first. Then I'll avenge you. If you want to thank me, shut up. Otherwise it'll be the Great Wall of Sword Qi's turn to thank me." The great demon sighed. "Even if I kill left and right, it'll be a loss no matter how I look at it. After all, no matter how good the Qin family's memorial archways are, there's still new objects. These old objects that I've kept for many years are all my favorites. They're all unique objects in the world. If they're gone, they're gone. Where can I find them again? As expected, sword cultivators like you are more straightforward. When you fight, you don't have to care about these gains and losses." On the city wall, Peng Yuanji was a little angry. He said in a low voice, "These great demons are helping that little bastard to create the atmosphere of heaven and earth. They want to suppress Qin Pingan's state of mind." Qin Xianxia's expression was serious. This was the battlefield on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Those who charged into the fray for the sake of personal feelings usually did not end up well. The demon race of the wilderness liked impulsive sword cultivators the most. Once the battle started, even if you were a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms, if you felt that you could single-handedly reverse the situation, you would not be happy. You would only let the demon race have their way and give away a series of battle merits for free. Many great demons would deliberately set up traps. They would catch the severely injured sword cultivator in their hands and slowly tear off his limbs. Then they would throw him into their mouths and chew. Sometimes they would pull out the tendons of the sword cultivator in their hands and peel off his skin bit by bit. All kinds of tragic scenes were too horrible to look at. Sword cultivators who were in trouble would only suffer a fate worse than death. Sword cultivators who had their souls suppressed would even wish to commit suicide. The great demon's purpose was to lure more sword cultivators away from the Great Wall of Sword Qi and enter the hinterland to fight. When the sword immortal attacked, there would be great demons who would instantly surround him and split the battle merits. There had been many such bloody lessons in history. When young sword cultivators who were favored by the heavens were captured, their clan elders or sword cultivators who preached the Tao would go and save them, but they would die. Sword immortals would go and die again. Sword immortals would go and die again. Sword immortals would go and die again. In the end, it was the young sword cultivator who died the last. There was a young sword cultivator who was not killed by the great demons in the end. The young sword cultivator who was crippled and had his flying sword broken was casually thrown to the ground by the great demon. When the great demon retreated, he ordered all the demon race to take a detour, leaving the heavens favored by the great wall of sword chi. Many young people who had their flying swords smashed and their longevity bridge completely destroyed would often end up like this. They would either accumulate some strength on the battlefield and choose to commit suicide, or they would be carried away from the battlefield and commit suicide at a later time in the city. The wilderness only cared about victory and defeat in life and death. It did not care about the process. Ning Yao said, "Then they will regret it." She gently clenched her hands and unsheathed her sword. The tip of her sword was pointed at the great demon who had summoned a white jade palace. In front of the line where the gray-robed elder and the 14-peak great demons stood, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared. Sword tips broke through the void and slowly emerged. It was as if a total of 15 small worlds had been added between the wilderness and the great wall of sword chi. The wilderness, the left and right sword cultivators were asking all the great demons at the same time. The wildlands and the great wall of sword energy were at different levels of cultivation. Both sides were well aware that the more attention the wildlands and the great wall of sword energy had, the more likely they were to die in the next battle. Those who didn't die were simply courting death. Those who could have died a bit later would die even faster. First it was Qin Pingon. Then it was the left and right. The wilderness, the literary sage's lineage, had never been reasonable. The golden-armored burly man suddenly revealed his huge true form. The golden armor on his body expanded and firmly suppressed the great demon. The golden-armored burly man reached out to block the sword tip. He pushed back the sword and the whirlpool. In the end, the sword and the whirlpool shattered together. The golden armor on his body was splashed by the sword chi. The burly man did not even look at it. He only lowered his head and looked at a small gap in his golden palm. Unfortunately, it was quickly covered by a thick golden light elsewhere on his finger, filling the gap. The burly man was furious. He reverted to his human form. After thinking for a while, he decided that in the next battle he had to deal with this left and right sword cultivator who had decent sword skills. On the line, the great demons with ancient well thrones used their mystiques. Some punched out to disperse the flying sword and the whirlpool. Some of the movements were so loud that the earth trembled. For example, the sword immortal who stood beside the withered bone great demon, Bai Ying, used his sword against another. The difference in size between the two swords caused countless sparks to fly. It was like a gorgeous rain of fire falling on the ground. Some of the great demons had profound methods. They also raised their hands to create a small world to clash with the sword. The bearded man did not do it himself. He just let his disciple fly into the air and use his sword to resist. The scholarly man dealt with it the most easily. He allowed the huge flying sword to fly out of the whirlpool and go straight to him. Then the flying sword shrank its sword chi in the air. The size of the flying sword changed rapidly and finally became the size of a pocket-sized flying sword. It hovered in front of the scholarly man. He put his two fingers together and smiled. With a flick of his hand, the flying sword turned around and flew to a place far away from the great wall of sword chi. It suddenly disappeared. The scholarly sage who was sitting at the end of the city wall also flicked his two fingers and sent the flying sword into the billowing white fog formed by the long river of time. Then in the next moment, the flying sword inexplicably fell straight from the top of the scholarly man's head. The man smiled and raised his sleeve. The flying sword immediately dissipated. The fierce flying sword that was stained with the aura of the long river of time returned to heaven and earth. On the battlefield, the child did not care about the sword light behind him from beginning to end. He did not care about the white jade palace that rose into the air and was destroyed by the sword on the city wall. It was just that the sword light that left the blade's strengthening gorge shattered and the white jade palace exploded, causing the sword chi around the battlefield to become chaotic. The child's vision became a little blurry. The child twitched the corner of his mouth. He gently pushed aside the great demon's head that was originally under his feet and kicked it away to avoid getting in the way. What kind of senior brother was a dead direct disciple of the moon-supporting mountain? The child withdrew his foot and just stood there, not dodging. The other party was finally willing to make a move. He was really a good person with a gentle temperament. There was no point in being so careful. After leaving the city wall and confronting him, it would be difficult for him to live. Death was the easiest way. However, when he thought about how to deal with the corpse and soul so that he could lure Ning Yao down from the city wall to fight another battle with him and die together, the child was a little troubled. He really could not do something like chewing on a person's limbs and face. He was not a Yao and did not have a true body that was easily thousands of zhang long. Even if he opened his mouth to the maximum, how long would it take for him to disgust someone? He was afraid that he would be half dead from disgust before he could disgust someone. Moreover, he was just a dabbler sword cultivator with an unstable soul. Just practicing the sword was already very strenuous. He had never learned the immortal technique of using the soul as a wick to light a lamp. Now the child who had helped him name himself, Li Zhen, only thought that fighting was fine, but he found that when he was really on the battlefield he had to think so much. He regretted that he had been too careless in practicing the sword in the past. Then he was overjoyed by the jealousy and resentment that some senior brothers and sisters hid in their hearts. Li Zhen looked around absent-mindedly. The other party was still passable. He was a sword cultivator with 2 intrinsic flying swords. One of the flying swords was extremely slender and sharp like a needle. It was ancient and carried an aura of rustling pines. It was a little similar to many sword immortal flying swords that did not have much killing power but could kill people quickly. The intrinsic item had the aura of interweaving lightning. It was not concealed at all and was completely unwilling to hide. This was even more similar to those sword immortals who were known for their outstanding killing power. It was no wonder that boss sword immortal had placed such a heavy bet on him. He was quite capable. However, it was a little odd. He had clearly conjured 2 intrinsic flying swords at once, but they were not used to kill the enemy. The other party still closed in on him and moved rather quickly. The child was a little worried. He had too many worldly possessions. After leaving Moon-Bearing Mountain with his master, he had been busy receiving gifts all day long. First, it was his senior brothers and sisters who insisted on giving him gifts. Later, it was the great demons whose names he could not remember. Did they really think that he was a trash collector? It was simply delaying his cultivation. He did not expect that it would finally be of some use today. Otherwise, once his realm was high, he would have to deal with a bunch of trash every few years. He would not be happy to give it away, but it would be a pity to throw it away. Therefore his master was right. He should not be too lazy when it came to cultivation. It was not too late to be lazy when he reached the upper 5 realms. In any case, he had learned the remarkable power of heaven and earth in the sleeve. It would save him a lot of trouble and he would not be afraid even if thousands of treasures were piled up into a mountain. The senior sister who had now gone into seclusion had once said that the world was too rich. It was the kind that was unimaginable. There were simply too many immortal sections. Those cultivators of all ages and realms were all very smart. They were even more afraid of death. In order to not die, they could disregard everything. When he reached there, it would be fun to test people's hearts. Once the child hesitated, he might as well not hesitate anymore. He would just take his attack. If he had the ability to summon another flying sword, he would take his attack. If he had that immortal treasure, he would smash his head. It was just that he let his opponent take this attack. It did not delay him from laying the foundation for his next attack. He had already said that he would let his opponent die as soon as possible. It was not like he was bragging. Therefore it was true that the child stood motionless. Within 100 feet, the ground rose more than an inch, as if a medium-sized platform was pulled out of the ground. Then, in an instant, in all directions, not only the battlefield where the two were, but also near the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi as well as the sky thousands of feet above the city wall, there was a kind of pure sword will of the same origin as the Great Tao. It was not sword qi, but it condensed into a substance without any warning. It crisscrossed within the platform wrapped in silk threads. Under the sunlight, the snow-white sword will shone brightly, interweaving into a cage of sword will that seemed to be imprisoning the child. The green-robed man did not choose to fight at close range. The moment before the cage appeared, he seemed to have sensed the abnormality of heaven and earth and changed his course. However, he did not stop and stand still. He just slowed down a little like a lonely ghost wandering about 100 feet away from the child. He did not get close to the cage of sword will. He held a stack of talisman in each of his hands and threw them out casually. He either let the talisman drift with the wind or embed them into the ground. From time to time, some yellow paper talisman approached the high platform of earth that rose a little more than an inch. but they were silently cut into pieces by the still sword light condensed by the sword will. In the end they were scattered on the high platform in pieces. Li Zhen was a little disappointed. You don't even dare to exchange your life with mine? You are really boring as a sword cultivator. It is rare for you to have a generous chance to die, but you don't even grasp it. I am not a relative, and we don't have the custom of burning yellow paper during the Qingming festival. What are you doing? Li Zhen walked slowly and the whole cage moved with him. The sword will that was originally scattered between heaven and earth gathered more and more, and the cage grew bigger and bigger. For some reason outside the Great Wall of Sword Qi, all the ancient sword wills that were of the same Tao but different origin chose to stay still at this moment, which was extremely rare. They did not follow the sword will and conspire with it, nor were they too hostile or obstructive. Qin Shi and Qi Tingji, the two old sword immortals who had carved big characters on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, said telepathically, "It is the remnant sword will that the senior left here in the early years. For 10,000 years he has never favored any descendant of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. No wonder." Qi Tingji frowned and sneered. "Senior? This kind of filthy trash who can abandon the Tao of sword for the sake of reaching the peak of his own swordsmanship, can he be called our senior?" Qin Shi did not want to be tangled up in this matter and sighed. Fortunately Qin Pingon ran away quickly. Otherwise, if he was in the middle of it, even a nascent soul sword cultivator would have to give up his body to have a slim chance of survival. But in this way how can we continue fighting? Qi Tingji looked into the distance. Qin Pingon's fist will has to go through a process of retracting and releasing if he wants to reach the peak of his own Tao. That bastard is not idle either, and he knows how to create and seize opportunities. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to use this move right from the start. Most of the other sword wills would have to obstruct him. Fortunately, Qin Pingon is not at a disadvantage. This kind of opportunity to borrow the Tao of heaven and earth to sharpen the true meaning of his fist is not common. This sword formation is only borrowed for temporary use after all. It won't be able to last for too long. Qin Shi shook his head and said, "Don't forget what status he has now. He will have many good things on him." Li Zhen strolled leisurely on the battlefield and said with a smile, "One move is over. It's not good to let you wander around aimlessly like this. Don't think that you can set up talisman formations as you please just because you're far away from me. Do you know that you're very annoying like this? Do you really think that I can only stand there and take a beating?" The child shook his sleeves and a sparkling and translucent dermic seal rolled out. He stomped it through the muddy platform and it fell to the ground below. Then he tossed out a half-sheathless broken sword. It was mottled with rust and the sword light was turbid. The child shook out a small and exquisite bronze pagoda from his sleeves, which seemed to be an imitation of the Beko Keikyung building. However, the pagoda was on the verge of breaking and the cracks were obvious. It did not seem to be of great use. Most of the time it was useless after being used once. The pagoda fell, but because it was extremely heavy, it sank into the ground and disappeared. Li Zhen walked without stopping and it was the same again and again. Every time he threw out a celestial treasure he would stomp it to the ground. As he walked and threw it he said, "Every step I take is a small flaw. I'm also reminding you out of kindness that your flying sword can't break the sword formation. At least you can take the opportunity to drive your flying sword to burrow into the ground, and see if you can poke me from the bottom. But you don't appreciate my kindness and insist on waiting for death. Alright, let's see if you throw out more Qingming yellow papers, or if my treasure will help you clean up your grave faster." Once, Li Zhen threw out a scroll and found that it fell to the ground but did not open. In fact, it did not hinder the operation of the treasure. The child still squatted down and spread it out. It was a tattered painting of the 18 sword deities. Only then did Li Zhen get up and continue walking. His steps were slow, but each step could cover more than 100 feet. Every time Li Zhen made a move, the sword formation line closest to him would automatically bypass the child's hands and feet. Li Zhen did not even need to move his mind. Li Zhen strolled casually like this, throwing out a treasure every 3 or 4 miles. In the end he did not plan to take out those of poor quality to embarrass himself. Li Zhen finally stood still, stretched out 2 fingers, and pinched a long slanted sword intent line that was always hovering a foot away from him. He twisted it gently, making a buzzing sound. He smiled and said, "The original disciple observation, how did my swordsmanship reach the heavens? Now even I can't imagine it. In the early years, which big shot other than Qin Qingdu did I walk with the sword to the top, and man triumphed over the heavens? Unfortunately, I can't remember it. The man in the green robe stood 20 feet away in front of him. He finally stopped running. That's right, he felt that it was unnecessary. Li Jin did not know if he should call this person stupid or stupid. Just because the sword formation around him was about to disappear? Did he really think that the sword formation was to protect him from the flying sword and talisman? Li Jin asked, "By the way, what's your name?" Seeing that he had no intention of speaking, Li Jin said helplessly, "What's wrong with you?" In many books that have been passed down from the vast world to the savage world, the fights between masters are all very open and above board. You say the name of your fist art and I say the name of your sword art. Those nobodies around you are only responsible for cheering and marveling. How lively it is. Then when you use your trump card they are all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Silence is even better than words. Look at yourself, are you worthy of so many sword immortals watching the battle on the city wall? Just because you are a mute I can't even muster up my energy. At the beginning of Li Jin's words, the sword formation had already begun to dissipate. The crisscrossing essence of the sword intent began to dim, but it did not return to heaven and earth. Instead, it seemed to turn into clouds of spiritual energy, slowly sweeping into the child's acupuncture points. Li Jin burped, and the clouds that he spat out were the old sword intent that was originally relatively turbid, which was then pushed out of the small world of the human body. After seeing this scene, a great sword immortal turned to look at the eldest sword immortal. Qin Qingdu shook his head and smiled. What's his is his. Even if he wants to die, he has to die. Li Jin smiled and asked, in the process of the sword formation disappearing, there are 6 small flaws and 2 small flaws, and you still can't hold back and not make a move? Do you think I'm a bit too talkative? I think you're annoying, but you think I'm more annoying? Li Jin withdrew his smile and his eyes were still. He snapped his fingers. What a coincidence, I've also finished setting up the formation. Sword immortals of the upper 5 realms can't handle it, so you can go die now. Between heaven and earth on the route that Li Jin walked, a long series of pale golden characters appeared. The height was slightly different and the characters were more or less intermittent, but eventually connected into a line. The pale golden characters were like the talisman's mantra written on the golden talisman paper. The content was the trivial words that Li Jin had previously said. Some of them were unspoken, but through the flash of light, it was obvious that Li Jin also had a lot of thoughts that were revealed. Especially the 5 thunder seal, the bronze pagoda, the rusty broken sword and the immortal painting scroll where many of the treasures fell, there were clusters of characters. Above the ground, a huge golden lightning bolt formed a huge crooked circle, covering the battlefield within a radius of 100 miles in one fell swoop. Higher than the great wall of sword chi, the sea of clouds gathered, and the thunder was loud, echoing with the thunder pool on the ground. At the same time, the 5 thunder seal began to slowly rise into the sky, shining brightly. 100 feet tall pagoda with flowing rays of light stood tall. The broken sword shattered and all the fragments lined up along the edge of the thunder pool. The 18 sword immortals on the painting scroll slowly walked out. Even though they were suppressed by heaven and earth and sword intent, and their bodies were only the size of mustard seeds, each of them formed by the sword immortal's true intent was still brimming with sword chi. They hovered close to the ground like a natural trajectory of sword chi. In the end, the 18 mustard seed sword immortals were in charge of guarding each treasure. This was because the many treasures that Li Jin seemed to have casually thrown out of his sleeves all had different phenomena. Why did he talk so much? Naturally, it was because there were too many treasures. His cultivation was not high enough for now, so he could only use magic treasures, half-immortal weapons and immortal weapons to make up for it. Li Jin no longer yawned, nor did he speak. His expression was calm as he looked at the young man who was his enemy. One of his hands was clenched and the sword pellet in his hand was spinning. It did not have any signs of treasure light flowing, but it was an immortal weapon. His other hand was similarly clenched like a fist, but there was no immortal weapon-grade sword pellet. Instead, it was a talisman of the ancestral talisman painting of the 5 mountains of the future. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and in an era even longer before its construction, sword immortals had always liked the idea of humans triumphing over heaven. Then I'll have to trouble you to endure the heavenly tribulation first. After the heavenly tribulation came the earthly tribulation. After the earthly tribulation, Li Zhen also had a meeting gift. As a sword immortal of the wilderness, he would exchange greetings with the sword immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, several black-robed immortals that were dozens of feet tall appeared behind Li Zhen. Their figures were ethereal and erratic, and only the long sword in their hands was filled with sword intent and dazzling sword light. One of the sword immortals in the middle was taller than the others. His face was clear and his expression was indifferent. His figure was the human sword immortal of the ancient era, Clairvoyance. Li Zhen frowned. The green-robed man had one hand behind his back and the other clenched in front of him. His eyes were burning. His sleeves were no longer rolled up, and he stood amidst the astral winds formed by the heavenly tribulation. His sleeves fluttered as if they were filled with a cool breeze, making his sleeves look extremely loose. It was as if a lotus flower that was too deep green and almost black as ink had bloomed. He smiled and asked, "That's all?" 6:15. Li Zhen's eyebrows relaxed. A small accident would not affect the overall situation. Li Zhen was the first to walk out of the thunder pool that used the 18 treasures as the pivot of the formation. The projection of sword will followed closely behind, followed by the rest of the black-robed immortals. Li Zhen turned his head and said, "What a great camouflage of the Yin spirit. This thunder pool and the heaven and earth tribulations are yours." The price was not small. 18 treasures, 18 formation eyes. After the heaven and earth tribulations, more than half of the magic treasures would be destroyed. Among them, 2 half-immortal weapons, the 5 Thunder Seal and the imitation Beko Keikyung building pagoda, would not be destroyed but would drop and become magic treasures. However, he was Li Zhen, the disciple of the ancestor, so this price was completely bearable. It was just that small accidents came one after another. First, this person replaced Ning Yao and left the city. Then he did not engage in close combat, wasting the sword will cage full of murderous intent. Now even he was fooled, leaving only an out-of-body Yin spirit to take on the Thunderpool tribulation that could seriously injure a Jade Realm sword cultivator. This made Li Zhen unhappy. He was only 12 years old, arrogant and long-winded. He stepped on the head of a big demon and stood still, letting him attack. This person did not take the bait. If it were any other young sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they would all be arrogant. Except for Ning Yao, they would all be dead. Li Zhen could not help but turn his head again. After being exposed by Li Zhen, the man in the green robe no longer tried to hide. His feet left the ground and his sleeves fluttered in the wind, slightly distancing himself from the earth tribulation. He flipped his wrist and held a folded jade bamboo fan in his hand. He gently tapped his palm, causing ripples to appear on his robe. The green robe on his body immediately lost its camouflage and turned into a snow-white robe. The man and Li Zhen looked at each other and smiled. "After going through so much trouble, you only managed to trap a small Yin spirit like me. Does your heart ache? You're leaving just like that? You're not staying in the thunder pool and staring at my vanishing smoke? Aren't you worried that the heavens' tribulations will not kill me?" That person held a fan in one hand and then raised his other hand. In the palm of his hand, there was a talisman remnant made of green material, like some green mud staining his hand. It was just a talisman, but it was in exchange for the loss and damage of so many half-immortal weapons and magic treasures of Li Zhen. The crux of the matter was that he had allowed his true body to leave a place of certain death. Most of the sword immortals on the city walls heaved a sigh of relief. A heroic death was still a death in the end. Li Zhen smiled and said, "Yin spirit is still Yin spirit, it's not a trick. What's gone is gone. Your cultivation state doesn't seem to be high. What's more, you're under 30 years old. No matter how high you are, can you be higher than Ning Yao and Pang Yuanji? Even if he had that treasure with him, if something really happened, he would still die if he used that strange ability to block the Great Tribulation for a moment. Who knows, he might even give me a blessing for free. If someone else gave it to me, I might not be willing to accept it. But if I snatch it from you, even if it's a broken magic treasure, I'll find it meaningful." Li Zhen gradually left the thunder pool. As he walked, he turned his head and said, "Although I don't know who you are or when such an interesting person like you appeared in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I know that Ning Yao of the Great Wall of Sword Qi has heard so much that my ears are about to grow calluses. You took the initiative to return the favor for Qin Qingdu and Ning Yao didn't stop you. Qin Qingdu even dared to bet heavily. From that moment on, I knew that you had to die. What's wrong with paying a price? Who knows, killing you might not be any less than killing Ningyao. Li Zhen pointed at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Price. In the future the entire city walls will be my cultivation ground. Li Zhen looked at the young man in white robes and waved his hand. Have a safe journey. When the Yin spirit disintegrated, the soul would be incomplete. To a cultivator, it was an incurable illness that even immortals couldn't cure. Their battle prowess would be greatly reduced. The Yin spirit smiled. With a shake of his sleeves, the talisman moved like clouds and water, covering the sky and earth. The talisman that was thrown out earlier was crushed by Li Zhen's treasure. It's alright, I have a lot of talismans. The 5 Elements Talisman, the Thunder Technique Talisman, the Snow Mud Talisman, the Yangqi Lantern Lighting Talisman from the True Alchemy Works, the Extradition Talisman taught by Qi Jinglong, and the Mountain Searching Talisman taught by his student Cui Dongshan. There were no less than 20 types. It was naturally regretful that the talisman couldn't form a formation earlier. However, it could still rely on the circulation of the remaining spiritual qi from the talisman guts to help observe the qi flow of the heavenly tribulation and earthly tribulation. Li Zhen suddenly stopped and asked, "Earlier you looked like you were ready to die. Was it to lure me to throw out this formation early?" The white-robed Yin spirit smiled. "Take a guess." Li Zhen kindly reminded, "Enjoy the heavenly tribulation and earthly tribulation. Don't forget about the 18 mustard sword immortal puppets guarding the treasure. When the heavenly tribulation starts, they will be free. Every time they attack, it will be equivalent to an all-out attack from an earthly immortal sword cultivator." Li Zhen looked in a direction. "Can you show your true form now?" Li Zhen had done something to the head of the Yu clan sword immortal. After the strange talisman that helped him hide his aura was gone, it was useless to hide it anywhere. Where Li Zhen's line of sight was, ripples spread out like water. A man in a green robe with his sleeves rolled up walked out. Beside him were 2 sword immortal flying swords made by the North Continent's sword Hatred Mountain, Pine Needle and Cough Thunder. The 2 flying swords flashed and disappeared. Li Zhen said no more. Behind him, 2 black-robed immortals formed by sword intent swept out. Their sword lights were like rainbows. Qin Pingon stomped on the ground and disappeared into thin air, dodging 2 beams of sword light. There were 2 more black sword fairies. One of them stood in front of Li Zhen with a sword, while the other disappeared without a trace. Only the clairvoyance with the most substantial sword intent and almost a real person stood behind Li Zhen. A sword cultivator with a low realm and a pure martial artist with a high realm? What kind of person is he? Li Zhen's unhappiness lessened a little. The big demon Chongguang bowed and stood behind the gray-robed elder. He wanted to say something but stopped. The gray-robed elder smiled. "Behind closed doors we are all family. Li Zhen will suffer a little this time. It's okay. It's still too early to talk about victory and defeat. Only after suffering would one know how to concentrate on sword practice." He would no longer reject the identity of clairvoyance, deep in his heart. The big demon Chongguang smiled flatteringly, but he was instantly terrified. Wasn't this the result of Li Zhen's victory? The gray-robed elder said, "You won't lose." The big demon Chongguang was sweating profusely. The gray-robed elder smiled. "Being so close and standing for so long, you've earned a lot of Dao Qi. Just treat it as a reward for the previous 2 fights." The big demon Chongguang bowed and retreated, leaving quietly. On the city wall, no one attacked the sea of tribulation clouds with their swords. The young sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi under the age of 30 were all geniuses among geniuses. This was the first time in the thousands of years of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The last time such a big year appeared was when the Battle of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was at its fiercest. Only Qin Qingdu was left to guard the city wall. But this time the Great Wall of Sword Qi had taken good care of these children for 30 to 40 years. Of course, the price was the death of many Earth immortal sword masters who guarded the formation for the children. Pang Yunji said, "If it were me, I wouldn't be able to dodge the 5 thunders of heaven and killing intent of earth. I would only be able to take it head-on and die." Gao Yuqing, Gao Yeho's sister, said softly, "I would only die faster. I would die from that sword formation." Dong Huafu said, "That little bastard is the reclusive disciple of the moon-supporting mountains master. Other than Sister Ning, it's normal for any of us to lose. There's no need to think too much. Look at us. who can take out so many half-immortal weapons and magic treasures at once. So according to Qin Pingan's words, when dealing with someone with money, power and backing, we can't just, I'll go and fight him one-on-one, or let him fight all of us. When the time comes we'll split the loot and everyone will be rich. Peng Yuanji said, that's the logic. But we also have to look at that little bastard. Just the fact that he can control so many treasures at once is not something an ordinary person can do. This time when we fought against Qin Pingan, it was all thanks to Qin Pingan that the other party's traps, big and small, didn't work immediately. In the next battle we have to be especially careful of people like him. A young sword cultivator who didn't have a good relationship with Ning Yao, Xianxia and the Stacking Mountain wine shop said, that little bastard found the wrong person to deal with. Ning Yao looked up at the cloud sea heavenly tribulation in silence. If it were her, it wouldn't be hard for her to block it, but the effects would be far-reaching and troublesome. Qin Qingdao smiled. Girl Ning, if it were you there naturally wouldn't be such a bet. And since I pulled Qin Pingan to the top of the city wall, there won't be such an Qin Qingdao recalled an old incident that he rarely remembered. Wu Qingpei once questioned Alliance about who in the world can't die and whether it had anything to do with one's family name or clan. Alliance couldn't do anything about it. This sort of question is the most troublesome to answer, so he had no choice but to make a trip to Moon-Bearing Mountain and the Yaoyuo. Qin Qingdao smiled and turned to Ning Yao. I naturally value you and Qin Pingan, but I really don't think that the two of you can't die. After all is said and done it's a little complicated. Girl Ning, do you understand what I mean? Ning Yao nodded. I understand. But I'm very unhappy, not for myself but for Qin Pingan. Suiyo sneered. Count me in as one of the unhappy ones. Qin Qingdao's smile widened. Talking to Ning Yao really was easy, and it was also very good that she was so straightforward. It's good. It's good that you don't pay attention to everything and become unhappy. Otherwise you'll have to learn from the mistakes of others. What do you practice the sword for? Why do you practice the sword? 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 Why do you live and die? Only today did you start to look like a true sword cultivator. Qin Qingdao pretended not to hear, muttering to himself, a true sword cultivator. A true sword cultivator would unsheath their sword for the world. They could forget life and death, transcend life and death. This was a major matter that was extremely difficult to accomplish the more one thought about it, but it was also a minor matter that could be done inadvertently. It was also a strange matter that many sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms could do, but sword immortals of the upper 5 realms were increasingly unable to do. The world was becoming less and less beautiful, and the heart was disheartened and unwilling. The world was becoming more and more beautiful, and it was inevitable that one would be reluctant to part with it. If one's swordsmanship was not high enough, there was nothing one could do about it. It was better to die for oneself and for others. If one's swordsmanship was high enough, one would have the ability to find all sorts of reasons to not die. This was also human nature that could not be demanded. The human heart was truly worthy of being the most interesting cage set up by the gods. As for the other cage, it was a person's perception of the long river of time. The sages of ancient times had separated the heavens and the earth, and the people of later generations had obtained an invisible protection. They could only view the scenery from the shore, so it was always a little lacking in meaning. Thus, before one truly attained the Tao, even if one was at the ascendant realm, one would inevitably feel that life was unreal. This was a huge problem that the sages of the 3 sects and the 100 schools of thought had been tirelessly trying to find a way to solve for thousands of years. The cultivators of the immortal realm sought the truth. The Confucians used the awe-inspiring righteousness to calm people's hearts. The Buddhists broke self-obsession, and the Taoists returned to the natural state. All of them worked hard on this matter. Everyone was working hard to live, but everyone was silently seeking death. What a contradiction. Therefore one had to pursue life between the heavens and the earth, and one's heart was like the moon in the sky. Everything was clear and bright. Qin Qingdao said something strange to Ning Yao. No matter what the result is, don't think that Qin Pingan will lose too much in this battle. Ning Yao remained silent. Qin Qingdao laughed. I'm not begging Qin Pingan to leave the city wall to return the favor. On the battlefield, dust was flying everywhere. The 3 black-clothed immortals that were illusory and indistinct attacked with their swords. They stood at a side from the beginning and they surrounded Qin Pingon at the center. Sword lights were resplendent and their impetus was like thunder. There was no order to speak of and they just smashed randomly at Qin Pingon. After one of the black-robed immortals was hit by a fist, his body was shaken and scattered. However, his sword intent quickly gathered again. The dead object formed by the sword intent only dimmed slightly. His sword was still attacking as usual and the sword light was extremely fast and heavy. There was also another immortal who was hit by his own sword light, and then he continued to revive as if he was dead. On the other side of the battlefield where there was a great disparity in strength, the sea of clouds that contained the five thunders Dharma hung low, and the earth was pulled up by the thunder pool. It was obvious that it wanted to connect the heavens and the earth and crush the white-robed Yin god in it. The third black-robed immortal who had been hiding in the dark appeared and stood still. Unknowingly they stood in 4 different directions. In the blink of an eye, the earth behind the 4 black-robed immortals trembled, and deity statues rose from the ground. 4 heavenly King Dharma forms stood erect, like the world's most lifelike painted deity statues. Then when the 4 sword immortals made sword gestures at the same time, the 4 heavenly King Dharma forms opened their eyes at the same time, showing the fury of a heavenly king. One of the deity statues was gorgeous and dazzling, and its entire body was overflowing with golden light. It wore a crown of 5 Buddhas on its head and wore a golden armor. It was adorned with jewels and jade and held a treasure banner in its right hand. Another deity statue was a golden man, wearing a red and purple armor. Its face was angry and it held a spear in its right hand. The spear was on the ground and the other hand held a treasure mirror which reflected the earth. Another heavenly King Dharma form wore a heavenly robe, and its left arm was holding a saber and its palm was holding a treasure. The last deity statue had a dragon coiled around its body, and its right hand held a red rope, which was said to be able to subdue the dragon kings of all places. Li Jin was multitasking. He was looking at the real bodies of his opponents in the formation, and also carefully observing the white-robed Yin god in the heaven and earth tribulations. The 4 heavenly King Dharma forms each held a treasure, and once again shrouded a small world with the light of the treasures. After the 4 black sword deities formed the formation, their bodies dissipated on their own, and turned into wisps of pure sword will. Qin Pingon punched out with the great cloud swamp style which shook the small world. For the time being, it was unable to sink down and suppress the earth with the heaven's might. At the same time the flying sword Chu Yi flew out of its natal acupoint, and strangled the sword will that was close to it. Li Jin twitched the corner of his mouth. His opponent had a lot of trump cards and he was only forced to use them to defend himself at this moment. Li Jin's thoughts moved slightly and the clairvoyant behind him took a step forward, protecting Li Jin like a guardian deity. A wisp of dark green sword light flew at an unimaginable speed, and nailed into the body of the clairvoyant in an instant. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, and it was less than a foot away from Li Jin's forehead. Li Jin took a step back and the body of the clairvoyant became more and more condensed. He was about to reach out and confine the sneaky flying sword with 2 fingers. But he didn't expect that the dark green flying sword that failed to hit him would fly backward and disappear. Ordinary people had weak bodies. Even if they had a magic treasure on the mountain, they wouldn't be able to control it and would only suffer. Similarly, not all Earth immortals could completely control a half-immortal weapon. As for making the immortal weapon recognize its master, it was even more difficult. But now Li Jin had 2 immortal weapons in his hands. Li Jin raised one of his palms. It was the talisman of the ancestor of the 5 true shapes of the 5 mountains, and it was called the talisman of the 3 mountains. Once it was used, the price was so high that even Li Jin would complain incessantly. Li Jin was willing to use it to deal with Ning Yao, but he was still reluctant to use it on this young man in front of him. So Li Jin continued to clench his fist and opened his other hand. The sword ball that was slowly flowing in his palm was once his, or the clairvoyant's, natal flying sword. In the Battle of Mount Tuyue, it was originally broken, but it was nourished by Mount Tuyue at a huge price for 10,000 years, and gradually recovered to its peak. In history, in every siege war, there would be a special big demon in charge of extracting the sword will of the Great Wall of Sword Aura and secretly sending it to Mount Tuyue. Among them, the big demon of Mount Tuyue personally took the risk to steal more sword will, which was why it was trapped by Dong Sangying and Qin Shi. Capturing an Ascendant Realm great demon alive was far from as simple as killing a great demon. When Li Zhen opened his palm, the sword ball only trembled slightly, and it caused the world around Li Zhen to begin to distort. The clairvoyant, which was nothing more than the condensation of sword will, turned its head to look. It was obviously a dead object, but at this moment, it revealed a very human-like complex look. Li Zhen raised his head, clenched his fist again and smiled at the clairvoyant. "This is mine, not yours." The clairvoyant gently waved its sword, and the green sword light that suddenly appeared was knocked away. Li Zhen no longer cared about the flying sword that appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He strode forward, passing through the clairvoyant's body and continued to watch the battle. The young man was really not an ordinary fighter. When the Heavenly King Dharma form smashed down with a spear, he directly blocked it with his arm. His whole body was hit and his legs sank into the ground. On the city wall, the young geniuses of the Great Wall of Sword Aura continued to communicate with each other. Dong Bude smiled. "It's another battle where Qin Pingon has no power to fight back. It's one-sided, one-sided." Guizhuzhou nodded vigorously. "That little bastard is really powerful. He can be brothers with Qishou. When they meet on the battlefield in the future before both sides fight, they can pour out their hearts." Xianxia smiled bitterly. In fact, these seemingly casual words were precisely because everyone's heartstrings were tense. The little girl Lu Duan, who was not afraid of anything, was sweating profusely. She was very worried. In the process of the sea of clouds and the earth rising, before the heaven and earth were completely connected, the entire thunder pool on the ground received the sea of clouds, and there were 5 thunders crashing to the ground. Between the heaven and earth, more and more thunder whips appeared. Before they landed, they would split into countless tiny electric snakes that contained the true meaning of thunder techniques. A white-clothed Yin spirit was surrounded, and could only continuously dodge with the wind. Not only did he have to avoid the 5 thunders crashing to the ground, he also had to avoid the chaotic electric light that spread like branches and leaves in an instant. However, the heaven and earth were connected and the 2 calamities overlapped. He was destined to have nowhere to hide. Li Zhen smiled at the 4 Dharma Laksana and said, "Don't worry. Let this pure martial artist, who was originally high in martial arts, slowly turn into a skeleton and let him have a taste of what it feels like to become a god." After saying this, Li Zhen raised his head and looked at Ning Yao. He heard from senior sister Tuo Yushan that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Aura liked this the most. The young man whose Yin spirit and real body were trapped in 2 different battlefields was probably one of the few exceptions. However, Ning Yao did not look at Li Zhen. She just stared at the sea of clouds that was falling faster and faster. Ning Yao did not care about Li Zhen's provocation. On the ground far away from the city wall, there were flying swords that continued to fly toward Li Zhen, like a sword cultivator asking for a sword. This time it was not just 1 green sword light but 3 swords together. The first one was the thin needle Songzhen. Clairvoyance sent out a sword, but the flying sword suddenly changed its trajectory and disappeared without a trace. There was only a gully of the same depth on the ground. Clairvoyance twisted his wrist and continued to attack. Even the powerful Kulei retreated without fighting. However, he was affected by the sword aura of clairvoyance. When he retreated, the tip of the sword was crooked. Li Zhen thought it was a little funny. So they were just 2 embroidered pillows for show? If it was on a normal battlefield, they could really scare people. Many lives were on the line, and it was enough to change the situation. Only the flying sword 15, which contained real killing intent, broke through the air from the side far away. It drew an arc and rushed toward the back of Li Zhen's head. Clairvoyance was now encumbered by Li Zhen's current realm and thoughts, so he could not completely rely on his instinct to attack. Since he was not at the peak of his real body, Clairvoyance could not attack in time, so he simply reached out and grabbed the flying sword. Li Zhen did not care about this kind of assassination at all. It was okay to be hit by the sword. Moreover, Clairvoyance was blocking the flying sword. Li Zhen's only concern now was to determine whether the real body of the young man was the real body, or just an external body of the young spirit. If the real body was still hiding somewhere unknown, waiting for an opportunity to attack, it would be another small accident that had nothing to do with the overall situation, but would make Li Zhen lose face. After all, this opponent seemed to be too different from the sword cultivators who liked to be straightforward. He should be like the left and right people on the city wall. Li Zhen thought about it. It was good to wait for the dust on the two battlefields to settle, but it did not seem right for him to be so idle. He took out a natal flying sword that was known to be endowed by nature. It soared into the sky, bringing with it a snow-white ray of light. Finally, it transformed into a bright moon in the wilderness, competing with the great sun for glory. The full moon hung in the sky. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling down on the world and illuminating hundreds of miles around the battlefield. After being illuminated by the moonlight, most of the ancient sword immortal's sword will showed some stagnation. The Thunder Pool was a small world, relying on the accumulation of treasures and his superficial talisman array skills. The four black-robed immortals were both camouflage and not camouflage. After the Dharma form stood tall, it was another small world. When Li Jin's natal flying sword was taken out, it was the third one. Li Jin looked at it with rapt attention. The moonlight sprinkling on the earth was tainted with the aura of the flowing water of time. Therefore, when Li Jin made up his mind, the third small world outside the two small cages became still, more than 1,000 feet below the earth was still included. It turned out that the young man did not have any more tricks up his sleeve, so his real body was hiding somewhere else. On the other hand, the three real and fake flying swords finally knew their place and stopped pestering Li Jin. They just flew in the distance like headless flies. Especially the two fake flying swords, which were on the verge of collapse, looked very funny. In the small world, except for the sword immortal's sword will that seemed to be unrestrained by the great Tao of heaven and earth, which only slowed down, the rest of the sword chi turned into powder in the flowing water of the moonlight. Li Jin was relieved because there were no more accidents, but he was also a little disappointed. The flying sword in Guan Zhao's hand had already escaped. The flying sword's sharpness was quite good. However, Guan Zhao was also safe and sound. The green sword light, after a long time, returned without any success. In the end, it could not escape the fate of its master's death and the destruction of its life-flying sword. It and its poor master were both making a dying struggle. The first small world of the Thunder Pool was already connected to heaven and earth. Above the earth and in the sky below the city, huge waves of sword chi sputtered in all directions, like sword immortals taking out their flying swords. A little in spirit. In the second small world where the statues of the four heavenly kings were guarding, there were more real bodies who punched as pure martial artists. The young man's hands and shoulders were all exposed. Li Jin said that he would turn him into a skeleton, which was obviously not a daydream. In the second small world, Qin Pingon, who was dripping with blood, was still punching non-stop, attacking a part of the barrier of the small world with the deity drum beating style. His fists were white bones. Every time he punched and retracted his fist, Flying Sword number 1 would add a sword to the place where his fist landed. Flying Sword number 15 in the third small world suddenly turned the tip of its sword, as if it wanted to meet Flying Sword number 1 with the tip of its sword. When the two swords collided, a crack appeared in the barrier of heaven and earth. The last punch of a green-robed deity drum beating style, at the price of a broken arm, punched open the heaven and earth. In the incomparably dazzling light, it rushed straight towards the existence of the most favored son of heaven in the wilderness, Li Jin. However, after breaking open a small world, he was about to enter the next small world. His body should have been blocked and he was seriously injured. It was reasonable that his running speed should be slower than before. However, his peak fist intent flowed like a waterfall, as if a high god had descended on him, allowing Qin Pingon to run as fast as lightning. In an instant he had traversed more than 10 miles. The golden fist intent collided with the moonlight flowing water created by Li Jin's natal flying sword, and directly exploded the latter. Ning Yao stood on the city wall, her eyes shining. She could see the pure martial artist Qin Pingon, who was still in his green robe but without the white jade hairpin. She resisted the urge to look at the Thunder Pool heavenly tribulation that bordered the heaven and earth. Li Jin no longer clenched his fist but gently clenched one hand. His entire arm began to be torn apart and the white bones shattered. He didn't expect that he would still have to use this immortal weapon, the talisman, in such a tragic state. Li Jin's entire arm had disappeared and his face was a little pale. However, where he had clenched his fist, an ancient talisman appeared, floating in the air. The young man whose arm was hanging limply shook his left sleeve and a golden robe appeared. He continued to run, but at the same time the robe automatically put on his body. In the next moment, A mountain range with 3 undulating peaks appeared on the ground. The young man who had changed from his green robe to his golden robe was nowhere to be seen. A golden line swept across the great wall of sword qi, passed through the 3 mountains. The small world created by the natal sword, moonlight, and the flowing water of time was split open, and it landed on Li Zhen's head. Li Zhen threw away the sword orb in his hand, and it instantly merged with the sword immortal's clairvoyance. The sword immortal's clairvoyance's ethereal figure instantly sputtered out sword light. He was dozens of feet tall, and he held a long sword in his hand to block the golden sword. Li Zhen's 7 orifices bled, and his heart was filled with hatred. No matter what, he had to drag him down with him. Originally, only Ning Yao was qualified to make him pay such a huge price. In order to control the immortal weapon, the talisman, Li Zhen had to lose a part of his soul and a part of his spirit. And after the sword orb merged with the clairvoyance sword heart, Li Zhen's original intention was to simply give up this clairvoyance, which was equivalent to the value of 2 immortal weapons, and cooperate with the talisman of the 3 mountains to exchange his life with that Ning Yao. Otherwise, in the future, as long as his sword heart slightly resisted the clairvoyance, it meant that he would never be able to truly control a puppet that wielded an immortal weapon and was an immortal weapon in his lifetime. The clairvoyance was completely useless and even damaged his Dao heart in this lifetime. Fighting side by side with Qin Qingdu, not learning the clairvoyance of the Dragon Monarch until his death, and being the oldest convict of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he should die cleanly and cleanly. Li Zhen abruptly turned his head to look at the sky where the heaven and earth had collided. He stared with his eyes wide open. It was a white jade hairpin that was slowly descending. Indeed, the white-robed Yin spirit was no longer there. In the sky above his head, the immortal weapon sword immortal, which had been condensed with golden light, collided with the long sword in the clairvoyance's hand. Except for the place where Li Zhen was standing, the surrounding ground instantly sank dozens of feet. Coincidentally, between the white jade hairpin and Li Zhen, there were 2 flying swords that had been acting from the beginning to the end. Pine Needle and Cough Thunder. It happened to be a straight line. On the way of the falling white jade hairpin, a Qin Pingon appeared. In an instant, Qin Pingon stepped on the flying sword Pine Needle, and the next moment he stood on Cough Thunder. Before becoming a wind-controlling realm martial artist, there should be a sword escape method to escape. Therefore, Cui Dongshan, Qi Jinglong, and Nailan Yeshing worked together to develop this secret technique for Qin Pingon. First, the 2 flying swords Pine Needle and Cough Thunder were refined into an existence similar to the talisman, so that Pine Needle and Cough Thunder could be used as an anchor point in the long river of time, helping Qin Pingon to retreat more than 100 miles or even hundreds of miles from the battlefield in an instant. But in the end, for a pure martial artist like Qin Pingon, the escape method should still be used to kill with his life. In fact, Qin Pingon's real body had always been integrated with the Yin spirit, but it made the opponent feel that his Yin spirit was out of his body and away from the thunder pool. The Yin spirit, that was deliberately injured by the 18 mustard sword immortals in the Cloud Sea Heavenly Tribulation and the Earth Thunder Pool. Only at the last moment the real body and the Yin spirit hid in the other jade hairpin on the Yin spirit's head. Otherwise, if he hid in it early, maybe the temporarily ownerless white jade hairpin would fall into the hands of the opponent. As for Qi Shiwu, Pine Needle, and Cough Thunder, a total of 4 flying swords, they were all left to Qin Pingon, the pure martial artist with the Yang spirit's body, and the immortal weapon rank robe Golden Wine. Both of them only wanted not to die, and that was enough. In the blink of an eye, not to mention the realm and swordsmanship, even if you are the sword immortal on the city wall, you are not as good as me, Qin Pingon. It was for this moment to use the sword. Li Zhen looked up with a complicated expression. He had used all his means, but what else could he do? The worst result, the accident, seemed to have really come. Qin Pingon reached out and made a grabbing motion, silently chanting a word. The sword slashed down, directly cutting Li Zhen's body into 2 on the spot. Li Zhen only slightly tilted his head. Therefore he managed to preserve a complete head. The long sword in his hand was only condensed from an imitation of the sword intent. Did he really think that Qin Pingon was wasting his time on the city wall, being taught the sword by both sides time and time again? It was not the sword immortal that was still confronting the clairvoyance. The scholar looked at the world and took everything for his own use. After Qin Pingon landed, the sword intent of the long sword had already shattered. He stepped on the head and punched out, capturing all the souls that were trying to escape in his hand. Li Zhen's soul, which was already incomplete, was held in the hand of a young sword cultivator whose name was still unknown. Li Zhen was lifted up gently, and a fist aura that vaguely resembled spring thunder enveloped Li Zhen tightly. Qin Pingon crushed the head with his foot. His 5 fingers were like hooks that penetrated the other party's soul. He asked, "Little trash, why aren't you nagging anymore?" Li Zhen's soul did not struggle at all. The corner of his mouth twitched, and just as he was about to speak, Qin Pingon's fist aura shattered it. "I beg you to say one more word. Can you do it?" Between heaven and earth, only sword chi and astral wind blew at the young man's temples and robes. Many of the 14 great demons on the line in the distance were restless. However, the gray-robed old man raised his hand and stopped these peak existences from attacking the young man. He took a step forward and smiled. "Little guy, your state of mind is not bad." Not only that, the gray-robed old man waved his sleeve and casually scattered the clairvoyance that swallowed the immortal weapon sword pill. Not only that, the 3 mountains talisman also disappeared. Qin Pingon also grabbed the flying sword celestial and pointed the tip of the sword at the gray-robed old man. His actions could not be more provocative, but he said, "You can't bully the weak. I'm the most timid person." The gray-robed old man smiled. "Quit while you're ahead. Return to your great wall of sword chi." Qin Pingon carried the sword celestial and turned to leave. Along the way, not a blade of grass grew. He collected all the trash, and even the head of the Ascendant Realm Great Demon was not left behind. He kept it in his hand. The white-robed Yin spirit swept out from the white jade hairpin. Most of the Yang spirit's body was covered in white bones. It gathered with Qin Pingon and became one again. Qin Pingon suddenly stood still on the battlefield. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. He raised it high and then slowly withdrew it. He looked at Ning Yao with a smile and gently knocked on his chest. As a result, he spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered. Then he was dragged to the top of the wall by the sword celestial in his hand. During this time, the handsome great demon couldn't help but want to slap the blade's strengthening gourd again. He might as well use all the sword chi to kill the annoying young man. He only slapped it once, but the blade's strengthening gourd didn't move. He looked at the gray-robed old man and resentfully stopped. The gray-robed old man stepped out and stood on the ground between the 14 great demons and the sword celestials of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He stretched out his palm. "Qin Qingdo, according to the agreement, just use your sword." Qin Qingdo smiled and asked, "You put on such airs. Let's make a deal. How about 2 swords? The gray-robed old man withdrew his hand and smiled. He was too lazy to answer. Qin Qingdo turned his head and waved to Qin Pingon. "I can't let you work for nothing. Come here, I'll teach you a sword." Qin Pingon's shoulder was pressed down by Qin Qingdo. It wasn't just the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The great demons couldn't see any more clouds as far as they could see. Not only that, even the sand on the ground between the great demons and the Great Wall of Sword Chi was obediently stuck to the ground. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, an old man in a white robe suddenly appeared behind Qin Pingon and Qin Qingdo. He sat cross-legged on the Great Wall of Sword Chi and reached out his hand. He held a long sword and casually stabbed it down without any swordsmanship. The sword went straight for the gray-robed old man's head. Yellow sand billowed again. After a while, the dust settled. The gray-robed old man was still standing on the battlefield. However, he was hovering in the air with his hands behind his back. He kept his promise and took Qin Qingdo's sword head-on. Most of the 14 pinnacle great demons were somewhat unsettled. Half of them turned their heads and looked behind them. The gray-robed old man turned and left. He was the manifestation of the great Tao of the wilderness. Taking Qin Qingdo's sword was nothing more than the wilderness taking Qin Qingdo's sword. It didn't matter. The wilderness had been barren since ancient times. So what if one sword could destroy thousands of miles of mountains and rivers? However, after 10,000 years, Qin Qingdo's swordsmanship had indeed improved. That was because there was still a small portion of the sword intent that didn't follow the gray-robed old man's orders and landed behind the great demons. Qin Qingdo patted Qin Pingon's shoulder. "Have you learned it?" Qin Pingon wiped his face with his hands. He was covered in blood after learning the sword. He didn't answer Sword Immortal Boss's question. He asked, "Is that young man still alive?" Qin Qingdo laughed. "He's not alive in the first place. How can he be dead?" However, if we're talking about the young man who was pieced together by his soul, not to mention the clairvoyance, he's already dead. Once the young man dies, the clairvoyance dies even more. Let me say something disheartening to you. The true clairvoyance of the sword heart is very different from the dragon monarch. It has never deviated from the sword Tao. Therefore, the most crucial part of the clairvoyance is the soul. It was purposely not given to the young man. Otherwise, once the true clairvoyance of the sword heart appears, and with the sword pellet molded in the sword heart, the clairvoyance will return to the great wall of sword qi. To the beasts of the wilderness it would be asking for trouble. Qin Qingdou pointed at the tattered robe among the great demons. As for this person, the dragon monarch of the past hated the vast world the most. Back when he was dragged to the moon-bearing mountain by me, he didn't hold back when he attacked. He was considered one of the first sword immortals to seek death in the great wall of sword qi. After dying once, he felt that he no longer owed the great wall of sword qi. He probably wanted to challenge the vast world as a wandering felon sword cultivator. I understand, but I don't accept. Therefore, those who can pass the great wall of sword qi in the future will definitely not be the sword cultivator dragon monarch. Qin Qingdou exclaimed in surprise. You don't feel the least bit guilty towards that clairvoyant senior? That's very unlike Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon said indifferently, let's not talk about a brainless youth. Even if the clairvoyant appeared in front of me and dared to say such words, I would still kill him. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked towards the south. Once the gray-robed elder left, the 14 great demons retreated as well. The rest of the great demons retreated as well. Qin Pingon closed his eyes. Damn it, his cultivation level had actually dropped. This drop was several cultivation levels in a row. Fortunately, he had relied on his experience of traveling in the North Continent and tried his best to withstand the heavenly and earthly calamities. He could make up for it by increasing his cultivation level. As long as the longevity bridge was not broken, the 4 key natal items would still be around. Now that he was only a level 5 Qi refinement warrior, dropping a few cultivation levels was not too fatal. As long as he relied on the sword imparted to him by Boss Sword Immortal, he could quickly nurture a true natal flying sword. It would be a blessing and a curse. Ning Yao carried Qin Pingon on her back. At the last moment before Qin Pingon completely lost consciousness, he vaguely heard the sound of a horn. The city was under siege. 6:16. Qin Pingon opened his eyes. Almost instantly, 4 flying swords appeared at the same time. Qi was asking for credit, Shiwu was still obedient, and Songjin and Kulei were imitation swords after all. Although they were refined, they were still far from being so spiritual. The small room had the most familiar smell of medicine. Looking at the sky outside the window, it was close to dusk. Closing his eyes, he felt the vague atmosphere of the great wall of sword qi in the distance. When he opened his eyes again, Qin Pingon put away the flying swords. His mind was immersed in the small world of the human body, checking the aftermath of the big battle, mainly inspecting the 4 key acupuncture points. In the battle of cultivators, if the natal qi residence became a ruin similar to the ruins of the battlefield, the foundation of the great Tao would be damaged. However, just as the spiritual mustard seed appeared, an aggressive fire dragon swam over. On the dragon's head stood the golden little man, still wearing a scholar's robe. In addition to the sword, there was also a golden scripture, but it had become a little bald head. The golden little man stood on the fire dragon's head and stared at Qin Pingon, ready to attack. Qin Pingon bluffed, "Don't scold others. When I'm ruthless, I'll even scold myself." That little bald head even cared about this? He kept scolding. Qin Pingon couldn't really scold the golden little man, so he had to pretend to be deaf and dumb. After all, without it to help in patrolling the small world, controlling the pure qi of the martial artist and not interfering with the circulation of the spiritual qi in the qi residence, Qin Pingon's mind would be like Xianxia after such a big battle. The martial artist's qi and the cultivator's spiritual qi would have already been in full swing in the small world. That would be one disaster after another, endless troubles. Over at the underwater mansion, the spiritual energy had been completely depleted. The water ripples on the murals had dimmed, and the small pond had dried up. However, the water word seal, the painted murals, and the small pond had not been damaged at all. Naturally, they were not completely undamaged but only had the opportunity to repair them. For example, some of the painted murals had peeled off. Many of the already unstable portraits of the water god had become more and more scattered. Among them, a few of the water gods that seemed to have been given an eye had their pure golden light dimmed. The entire underwater mansion looked a bit gloomy. The boys in green clothes were all idle. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. They raised their heads and looked at Qin Pingan's spiritual seed. Although they didn't complain, they all frowned with resentment in their eyes. Qin Pingan had no choice but to promise them that he would try his best to provide for them as soon as possible to restore the vitality of this place. The little children in green drooped their heads in disbelief. At the entrance of the underwater palace, the little golden man was sitting cross-legged on the dragon's head, glaring at those boys in green. The listless little fellows immediately got up and respectfully sent Qin Pingan off. After leaving the underwater palace, the little golden man began to ride the fire dragon again, chasing after Qin Pingan and scolding him. The mountain temple and the wooden house were also in a similar situation as the underwater palace. They had to be a mender, relying on the immortal money and the corresponding treasures of the 5 elements to slowly fill up the holes. The damage to the 3 key aperture acupoints and the natal item caused Qin Pingan to drop by 3 realms. Now he was a great cultivator of the 2nd realm. The good news was that after Alliance's modification of the 18 stops of sword aura, there were no more obstacles. Chu Yi and Chu Wu occupied the 2 key chi residences and continued to use the dragon beheading platform to sharpen the sword edge. The first 3 aperture acupoints where the extremely small sword aura lingered. Only the last one was left. It was like an empty house waiting for him. All that was left was to wait for Qin Pingan to nurture a more genuine natal flying sword than Chu Yi and Chu Wu, and become a genuine sword cultivator. There were very few of the 10 sword auras that were carved by refined scholars. This seal, however, was carved with the images of the Thunder General, the Lightning Mother, the Wind Master, the Rain Master, the Cloud Official, the Celestial Being, and many other ancient deities. The seal was the 16 words insect bird seal script. Gathering the 5 thunders, the 10,000 arts. Cutting off the 5 drains, the cardinal point of heaven and earth. These 16 words could be considered a very exaggerated seal script content. It was simply too arrogant, swallowing the heaven and earth. As long as one cultivated the orthodox 5 thunders technique, and was a true Taoist who had truly cultivated the great Tao, they could indeed claim that this body and the heaven and earth are one on the outside and inside, and all creation is in my hands. The yellow-purple noble of the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu was one of the outstanding talents. There was a world-famous couplet, but it was not written by the Taoist of Mount Longhu himself, but was given by an outsider. Wind, thunder, clouds and rain rise from the palm, and thousands of Taoists will be born from then on. Qin Pingan held the Taoist treasure that had only dropped by 1 realm, and smiled. This is the ancestor of the great number and the central 5. You have the chance to recover the rank of a half-immortal weapon. In the past you met a bad person and had a master who was not loyal to you. Now that you have fallen into my hands, it can be considered as a good fortune for both of us. In the future, when I become the immortal of the middle 5 realms and learn the thunder technique, you can follow me to slay demons and devils. Qin Pingan used his sleeve to wipe it before gently placing it on the table. In the future he could greatly refine it and hang it outside the wooden house's door, just like how the small town's door hung a bronze mirror to ward off evil. He took out another immortal supreme treasure that had also been reduced to a Dharma treasure. It was the bronze pagoda that was a replica of the Baekokyekyung building. Qin Pingan was the happiest when he saw and obtained this item. After refining it, it was placed in the mountain temple. Qin Pingan did not have many thoughts about opening more key acupoints and placing the cultivator's natal item. Now that he had become a 2nd realm cultivator, it was useless to think about it. Finally, it was the ancient wooden shaft that was cracked and the seam was broken. The 18 lifelike sword immortals were the top sword cultivators in the history of the desolate world. Unfortunately, the painting was too damaged and there was almost no quality to speak of. At first, Qin Pingan thought that he could not favor one over the other. After refining it, he could give it to the little golden person. He did not expect that he would suddenly feel a sharp pain in his heart. He was really a big shot. He didn't even look up to him and was even disdainful of him. Qin Pingan could only change his mind and place it in the mountain temple together with the bronze pagoda. Qin Pingon kept all the items and placed them back in front of him. He walked out of the house, walked to the door of the small house and walked back to the courtyard. In the end he was still worried about the city. Then he began the 6-step stance. However, after a few rounds of the stance, even though he was wearing a Taoist robe, it was still difficult to hide the faint smell of blood. How could it be easy for a cultivator to fall in realm? The reason why Qin Pingon did something unnecessary and asked Grandma by whether or not the process of the fight was leaked. It had nothing to do with whether or not it was a scheme. It was just that Qin Pingon did not want too many people in the Great Wall of Sword energy to know about his other side. During the process of the rising lightning pool and the falling cloud ocean connecting with heaven and earth, Qin Pingon's true body and Yin soul were already mixed up. Which was why at that time Qin Pingon was in a desperate situation, but he felt a sense of satisfaction. It was like life should be like that. If one's heart was not calm while sitting, it would be hard for one to feel at ease while walking. Qin Pingon could only sit in the house and carve seals. Even if he earned money, he would not leave a single one behind and return all the money to the Great Wall of Sword energy. However, the process of earning money was a joyous thing in itself. The knowledge here was not enough for outsiders to know. There were many sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword energy, but there were not many scholars. Whether it was carving seals or writing on the fan, those who held knives and brushes were not common enough. It did not matter if the carving was wrong or the writing was wrong. Qin Pingon sat at the table, took out the blade-strengthening gourd and took a sip of wine from time to time. He held the flying sword 15 and carved a stone seal that was as white as jade. The border note was that there were no accidents in the world, fighting for fame and fortune endlessly, making me roll my eyes. So let's drink. Carve another one. The border note was that ancient poet and poet, wishing to kill the word love. Only I hate that love does not come to my door, drinking his mother's wine. Anger grew from the side, smashing the book with a stick, smashing the graceful poem. Seal. Sorrowful single man. Carve another seal. The border note. The sword immortal without money has no wine to get drunk. The graceful beauty suddenly has autumn fat. Seal, what should I do? Finally, carve a seal. The border note. Moss under the stairs, the prince fanned himself. The yellow vegetables by the well flowed with tears and snot. Qin Pingon was just about to carve the seal when he suddenly held the seal in his hand and crushed it into powder. Qin Pingon took a deep breath. He got up and left the house. In the night, he went to the table in the main house to take the sword immortal. He unsheathed the sword. The moonlight was like water, shining on the sword as if it was washing it. Qin Pingon sheathed the sword. He did not carry it on his back but hung it on his waist. Then he took out the talisman boat and went to the Great Wall of Sword energy. Heroes kill thieves, sword cultivators kill demons. How can I not be fascinated? Then let's do it. 617. By Lianshuang's description of all the battles of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in history was very accurate. On the city wall, sword immortals and sword cultivators all took out their flying swords. Sword Qi surged to the south like a tide, turning everything in its path into dust. On the battlefield, the demons that were swarming towards the Great Wall of Sword Qi fell to the ground one by one as if they were being mowed down. There were 3 moons in the savage wilderness. The city wall had the most moonlight. There were so many sword cultivators on the city wall. Once they took out their flying swords, the night became as bright as day. It was enough to overshadow the moonlight. It was still too early for the demon clan to go against the current. It was too early for them to attack the city like a swarm of ants. They could only use their lives to exhaust the sword cultivators' spiritual qi in exchange for a chance to get close to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They had to pay a huge price for every step they took toward the north. A group of big demons showed their true forms. Under the lead of Chongguang, the big demon in the Ascendant Realm, they were responsible for uprooting the mountains from the savage wilderness. They carried them to the south and smashed them toward the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing, who was known as the candidate of the 10 pinnacle cultivators, had 2 swords at his waist. One of them was majestic and the other was a standard longsword of the sword workshop. Both of them were still sheathed. He took out 2 natal flying swords. The 100-foot-long spring poured down like a waterfall, smashing the mountains that were flying toward the city wall to the ground. The earth shook and countless demons were crushed to death. There was also a flying sword skylark in the sky. Sword Qi fell on the battlefield like a torrential rain. Han Huizi, the leader of the Taihui sword clan in the North Continent, didn't aim his flying sword at the demons who were dying on the battlefield. Instead, he cooperated with Yu Qing to smash the mountains that were smashing toward the city wall. Li Tumi, the head of the Yan family and a sword cultivator in the immortal realm, also had two natal flying swords. One was a white dragon and the other was a black dragon. The flying swords were like 200-foot-long dragons, rolling on the ground and killing demons. The immortal realm Mi, whose natal flying sword Aou, left the city wall and sank into the ground. It tore gullies on the battlefield to stop the demons from advancing. His younger brother Miyu summoned his flying sword, Rosy Sky. Together with his elder brother, they produced a rosy sword qi that was as thick as water in the ravine, preventing the enemy great demons from filling up the ravine. At the same time, they killed all the demons that fell into the ravine. Yuan Qingshu, the sword immortal from the South Whirlpool continent, also took out his flying sword Frost and Snow. He stabilized the gullies for the sword immortals of the Mi family. The sword qi was abundant. Many demons at the edge of the gullies felt as if they were in a bone-chilling winter. The ground was covered in thick snow and snowflakes filled the sky. The demons, who were known for their tough bodies, had their flesh and blood melted by the sword qi. Their bones were exposed and their bodies were badly mutilated. Sword immortal Wu Qingpei, who had been stuck at the bottleneck of the pure jade realm for many years, sat cross-legged on the city wall. His natal flying sword Sweet Dew was an extremely strange flying sword even in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Sweet Dew didn't have a fixed pattern. It fell into the piles of corpses and pools of blood on the battlefield. Wu Qingpei held his breath and concentrated. He didn't attack the demons. Instead, he began to cultivate his sword in peace. Although the female sword immortal Zhou Xian did not have a high realm, she had a unique providence. As the last remaining member of her lineage, she had cultivated on the city wall for a long period of time. She had been able to obtain the sword intent of generations of ancestral masters and temper them into an intrinsic flying sword. Finally, she had forged and nurtured an intrinsic flying sword, Rainbow. The sword beam had 7 colors, as though one person had 7 intrinsic flying swords. Naren Xiaowei and Lu Ji, who were among the top 10 sword immortals, didn't attack. They led a dozen sword immortals of the upper 5 realms with extremely fast flying swords to patrol the battlefield. They were specifically targeting the big demons hidden in the demon army. If any demons approached the city wall, they would attack with their swords. They would never let the demons advance to the city wall so easily. On the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the sword cultivators were performing their duties. The sword immortals of the upper 5 realms had their flying swords at the front of the tide of Sword Qi. They were the furthest away from the city wall and killed the most enemies. Naturally, they consumed the most spiritual qi and were the most dangerous. The earth immortal sword immortals of the nascent soul and golden core realms followed closely behind. These sword cultivators weren't required to kill demons from afar. They only needed to stabilize the formation of the Sword Qi River. If they had the energy to spare, they would find an opportunity to kill the demon cultivators who were wearing Taoist robes and talisman armors. This was especially true for the array masters who were secretly escorting this group of people. Once they noticed any signs of them, they had to kill them on the spot regardless of the cost. All the sword immortals of the middle 5 realms below the golden core realm had to be more careful when attacking. Their main task wasn't to kill the enemy, but to form a formation in front of the city wall. This was to prevent the demons who were specifically targeting them from damaging their natal flying swords. The 3 groups of sword immortals took turns to put on a show to scare people. After all, it wasn't enough to scare people to death. Every sword immortal on the Great Wall of Sword Qi was always in pursuit of real battle results. After all, the big demons attacking the city wasn't a matter of a few days or months. It would often last for years. For the demons of the desolate wilderness, 3 days and 3 nights of attacking the city was really just an appetizer. During this period, the only exception was one of the 14 big demons who appeared in public by Ying, who was sitting high on the withered bone throne. He was a towering existence like an army supervisor. He stood up once and used the white bone temple Abhijna. On the bloody battlefield, thousands of skeletons of demon cultivators stood up in an instant. However, for some reason they didn't attack the city or retreat. They just stood there in a daze, allowing the sword qi to destroy them. They had completely lost their last bit of value. Bai Ying sat back on his throne and stretched out a palm, as if indicating for the sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Qi to continue attacking. Bai Ying took another look at the unpolished Jade Realm sword immortal Wu Qingpei. He was quite interested in the natal flying sword Sweet Rain. Bai Ying's gaze looked further into the distance of the battlefield. If one could bathe in the sweet rain after becoming emaciated, it could help temper one's soul. It would be beneficial to one's Tao. Other than that, Bai Ying didn't feel that this kind of battle was worth a second look. Other than the few sovereigns who didn't go out to spread their branches and branches, as well as Bai Ying's White Bone Mountain, the rest of the sects and forces as well as all their vassals, were all mobilized. Therefore, in the desolate wilderness, if one could look down on the land from the 3 moons like the Taoist who refine the moon soul, one would be able to see that on the vast territory, there would first be grains of mustard seeds. Then there would be thin lines that slowly moved towards the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Those were the demons who were rushing towards the battlefield. Every thin line was easily hundreds of thousands of demons. Most of them were puppets that hadn't gained sentience and were controlled by the cultivators. Among them, there were also countless demon cultivators who had embarked on the path of cultivation and transformed into human form. There were also many heroes who learned from the dynasties that were built by the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Ferocious demons from the remote mountains and marshes, those who occupied the land of berserk miasma, those who had good feng shui, all kinds of deities, malicious ghosts and vengeful spirits without exception had to use at least half of their resources to attack the Great Wall of Sword Qi. If they couldn't take down the city walls, they would be courting death. However, if they wanted to break through the city wall, they had no choice but to throw their lives away. As long as they could afford it and were willing to sacrifice more and more useless ants, the Great Wall of Sword Qi, which seemed to be unreachable and indestructible, would lose more and more of its advantages. The moment when all 3 were lost would be the moment when Qin Qing's soul completely dispersed and his body and Tao vanished. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was a world of its own. How would Qin Qingdu defend this advantage, and how would the desolate wilderness eliminate this disadvantage? This was the most crucial part of the battle. Could even be said that this was the only thing that needed to be done. Sword immortals attacking with their swords, ants besieging the city, they were all fighting for this. The desolate wilderness only needed to use half of their resources to defend the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Not only would the Great Wall of Sword Qi fall, but the vast world of Sword Qi would also be affected. For example, the South Whirlpool continent, the Southwest Fuyao continent, and the Southeast Tongya continent were the closest to the inverted hanging mountain. Therefore, the gray-robed old man who had been silent for 10,000 years reappeared. The first thing he did was to divide the desolate wilderness into 20 territories. He needed 14 greater demons and no one was exempt. He had to mobilize at least half of the forces in one of the territories to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. If he couldn't complete this small task, then there was no need for him to continue living. Once the battle began, he would be the first to ascend the city walls and experience Qin Qingdu's swordsmanship. If he wasn't willing, then he would be sent to the bottom of the ancient well. 20 territories. If the cultivators' cultivation bases weren't high enough, then they would have to rely on numbers to make up for it. However, there was one thing that had to be done. All of the greater demons in the upper 5 realms had to head north. Anyone who dared to hide or avoid battle was to be slaughtered. Of course, he couldn't force the greater demons who had worked so hard to reach the upper 5 realms. As long as they were willing to go to battle, they would be rewarded in the future. Before leading an army into battle, they should first receive a generous gift. If these existences died in battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they wouldn't even be able to catch a glimpse of the boundless world. In that case, their heirs or direct descendants would be guaranteed a place in the wildlands. The size of the territory would be determined by the cultivation base of the greater demons who died in battle, as well as their battle achievements. For the next 1,000 years, no one would be able to invade their territory in the slightest. If they broke through the Great Wall of Sword Qi, then not only would they be rewarded in their hometowns, any greater demons of the upper 5 realms would be able to establish their own sect in the New World. The contract signed by Zhou Xian and the 14 greater demons had already spread throughout the desolate wilderness. In each of the 20 territories, if the greater demons' cultivation bases were high enough, they would lack robes, armors and treasures. The gray-robed old man was very direct. He asked the 14 greater demons to contribute. Don't hide your wealth. Whether you pay for it yourself or borrow it from someone else, just give it to them. In any case, once they reached the vast world, they would just have to follow the established strategy and plunder by themselves. No matter what method they used, they would at least get back double the amount. If it wasn't enough, then they could just look for him and Zhou Xian for compensation. The siege this time was orderly and was divided into 8 stages. Now it was only the first stage that had just begun. After that, the sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Qi would constantly encounter accidents. For example, in the wilderness, there would be pure martial artists of the 10th level. There would be the Mahis sword boat on the mountain ferry. There would even be sword cultivators fighting sword cultivators on top of the city walls. There would also be a large group of military cultivators gathered in the desolate wilderness, all of them wearing armor pills. When the time came, a large mountain would appear on the battlefield. It would be the 5 great mountains that had been emptied by dozens of dynasties. Countless cultivators would gather on the mountains and rain down treasures. On the battlefield, the greater demons would have to look up at the city walls. As time passed, the battlefield would become taller and taller. In the end, the Great Wall of Sword Energy would become the true ruler of all the lands in the Wildlands. As the saying goes, 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 the Great Wall of Sword Energy. Bai Ying began to drink. He had heard that the vast world had many immortal wines. Didn't the arrogant sword immortals on the city walls like to use their swords to kill demons? They could just use their swords to their heart's content and earn battle merits. After all, they would be stuffed to death with battle merits. In fact, the desolate wilderness had already begun to plan from the start of the Battle of the 13. The 3 siege battles that ended with the desolate wilderness retreating were just exercises for the desolate wilderness. The Great Wall of Sword Qi seemed to have been born, and a large group of young geniuses led by Ning Yao rose up. In fact, the desolate wilderness was the same. Li Zhen, who had a part of the soul of the oldest felon, was naturally one of them. If he died, he died. The patriarch didn't feel any heartache, much less Bai Ying. It had to be said that there was 100 sword immortals of the demon race. They were only determined by their great Dao talent and their future accomplishments. They were not determined by their current cultivation level or combat strength. The only disciple of the bearded man, Beijing, was only ranked 3rd among the 100 sword cultivators. According to the habits of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, when the battle was balanced or at a disadvantage, the sword cultivators would leave the city walls together and split up the battlefield. They would appear at the front lines and block the demon race's follow-up attacks. Then it would be the turn of the Earth Immortal Sword Cultivators and Ning Yao to leave the city walls. Both sides would kill each other on the battlefield. Life and death depended on their own abilities and fate. At that time, the weak sword cultivators of the lower 5 realms would appear on the city walls. Once a great demon successfully ascended the city walls, even if it was intercepted by the tired sword cultivators guarding the city walls, it would still bring disaster to countless pitiful ants. Flying swords constantly flew out of the city walls. Countless sword lights dragged countless fireflies behind them. During this period, sword cultivators kept their natal flying swords and returned to the city walls. Then these sword cultivators would leave the front lines and head to the north side of the city walls to nourish their flying swords. They swallowed pills and breathed in and out to replenish their spirit qi. At the same time, the next batch of sword cultivators would quickly fill their positions and take turns to fight the demon race. This was the most troublesome part of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Sword cultivators could sit on the city walls and slowly whittle down the numbers of the demon race army. The demon race once had a great demon spectating the battle. After witnessing this scene with his own eyes, he could not help but sigh sadly. Our race's attack on the city was like a huge monster. On the battlefield, we could only sit and wait to be exploited. How tragic, how helpless, and how futile. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a sneaky black-clothed youth appeared. After ascending the city walls, he went to a makeshift shop set up by the clothing and sword workshop. The youth seemed to be very afraid of death. He took a robe and wore it on the outside. A standard sword of the sword workshop hung on his waist. Then he started running. During this time, the Great Wall of Sword Qi was shattered by the sword immortals. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was extremely long. Even if the sword immortals used their swords to shatter more than half of it, there were still some that escaped and landed on the city walls. The black-clothed youth stretched out his hands and blocked a huge boulder that was as big as a house for a few middle five realms young sword cultivators who could not dodge in time. Although the black-clothed youth with a slender figure and ordinary face blocked the boulder, he vomited blood. Without waiting for the young sword cultivators to thank him, the youth wiped away the blood and continued running. Finally, the youth found a group of familiar faces. Before this, he saw many familiar faces. For example, the Jindan bottleneck sword cultivator Pang Yuanji, and the young girl Gao Yuqing who did not stay by her brother Gao Yeho's side but relied on Pang Yuanji to attack. He also saw some unexpected and unfamiliar faces. They stood beside the sword immortal Wuxia and took out their intrinsic flying swords. Lin Junbai Zhumei Jin Zhimeng. The group of young sword cultivators from the Shao Yuan dynasty of the Middle Plains, Yan Lv and Jiang Guanqing, had already left the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They had already boarded the inverted suspended mountain to travel to the South Hassa continent. The black-clothed youth did not find it strange that the sword immortal Wuxia had stayed behind. However, Lin Junbai and the other two had stayed behind. Not only did they not hide in the city to watch the battle from afar, they even had the guts to participate in this battle. The youth was very surprised. Ningyao, Stack Mountain, Xianxia, Donghua, Fuyan, Ji Fan Dash. The six of them gathered together and attacked the demons with their swords. Stack Mountain carried a giant sword on his back. This was an interesting thing in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This was because the great sword immortal Yuqing had one of his intrinsic flying swords. It was called the Mighty Suppressing Five Mountains. It had the same name as the Aquarius Continent sword immortal Wei Jin's sword, Gao Zhu. It was similar to Qi Shou's half-immortal weapon. Fatty Yan's sword, Purple Lightning, was cursing the demons for being shameless. They dared to use underhanded methods against his Lord Yan. Dong Haitan placed the extremely feminine name of his sword, Hong Zhuang, across his knees. This descendant of the Dong family who never spent money, did not curse the demons. At this moment he was cursing Fatty Yan for being too soft with his sword. He was like a drunken Xianxia. Dong Huafu's words had always been sweeping across a large area. Yan Jiao said that the way he controlled his flying sword was unpredictable. He was not messing around. In fact, it was very particular. Not only was the opponent unable to detect the path, but even he could not figure it out. That was why it was the most powerful. Xianxia was dressed in white. It was an ancestral robe of the Qin family on Taixiang Street. This elegant young master's sword, Cloud Pattern, had long lost its original scabbard. It used to be the sword of his friend Little Cricket. After Little Cricket died, Xianxia took it. This time when he ascended the city wall, he brought an additional scabbard of the sword workshop's standard long sword and hid Cloud Pattern within it. As for the Cloud Pattern that belonged to Xianxia from the beginning, it was temporarily lent to his good friend Fan Dash, who could not break through to become a Jindan practitioner. Controlling a flying sword to go out of the city to kill demons was not an easy task. Among the demons, there were those who not only had tough bodies, but also had extraordinary battle prowess. There were also many sinister methods that specialized in breaking through the flying swords of sword cultivators. There was also a large number of sacrificial demons. They had talisman engraved on their bodies to lure and restrain the flying sword of sword cultivators. Once the flying sword took the bait, they would not hesitate to self-destruct their Yaodan and blow up the flying sword. These demons would never write the words sacrificial demon on their heads. They would even deliberately injure themselves or pretend to be careless, revealing one or two fatal flaws on the battlefield. Once the flying sword crashed into the talisman trap on their bodies, the life-bound flying sword would not even be able to return. In this way, would the sword cultivator still dare to use his full strength to kill the demons? Would he still have the indomitable spirit of the sword when he used his sword? This in itself was an extreme test of the sword cultivator's eyesight. It was also a matter of sharpening the Dao heart. Ning Yao, who had both a sword and a sword on her back, glanced at the black-clothed youth. She felt somewhat helpless but did not speak to him. He was already here. Was she going to chase him away from the city wall? Besides, would he listen to her? Therefore, Ning Yao turned around and continued to control her flying sword. She naturally had more than one life-bound flying sword. However, in less than 20 years and 3 consecutive battles, the demons had only seen one of Ning Yao's flying swords. Qin Pingon, who had transformed into a youth, took a few glances and saw through the clues. Fan Dach's sword was too restrained. It should not have been the killing power of a sword cultivator at the Dragon Gate bottleneck. It was not that Fan Dach lacked temperament or was cowardly. Instead, it was because he was in a rather awkward situation. Killing enemies on the battlefield was not like the sparring in the Ning Manor or the Yen family's drill grounds. Fan Dach wanted too much to catch up to the attacks of Taizhong, Xianxia and the others. He wished too much that he could cooperate with his friends' life-bound flying swords flawlessly. As time passed, they would become interlinked. One wrong step would lead to many mistakes. Instead, he needed Xianxia and the others to help him save the situation. Originally, even an earthly immortal realm sword cultivator would be unable to see the distant battlefield clearly when looking from the top of the city wall. But now, sword cultivators at the middle 5 realms only had to focus their attention and they would be able to see everything clearly. Qin Pingon knew that this was the work of the 3 Confucian, Buddhist and Taoist saints. It was a kind of mysterious creation ability that helped the Great Wall of Sword Qi to create an innate advantage of the world. Qin Pingon came to the side of Fan Dach, whose face was tense but could not hide the sadness in his eyes. He did not walk up the city wall. He only stuck his head out and looked at the battlefield in the south. Then he used his voice to form a line and chuckled softly. It's not like we're working together to kill the demons of the upper 5 realms. Just attack with your sword and ignore Dong Haiten, Fatty Yen and the others. As long as their flying swords heavily injure the demons and don't kill them in time, you can ride your flying sword and secretly stab them. It's a waste not to take this kind of free battle merit. How can this bunch of Golden Core Realm sword immortals have the nerve to snatch credit from a little sword cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm? Don't you have any sense of brotherhood? Stacked Mountain's flying sword pressed forward with an indomitable will. His sword intent was as pure as his person. Dong Huafu habitually attacked with his sword and chased after Stacked Mountain. These two were ruthless people who only cared about their heads. Therefore Xianxia and Yen Beek would cooperate with Stacked Mountain and Dong Huafu respectively. Apart from that, they also had to kill their own enemies. The 4 of them fought side by side 3 times and their cooperation was extremely skilled. Is like a small world. As for Ning Yao's invisible flying sword, it was specifically responsible for dealing with difficult demons. While Stacked Mountain and the other 3 were attacking the enemy, they were also sweeping the demons on the battlefield and probing them. Ning Yao was equivalent to one person with a sword. She alone brought up the rear and ensured that the other 4 would not have to worry about using their swords. Therefore Fan Dach was slightly superfluous. Fan Dach believed that he was the most cumbersome existence. Fan Dach had previously practiced his sword in the Ning residence with these friends in the small mustard world. Even though he had practiced with them many times, Fan Dach was not a fledgling sword cultivator who had never fought for his life on the city wall. The only reason was that these friends were too outstanding. Opportunities on the battlefield were fleeting. Dangers and accidents would appear in an instant. Fan Dach could not keep up with Stacked Mountain and the other 3. Whether it was their thoughts or the speed of their flying swords, they could not keep up. After hearing that familiar voice, Fan Dach did not turn his head to talk to Qin Pingon. He did not get distracted when he attacked with his sword. This was the sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He was used to killing on the battlefield. Fan Dach did not hesitate or feel embarrassed. He attacked according to Qin Pingon's instructions, and did as this second shopkeeper said. He did not try to attack with his sword and work with Xianxia and the others to kill the Yao. He only waited for an opportunity to attack the dying Yao with his flying sword. Qin Pingon had long said that killing people on the battlefield was like picking up money. It all depended on one's ability. If anyone dared to say that he was shameless, he would use the Great Wall of Sword Qi's best bamboo grotto heaven wine to spray his face. Qin Pingon watched the battle for a while and continued to remind, Fan Dach, 120 feet to the left of your flying sword, that seriously injured demon is playing dead. Go give it a stab. The sharp sword pierced through the head of the crouching demon. Qin Pingon glanced at the battlefield and continued, Fan Dach, you can ride your flying sword and temporarily leave the battlefield of Stack Cliff and the others. You don't have to deliberately follow them. Go to a place slightly further away. Regardless of whether they are playing dead or not, just give them a stab. It is safer to attack these trash because the possibility of them being a kamikaze soldier is the lowest. Don't be greedy. As long as you don't damage the foundation of your flying sword, you will have plenty of battle achievements. Just treat the battlefield in the south as a brand new training ground. If you want to catch up to Xianxia and the others, you have to use your sword. Watch more and think more. Sooner or later, you will be able to successfully predict the trajectory of their swords. At that time you will not feel that you are being a hindrance. Withdraw your sword. If it is a kamikaze soldier, let Fatty Yen go and tease him first. See? This beast clearly has some brains. It can't take advantage of Xianxia and the others, so it wants to take advantage of you. At this time don't hesitate. Just run. It's a pity that its acting skills are a bit lacking. How can there be a demon that pisses its pants while running for its life with such a firm gaze and steady hands? The opponent's hands are steady, but they are usually ruthless. You have to be more careful. Your life-bound flying sword is not tough enough, and you are not in the Jindan realm. After all, you are not rich young masters like Xianxia and Fatty Yen who spend countless money on flying swords. Therefore when you attack you must not blindly seek speed and accuracy. If you are not the same kind of person, don't use the same kind of sword. Deche, don't let such a good name go to waste. In any case, can't you at least achieve enlightenment for once? It's clearly a half-dead golden core realm great demon lying there waiting for you to send it off with your sword. Its golden core has already been shattered by the stacked cliffs. I told you not to blindly attack quickly, but I didn't tell you to be slow when you should be fast. Look, Fatty Yen has stolen all the credit. In the northeast direction 230 feet away, do you see that demon cultivator? It has just lost a transcendent artifact and is hesitating. However, it is intimidated by the greater demon army behind it, so it can't just turn around and retreat. It can't be faked. Dutch, why are you in a daze? Chop it to death. Alright, it has been snatched away by Stack Cliff again. Dutch, are you secretly in love with our head shopkeeper? The one confronting Xianxia is probably a nascent soul greater demon that is hiding its strength. It should be at least at the Jindan realm bottleneck. Its skin is rough and its flesh is thick. However, that transcendent artifact is too cumbersome. You can go help it. Remember to keep your flying sword close to the ground. If you can, find an opportunity to stab its crotch. Don't try to stab its head or chest. This beast is clearly coming for Xianxia and the others. This fight is going to be tough. Datch, this crotch stab has the demeanor of a sword immortal. Quit while you are ahead. Hurry up and run. The greater demon has its eyes on you. Let Dong Haitan carry it. A demon of the upper 5 realms that was in charge of patrolling the battlefield seemed to have sensed the abnormality of the battlefield. It was still a demon sword cultivator in the unpolished jade realm. A sword beam with an imposing aura rushed towards the top of the city wall. The sword beam was aimed at Qin Pingon, who only had his head exposed. However, the sword on Ning Yao's back unsheathed itself. She slashed at the sword beam, causing it to fall to the ground. The flying sword smashed into the ground, creating a dusty crater beneath the city wall. The demon sword cultivator, who had failed in his attack, rode his flying sword and disappeared in a flash. He wandered uncertainly underground before finally circling back. Ning Yao's sword returned to its sheath. She had a calm expression as she continued to ride her intrinsic flying sword to hunt demons. Among the group, only Ning Yao's intrinsic flying sword did not return to the city wall after 3 days and 3 nights. On the battlefield, the golden Wan Phoenix flapped its wings from the Great Wall of Sword Qi to the southern battlefield to kill demons. Sword Immortal Gao Kuei's intrinsic flying sword was as large as a fairy as it descended from the sky. Zhou Cheng's intrinsic flying sword, Rainbow, swam wildly on the ground. Wherever it passed, countless broken limbs and broken bones splashed everywhere. After Ning Lianyun, the head of the Ning family, summoned his intrinsic flying sword, a sea of clouds appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Sword Qi rained down like a torrential downpour. Among the army of the wasteland world, there was also a great demon that used its divine ability. It rode a vast black cloud of crows and swept towards the city wall. Many sword cultivator flying swords that could not dodge in time were scattered. Some of the flying swords that entered the black cloud directly shattered as if they were crushed into powder by a millstone. The sword cultivators on the city wall were all covered in blood. Ning Lianyun naturally would not let the great demon succeed. He used the black cloud of crows to disrupt the sword formation. With a slight thought, he controlled one of the clouds. The black cloud of crows collided with the old sword immortal Ning Lianyun's sea of clouds. A young sword immortal from the Nalan family who had not used his sword many times, pushed his hand forward. A crystalline white jade platform descended from the sky above the great demon that summoned the flock of crows. It went straight for the great demon's head. The great demon did not resist at all and retreated. The great demon's army of demons within a radius of several kilometers was smashed by the white jade platform. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere. Not only that, the great demon seemed to have been targeted by some strange divine ability of the sword immortal. No matter how it fled or changed its route, the white jade platform that contained boundless sword chi would smash down again and again. Instantly, countless innocent bystanders were implicated. The 18 white jade platforms descended one after another, finally successfully enveloping and suppressing the great demon that had nowhere to run. The great demon had no choice but to reveal its true form and withstand the crushing white jade platform. When the white jade platform that was constantly cracking completely exploded, the great demon's true body was smashed into the ground. However, the great demon, whose flesh and blood had been completely worn out, glared fiercely at the sword immortal who had attacked at the top of the city wall. It transformed back into its human form and snorted coldly. It chose to temporarily leave the battlefield to recuperate. The sword immortal on the city wall left the southern wall and went to the north to rest with his eyes closed. Another sword immortal went from the north to the south and took his place. He was responsible for overseeing the area. As long as a great demon dared to attack, a sword immortal on the city wall would have to return the favor. Furthermore, the great sword immortal would have to take the initiative to greet a great demon that had attacked once on the battlefield the next time it appeared within the range of the sword attack. The great demon was bold and was not afraid of death. It stood close to the great sword immortals such as Yu Qing, Ning Lianyun, Han Huizi, and Li Tumi, who were not part of the 10 but were in the immortal realm. Regardless of whether one of them attacked or all of them attacked together, everyone's battle merits would be deducted if they were unable to severely injure the great demon. This was the rule of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was an iron law that was personally set by the eldest sword immortal. Other than that, the great sword immortals on the city wall would not deliberately target the great sword immortals on the city wall as long as they attacked. The Great Wall of Sword Chi acknowledged the number of sword cultivators that died. Any sword cultivator, other than using all their strength to kill demons and defend against enemies, should first learn how to protect themselves in the process of killing. A dead sword immortal was dead. A living sword cultivator, even if he had yet to become an earth immortal, had countless possibilities. If not, where did all the sword immortals who were good at fighting come from? How could sword cultivators hide and attack while relying on the careful protection of their ancestors? That was why Qin Qingdu said to Ning Yao that no one could not die in his heart. This was the cruel truth that the eldest sword immortal had never concealed from any of his juniors for 10,000 years. Fierce battles and dangerous killings were everywhere. On the two ends of the city wall, in the sky above the Great Wall of Sword Chi, where the sages of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism were overseeing, there was an even more silent, but at the same time more crucial hidden battlefield. The old Taoist sage who oversaw the highest point in the sky waved his snow-white fong tail again and again, dispersing the smoke and clouds. He was like a famous scholar who sat alone on the mountain peak, brushing away the filth and summer heat. The monk who sat on the praying mat silently chanted sutras. Golden lotus flowers bloomed everywhere, constantly rising into the sky, forming a long golden river with lotus lanterns floating on it. The scholarly sage sat upright and still as he spread open a book of sages. The golden words on the book flew out word by word, and when he finished reading a book of sages, there was not a single word left. The scholarly sage then opened the next book of sages. Qin Pingon had already left the battlefield beside Fan Dash and appeared at Pang Yuanji's side. From afar he took out his 2 flying swords, Cough Thunder and Pine Needle, to help set up a camouflage. He knew when to stop. He also appeared at Gao Yeho and Situ Weiron's side to help a little. He did not linger at the place where the sword immortals were overseeing. However, Qin Pingon would stop for a while when facing the regular customers of his wine shop, the sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms who had drunk wine. Not only did he take out his 2 fake swords, he would also use his flying swords to kill his enemies. However, he would definitely not stay in one place for too long, nor would he attack in succession in a line. He would occasionally return to the battlefield where he attacked before and then walk hundreds of miles. If he could save a sword cultivator's life flying sword, he would save it. If he could kill demons, he would kill them. He did not try to be brave, nor was he greedy for merit. Not only that, sometimes it was the black-clothed youth with a dull expression, and sometimes it was the haggard old man. When Qin Pingon was hesitating, he was weighing the woman's skin in his hand, wondering if he should cover his face with it. A sword immortal who was in charge of guarding the array could not stand it any longer. He scolded him in his mind, "You're a great cultivator of the second realm. Can you be more shameless?" This sword immortal had an extremely good relationship with Yu Qing and Mi Hu. Back then he was one of the sword immortals who went out of the city to mediate the fight. Qin Pingon raised his middle finger at the sword immortal. Then he gritted his teeth and decisively covered himself with the skin. He leaped onto the city wall, and his footsteps were as graceful as a woman's. Then he helped a group of young sword cultivators sneakily attack with their swords. The sword immortal from afar was stunned at first. Then he laughed heartily. He was very impressed by this scholar of the literary sage's lineage who he did not have a good impression of. After the sword immortal laughed, he looked at the back of the young man whose clothes were slightly stained with blood. The sword immortal calmed his mind and continued to guard the array for the flying swords of the sword cultivators who left the city wall. The sword immortal faced the south and paid close attention to every detail of the battlefield. At the same time, a thought appeared in his mind. Perhaps only such a young man could be the junior brother of the left and right sword immortal, who could make the big brother bet on him. Only then could he be a good match for Ning Yao. 6:18. It was early in the morning in Gao City. Stackcliffe, Dong Huafu and Fan Dash chose to retreat. Ning Yao, Xianxia and Yanji remained where they were. Qin Pingon returned to their side and changed into the face of a middle-aged man. He helped Xianxia and Yanji observe the battlefield situation and occasionally gave them a reminder. Compared to Fan Dash, Xianxia and Yanji who had to be precise, Qin Pingon was much more concise and to the point. He would only fill in the gaps in the details. Most of them were suggestions on the trajectories of flying swords and landing spots. It was a quick review to improve the situation. It was not that Qin Pingon did not take these two golden core sword cultivators seriously just because he was used to drinking and became good friends with them. In fact, Qin Pingon had benefited a lot from watching the battle and observing Xianxia and Yanji's attacks. Then Qin Pingon went to find Fan Dash. When Fan Dash saw Qin Pingon with the face of a man, he felt somewhat helpless. To be enemies with Qin Pingon was really bad luck. His ancestral grave was not emitting green smoke but black smoke. The coffin could not suppress it. Fan Dash was very grateful despite his helplessness. If not for Qin Pingon's appearance, Fan Dash would have been flustered for a long time. Qin Pingon squatted down and threw a flask of bamboo sea grotto heaven wine to Fan Dash. He smiled and said, "Remember to remember my good deeds." Dong Huafu said, "Use Fan Dash's money to buy the wine and give it to Fan Dash as a favor." "I've learned it." Qin Pingon pretended not to hear. He stuck a yellow paper filth removal talisman on his body to help dispel the smell of blood. Stackcliffe asked with a smile, "Did you go elsewhere to pick up money?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I just wandered around. As I was worried that I would be a hindrance and attract the attention of some hidden great demons, I did not dare to do much. When I return, I plan to negotiate with the sword immortals to be in charge of a small section of the city wall. I'll act as bait for those who are willing to take the bait. When the time comes, if any of you withdraw from the battlefield, you can come and look for me. You can witness the majesty of a great cultivator riding a sword. Remember to bring wine. I won't let you see it for free." Dong Huafu shook his head and said, "Then I won't go." Tai Zhang smiled and said, "Me too." Fan Dash noticed that Qin Pingon was looking at him. He braced himself and said honestly, "I don't dare to go." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Deche, even if you don't go, you can still get the wine. Who would want to see you?" Stack Zhang and Dong Huafu got up almost at the same time and continued to head to the southern city wall. Fan Dash wanted to follow them, but Qin Pingon gestured for him not to rush. Qin Pingon said, "Do you feel a lot of pressure fighting side by side with these friends? It seems like every time I help them I'll be a burden?" Fan Dash nodded. Qin Pingon said with a smile, "Having such thoughts is actually not a bad thing. However, if you want to do better, you should suppress these thoughts. Fan Dash, don't forget that you are a sword immortal who has reached the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm. You are not even 30 years old. Do you know that in our Haoran world, even in the North Continent where sword cultivators are as common as clouds, a sword cultivator who will enter the gold core stage sooner or later is such an amazing young talent? Qin Pingon pointed at himself. It's not that Righteous World has a person like me. Righteous World is filled with people like Qin Pingon. Among the people of the same age as us on the mountain, there are definitely people who are better than me when it comes to killing enemies. There should be quite a number of them. However, there are many people who are inferior to me, many of them. Qin Pingon said slowly, in my hometown, the Eastern Aquarius continent, I have traveled a lot. If you, Fandash, were to cultivate there, you would be a proud son of heaven that the entire empire placed high hopes on. You might think that I used to joke that I was a great cultivator of the 5 realms, but that's not entirely true. In my hometown, a cave-abode realm demon or ghost is a fully deserving great demon, a frightening malicious spirit. Think about it, a golden core sword immortal with an innate sword embryo might only be in his 30s. How high up is he in the Aquarius continent? Fandash nodded. I never thought about this before. I was not very interested in Righteous World. Ever since I was young, I felt that my aptitude was passable but not good enough. Qin Pingon smiled and spread out his hands. He put 2 fingers together and pointed at both ends. What I said is that Fandash felt that everything he did was wrong when he was with Ning Yao and Xianxia. This is an extreme. Fandash in my hometown seemed to be able to use his sword to fight against an entire country. This is another extreme. Naturally, it's not desirable. Qin Pingon retracted one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. He waved it in the middle of the previous line. Things can be that extreme and unavoidable. However, a sword immortal's Tao heart should be here unmoved. When it comes to external matters, they are really external matters. It is very difficult for us to completely control them. However, the heart of a cultivator is always the matter at hand. It is close at hand. It is a skill that can be sharpened and improved at any time and place. The human body is a small world. It's just a standing all in the world. However, the human heart is all-encompassing. It can be higher and bigger than the world. Especially a sword immortal. Wherever his thoughts go, wherever his flying sword goes, his body and mind are free. I feel that this sentence is very correct. I'll give it to you for free along with this pot of wine in your hand. Fandash's eyes were clear. He took a big gulp of wine and wiped the corner of his mouth. He said in a deep voice, Qin Pingon, if you said these words to me in the past, I might have only understood a little. However, it's different now. I understand. Qin Pingon smiled and said, actually, it's all the same. I've also suffered big and small hardships. I've walked and stopped and thought about this and that. That's how I got to where I am today. Fandash was silent for a moment. Suddenly he asked curiously, which sage said the sentence that was given to me along with the wine? The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. Qin Pingon stretched out his hand and rubbed his chin. Dash, it's fine if you're not smart. Why is your eyesight so bad? Fandash smiled and stood up. He threw the wine pot in his hand and was about to go to Xianxia's side. However, Qin Pingon stretched out his hand and grabbed the empty wine pot. He stood up and scolded, you're just a sword cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm. How dare you pretend to be heroic in front of a great cultivator in the second realm? Is the wine pot free? Fandash felt a little guilty and quickly left. However, he could not help but turn his head. He saw the second shopkeeper tilting his head and pressing his fingers against his temples. Then he slowly took off a mask. Fandash asked, Qin Pingon, I just can't forget her. Am I very useless? Qin Pingon put the vermilion mask into his sleeve and said with a smile, there's nothing better than talking about infatuation and infatuation. Fandash was puzzled. When we first met, you didn't say that. You scolded me so badly. The dispirited Qin Pingon took out the blade's strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He said with a smile, I don't have the energy to talk to you about this. Think about it yourself. Also, show some of the spirit of a great sword immortal in the Dragon Gate realm. Roosters quarrel with each other. Sword cultivators don't hold grudges when fighting. Qin Pingon was actually no longer worried about Fandash's feelings. Fandash did not seem to be outstanding in his cultivation or words. However, Qin Pingon was certain that Fandash's path of cultivation would be very long. Qin Pingon was more worried that Fan Dash would hear his reasoning and realize that he could not do it. Or rather, it would be another kind of trouble if he could not do it well. If one did not know a principle, it would be an invisible denial. If one knew and acknowledged it, it would be an affirmation. If one could not do it, it would be another denial. Generally speaking, when one reached this step, that principle would be the end of the road. It would be the burial ground of the path of the heart. There would not even be a corpse left. The most frightening thing was that a series of similar theories would die along with it. A large number of people would die. Unexpectedly, Fan Dash said, "If I can't achieve the kind of firm sword heart you mentioned, I won't be unaffected by Xianxia and the others. Qin Pingon, remember to remind me more. If the first time doesn't work, try a second time. I don't have any strong points, but I can listen to advice." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Well said." Fan Dash finally said, "Then listen to my advice. This war will be fought. A few days or half a month won't make a difference. You should recuperate first before returning to the city. Otherwise, if you continue like this, it will be very difficult for you to recover to your peak when we need to leave the city for the battlefield. You are my guardian swordmaster. Even if you don't worry about yourself, you should at least worry about my life. Do you still want to drink wine that doesn't cost money in the future?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "That makes sense." Qin Pingon really took out his charm boat and left the city. Fan Dash went to the southern city wall. Ning Yao nodded and smiled at him. "Thank you." Fan Dash wanted to keep a straight face, but he couldn't do it. He simply laughed. Dong Huafu commented, "You're so silly." Among the group, Xianxia, who was the most confident in killing with his flying sword, said with a smile, "Dong Haitan, do you have the ability to get Ning Yao to thank you?" Dong Huafu turned his head and asked, "Sister Ning, can you thank me?" Ning Yao kept her eyes forward and gave him the word, "scram." Dong Huafu nodded, indicating that he accepted it. He then turned to Xianxia and Fan Dash and asked, "Sister Ning has never been courteous with me. Can you do it?" Xianxia gave him a big thumbs up. Fan Dash took a deep breath and took out his life-bound flying sword. With a flash of sword light, he flew down the city wall. Qin Pingon controlled his charm boat. With nothing to do, he imitated his disciples and students. He leaned on the bow of the ferry and used his hands to row the boat. Did it really seem faster? During a break in the battle, a few young sword cultivators from other villages retreated from the southern city wall to the northern city wall. Another batch of local sword cultivators who had been conserving their strength silently took over their positions. However, when they brushed past each other, most of them had smiles on their faces. Yu Zhuanfu sat on the northern city wall, chewing on his last piece of pancake. His body was full of fist intent, but he could not punch out. This made Yu Zhuanfu, who could only watch the battle from the top of the city wall, have a great desire to reach a higher martial realm for the first time in his life. A Realm 7 golden body was ultimately not like a Realm 8 long-distance travel. As long as one reached the realm of long-distance travel, one could fly like a Qi refinement warrior and punch to his heart's content. Zhu Mei's face was pale. He was still fearful. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and did not say a word. After she took out her life-bound flying sword, she was in danger several times. She was either protected by sword immortal Ku Xiao or saved by Jin Zhenming. Even Lin Junbai, who was still a sea-viewing realm sword cultivator, had helped her once. If Lin Junbai had not seen through the disguise of a demon death warrior and purposely used his sword to lure the opponent into using his trump card, Zhu Mei would have definitely damaged her life-bound flying sword. Even if her Dao was not damaged, she would have retreated down the city wall and recuperated in the Sun residence. From then on, the battle would have nothing to do with her. Lin Junbai was talking to Jin Zhenming about his experience in the previous battle. This should be the first time Lin Junbai and Jin Zhenming had such a private conversation. They talked about the gains and losses, flaws, and many other intricacies of the battle. Jin Zhenming smiled warmly. Although he still did not speak much, it was obvious that he was closer to Lin Junbai. This was also the first time Jin Zhenming felt that Lin Junbai, a genius youth who seemed to be untainted by dust, had a human touch. Lin Junbai took out an exquisite porcelain bottle made by the Shao Yuan dynasty. He poured out 3 pills of different colors. He kept one for himself and the other 2 were dark green and spring green. He tossed them to Jin Zhenming and Zhu Mei respectively. Jin Zhenming and Zhu Mei were similar. They hesitated for a while and still chose to accept the pills. The three of them swallowed the pills. Lin Junbai began to concentrate. As he breathed in and out, the pills gradually melted. Abundant spiritual energy surged into a few Qi residences. Lin Junbai split a portion of his attention and continued to ponder over the end of the heart examining game. Every time he reviewed the game, his Dao heart would be a little more complete. Back then, the white-clothed youth who claimed to be Cui Dongshan had asked Lin Junbai a question as he was putting the pieces away from the chessboard. He asked if Lin Junbai dared to stay at the Great Wall of Sword Qi to kill demons. Lin Junbai said he dared, but the risk was too great and the benefits too small. It did not seem worth it. It's not a suggestion, it's an order. Because you are too stupid, I can only say more. Otherwise, my good intentions will be misunderstood by you. What was originally a good thing will become a reason for you to complain about me. When the time comes, I will beat you to death and you will still feel aggrieved. Cui Dongshan twirled a chess piece between two fingers and shook it. Firstly, after you stay, it doesn't matter how many demons you kill. If you can kill more and gain the recognition of one or two sword immortals, that would be even better. Cui Dongshan casually threw the chess piece into the chess jar and twirled it again. Secondly, with Wuxia by your side, you will not die as long as you are careful. Wuxia is even more stupid than you, but he is still a rare good person on the mountain. Therefore, the more you act like a good person, the more decisive you are with your sword and the more demons you kill, Wuxia's recognition of you will increase with each passing day on the city wall. Wuxia is already prepared to die. Therefore, one day Wuxia might be willing to die in a different way. If it is not for himself, it will become for you, Lin Junbai, the future pillar of the Xiaoyuan dynasty. At this moment you need to be careful. Don't let Wuxia sword immortal die in battle here for you. You, Lin Junbai, have to constantly use Zhu Mei and Jin Zhenming, especially Zhu Mei, to make Wuxia dispel his thoughts of dying so generously and escort you out of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Remember, even if Wuxia sword immortal insists on returning to the Great Wall of Sword Qi alone, he will have to escort you all the way to the south swirling continent before he can turn around and return. I will not teach you how to do it and what the meaning is. Cui Dongshan tossed a second chess piece into the jar. Thirdly, when you leave the inverted hanging mountain and get along with Zhu Mei and Jin Zhenming from beginning to end, you must not overdo things and try to win their hearts. There's no harm in teaching you a trick. The Lin Junbai that they spend all their time with is still the same Lin Junbai who thinks highly of himself. He has to be a completely different person from the Lin Junbai who used his sword to kill the demons on the walls, or all your previous efforts will be wasted. Zhu Mei and Jin Zhenming are not like Yan Lv or Jiang Guanqing. The latter is pragmatic while the former is hypocritical. They are two different worlds. You should consider it carefully. Fourthly, when you return to the Xiaoyuan dynasty in the Central Plains, you must keep your mouth shut and not mention a single word. If you can't keep your mouth shut, you can go into seclusion and refuse to receive any guests. Before you shut your mouth, you should naturally have a private conversation with your teacher. You just have to be honest with him. Other than me, there is no need to hide anything from him. Don't treat your teacher as a fool. Lord Imperial Tutor will understand your intentions. Not only will he not be disgusted, he will instead be gratified. This is because you and he are kindred spirits. He will naturally protect you from the shadows and do his duty as a teacher for this proud disciple of yours. He will not personally take action to spread your name. That would be too underhanded. I believe that not only will Lord Imperial Tutor not do that, he will control the situation and do the opposite. Yan Lv is even more foolish than you. Since he is already your chess piece, he will naturally do what he should do and say what he should say when he returns to his hometown. However, Imperial Tutor will seal off the news in the Xiaoyuan dynasty and not allow you to exaggerate your experience at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Then you can wait for the academia to speak up for you. During this period, the more Lin Junbai keeps his mouth shut, the more the Xiaoyuan dynasty remains silent. Praise from all directions will come knocking on your door. You can't stop it even if you close the door. Not only the Xiaoyuan dynasty but all the surrounding dynasties, vassals, emperors, generals, ministers, cultivators on the mountain, and the streets below will all know that there is a young Lin Junbai who traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He dared not retreat in battle and could kill demons with his sword. Cui Dongshan twirled the chess piece between two fingers and asked with a smile, "In this fourth, what is the most subtle thing? Think carefully. Don't let me down." Lin Junbai answered, "Let my teacher feel that my conduct is still a little immature." It will also let him do things that his students can't do. Then he will not hold any grudges in his heart. Cui Dongshan threw away the chess piece. Fortunately, you aren't stupid to the point of death. Just wait and see. In the future, the war at the Great Wall of Sword Qi will be even more tragic. The world will be stunned by a single blow and become a little more clear-headed. Then your deeds at the Great Wall of Sword Qi will be even more valuable. Cui Dongshan twirled another chess piece and sneered, even those Confucian sages, gentlemen, and sages who belong to a different Confucian lineage from your teacher will look at you in a different light. The imperial tutor sees you as his last disciple with great prospects. However, the academia of the Confucian Academy may not continue to see Lin Junbai as a disciple of the dynasty's imperial tutor. Experience the profoundness of this place. It will be like drinking wine for you. Cui Dongshan shook his finger and chess piece, but don't get carried away. All the praise today will become criticism in the future. The people who praise and criticize are often the same group of people. This is another wonderful thing. Once you understand, it will be another pot of wine. It will be very intoxicating. Cui Dongshan threw away the chess piece in his hand and smashed it into the pot. The pieces collided with a crisp sound. He shook his sleeves. This person Yan Lu can be used well. This person Zhu Mei must obtain her approval, especially the latter. Once the relationship between the two sides is properly handled, you will be pleasantly surprised. Lin Junbai asked softly, "Is it the family behind Zhu Mei?" Cui Dongshan shook his head. "It's not just that. Your brain is really muddled. What kind of chess game are you playing? You only look at one or two moves with each move and you want to win." Lin Junbai said sincerely, "Please dispel my doubts, Mr. Cui." Cui Dongshan said, "What Zhu Mei says is not as important as what Yu Zhuanfu sees with his own eyes. The two women are inseparable and have a close and pure relationship. What can't they say? Yu Zhuanfu approves of Zhu Mei's character and Zhu Mei approves of you, Lin Junbai. Naturally, she will say a few words of justice for you. It is precisely because of Zhu Mei's innocence that Yu Zhuanfu is willing to listen. In that case, your clumsy shrewdness at the Great Wall of Sword Qi will not become a flaw in Lin Junbai's life in Yu Zhuanfu's eyes. Instead, it will increase her positive view of you. Can you understand this?" Lin Junbai said softly, "This junior is afraid that my understanding is wrong and not profound enough. Please elaborate." Cui Dongshan laughed. "A person without a single flaw is the most unapproachable. Once they deny you and then approve of you, this kind of approval will be even more firm and unshakable than when they first met you. You don't understand this? You don't know how to play chess and you don't understand people's hearts. I'm already regretting doing this long-term business with you. Why do I feel like I'm going to lose money? Lin Junbai, I've played chess with you so many times and I have no worries at all. I've never thought of doing business with you. Instead, I'm worried and sick at heart. What should I do?" Lin Junbai wanted to say something but stopped. Cui Dongshan narrowed his eyes. "You only know how to ask and not think. Don't you know that my patience is limited? I will slaughter you. Do you know why? If your answer is wrong, you'll die." Lin Junbai's forehead was covered in sweat. "I can die of stupidity, but I can't implicate Mr. Cui's foresight and find a fool to do business with." Cui Dongshan smiled. "Good kid. You can still be taught." Cui Dongshan placed his palm on the chess piece in the jar and gently stroked it. He said casually, "A Central Plain sword cultivator who is smart enough to not hesitate to die will not be disliked by Yu Zhuanfu, who is also a pure martial artist from the Central Plains. What do you think the Yu family and even that old bastard Zhou Xian will do to a young sword cultivator that Yu Zhuanfu doesn't dislike? Is this a trivial matter that can be done without? Old man Yu, Zhou Xian, these old bastards. What do they think of the original Lin Junbai, that so-called half-wit? Have they not seen enough? Old man Yu single-handedly controlled the fall and rise of two great dynasties. What kind of smart person has he not seen? That old bastard Zhou has lived for thousands of years and is used to seeing the ups and downs of the world. What they have not seen is that kind of smart and stupid young man who is full of vitality and doesn't put the world in his eyes. But he is filled with a sense of foolishness and dares to disregard fame and fortune when it comes to major issues." Cui Dongshan gently raised his hand. When it was an inch away from the jar, he flicked his wrist and said with a smile, "This is the subtle changes in the human heart. The scenery is magnificent. It's just that you can't see it clearly. Careful as a hare. Cultivators are immortals. You don't use your good eyesight and pretend to be blind. Cultivate the Tao, but cultivate the Tao heart my ass. You Lin Junbai are destined to be a mountain man in the imperial court. If you don't understand the human heart, how can you distinguish people and use them to control people? How can you use the human heart without suspicion? Lin Junbai was convinced and said seriously, Mr. Cui is wise. Lin Junbai has learned from you. Cui Dongshan raised his head. You use such a vulgar term to describe me. Lin Junbai shook his head. It's wise and wise. Only the sun and moon. This is the realm that I'm willing to spend my entire life pursuing. It's definitely not the wise and wise that the people of the world speak of. Cui Dongshan laughed out loud. This bootlicker is very much like the style of my mountain. Very good, very good. If there's a chance in the future, I might really take you in as my disciple. Then you can go to the ancestral hall to kowtow and burn incense. Lin Junbai actually had a guess in his heart, but it was too inconceivable and he did not dare to believe it. Cui Dongshan retracted his smile and lowered his head to look at the chessboard. With a swipe of his palm, all the chess pieces fell into the jar. He then took out a lonely black chess piece and placed it on the chessboard. He then took out a white chess piece and formed a large circle. Cui Dongshan said, since I'm going to groom you as half a disciple, then I'll have to show you some of my true abilities. Using Yen Lu as an example, you have to make this black chess piece feel very free. You have to make this black chess piece feel that he's not bound by anything and that life is filled with hope. However, his heart and all his thoughts are in fact under your control. Whether you want him to live or die, whether you want him to gain or lose power, it's all within your calculations. Lin Junbai felt that this logic was simple and not difficult to understand. Then Cui Dongshan formed an even larger circle of black chess pieces outside of the white chess pieces. This is the heart of that old bastard Zhou and old man Yu. How will you break out of this situation? Lin Junbai pondered for a long time. He raised his arm to wipe his forehead and shook his head. There's no solution. Don't even think about breaking out of this situation. Cui Dongshan nodded. Not bad. You're half right. Cui Dongshan picked up a white chess piece and threw it on the chessboard outside of the black chess pieces. It's hard to change the situation on the chessboard in such a short time. Life is not a game of chess after all. However, don't forget that the heart of a person is unrestrained. Therefore you can throw away a thought and hide far away. Widen your eyes and carefully look at the larger chessboard of heaven and earth. Zhou Xian is nothing. This is the cultivation of the heart. Lin Junbai lowered his head and stared at the chessboard that was not a chess manual. He fell into deep thought. Yo, dear cry, eating the wormwood of the wild, eating the apple of the wild. I have good wine and music, but I don't have any guests. Cui Dongshan retracted his gaze from the ground and turned to look at the sky. He smiled. Mountain guest Lord Yun Zhong. When I see a bird flying by, I float. At the top of the city wall at this moment, Lin Junbai imitated the white-clothed youth, and looked up. That person was Cui Dong, who played the colored cloud manual. His chess skills were even higher than Cui Dong's in the past. The white-clothed youth kept the chess jar and chessboard. After he stood up, he said his last words to Lin Junbai. I taught you this to tell you that scheming against the heart of a person is meaningless. It's not worth it. Qin Pingon did not directly return to Ning residence. Instead he went to the wine shop. The shop was not closed, but there were no guests. The two young workers, Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu, had secretly gone to the inverted hanging mountain like the gold core sword cultivator Cui Wei. Zhong Qiu, Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang would travel to the South Whirlpool continent. The two young men would follow Cui Dongshan to the Aquarius continent. Of the three people who were helping at the wine shop, the young man was called Qiu Long, the young lady was called Lu Yi and the youngest child was called Tao Ban. They were all shop assistants selected from the stacked mountain range, and they were all familiar neighbors. Tao Ban was different from his peers Feng Kangle. Feng Kangle, who had started saving money at a young age to prepare for marriage, was truly fearless. He was good at reading people's expressions and knew how to steer according to the wind. Tao Ban, on the other hand, was fearless and one-track-minded. Qiu Long and Lu Yi, who were chatting at the table, immediately stood up nervously when they saw the amiable second manager. It was as if they were slacking off by sitting at the table. Qin Pingon smiled and gestured for them to sit down. We don't have any guests. You can relax. Tao Ban was the only one who was lying on a bench at another table in a daze, staring blankly at the empty street. Qin Pingon sat at the table and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? You can't beat Feng Kangol in snatching your little wife. Are you unhappy?" Tao Ban said unhappily, "Second shopkeeper, do you think I'm that kind of sword embryo that no one can see through?" Qin Pingon was speechless. Qin Pingon patted the table. "Go get me a jug of wine." Same old rules. Tao Ban stood up unhappily and shouted, "Sister Lu Yi, go get a jug of wine from the second shopkeeper. Don't forget to collect the money." Qin Pingon took out a piece of snow and handed it to Lu Yi, saying that there was no need for pickled vegetables and noodles. He only wanted to drink wine. Soon, the young lady came back with a jug of wine and a white bowl, gently placing them on the table. Qin Pingon poured a bowl of bamboo sea paradise wine and took a sip. Tao Ban sat up and leaned on the table somewhat bored. He tapped the table with his finger and said, "Second shopkeeper, I also don't want to sell wine for the rest of my life." Qin Pingon laughed and asked, "Then what do you want to do?" Tao Ban said, "I haven't thought about it yet." Qin Pingon drank his wine and said nothing more. Tao Ban tried to find something to talk about. "Second shopkeeper, do you know that there are actually a lot of people who speak ill of you behind your back? Quite a few customers who come here to buy wine all feel indignant for you. There are a lot of things that just hearing them is quite infuriating." Qin Pingon shook his head. "I don't know. Can you tell me?" Tao Ban began to spill the beans from a bamboo tube, telling him in full detail what he had heard. Seeing that the second shopkeeper was only drinking wine and not getting angry, Tao Ban became somewhat angry. He said angrily, "Second shopkeeper, you're not deaf. Are you listening to me or not?" Qin Pingon laughed. "I'm listening." The east wind blew up the willow catkins. The east wind blew down the willow catkins. It was the same as the east wind. The willow catkins rose and fell. What was there to care about? It was just that this kind of logic was too boring and there was no need to say it to a child. Therefore Qin Pingon seemed to realize something and pretended to be angry. "These bastards are too infuriating." The child said eagerly, "What should we do?" Qin Pingon stopped the wine bowl in his hand and said with a sidelong glance, "Are you going to help me fight or are you going to be my lookout?" Tao Ban sighed and leaned on the table again. "When there are a lot of customers, I feel tired. When there are no customers, I feel bored." "What's going on?" Qin Pingon teased. That's right. What's going on?" Tao Ban glared. "You're really boring. You're not a storyteller anymore and you don't like to manage the shop. I don't know what you're busy with all day." Qin Pingon waved his hand and said, "I spent money to buy wine. There should be a plate of pickled vegetables and a bowl of yangchun noodles. I'll give them to you." Tao Ban was grinning from ear to ear. Lu Yi, who had been listening to the conversation, immediately went to greet Uncle Feng and made a bowl of yangchun noodles for the second shopkeeper. Qin Pingon drank his wine leisurely. For some reason he thought of the disaster of old Assistant Minister Lu in Qingwan Country's Lion Garden. Scholars who cherished their reputation valued reputation the most, so they were most afraid of losing their integrity in their later years. Cui Dongshan's insidious methods were all the ideas of the old assistant minister's eldest son, Lu Qingfeng. His fellow villager Li Baozhen only followed his instructions. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked at the big and small restaurants and the empty street behind him. In fact, the people and words that Tao Ban mentioned did not make Qin Pingon feel strange at all. Could even be said that he had already guessed it. Just like the words that Qin Pingon engraved on the side of the seal, there were no surprises in the world. For the current Qin Pingon, it was very difficult to be angry. It had nothing to do with that disappointment. There must have been people who had met the young master Qin Pingon at the wine table Taishang Street or Yuhu Street. Some people tried to curry favor with him but to no avail, so they secretly started to hate him. The second shopkeeper was friends with Qin Pingon, so he would hate Qin Pingon as well. There were also Sword Xiao who looked down on Stack Zhang's birth, but envied Stack Zhang's opportunities and cultivation. They hated the clamor of the wine shop, and hated the young second shopkeeper who was in the limelight for a while. There were those of the same age who had followed the crowd and ridiculed Fatty Yen. Later on, as Yen Ji's realm became higher and higher, he went from looking down on them and despising them to looking up to them. Yen Ji was familiar with the Ning Mansion and Qin Pingon. This group of people was unhappy and scratched their hearts and livers. There must have been young drinkers who tried to get close to the second shopkeeper in Pingzhong wine shop. They only felt that they could not get along with the second shopkeeper. At first they did not think much about it. However, as Qin Pingon became more famous, it became a real loss in their eyes. Over time they did not go there to buy wine anymore. They even liked to go to other wine shops with their friends and talk about the small wine shop and Qin Pingon together. They were very happy. The more people agreed, the better the wine tasted. These people, especially when they thought about how they had pretended to drink wine and eat pickled vegetables with those sword cultivators by the roadside, suddenly felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Therefore they became more and more enthusiastic when they talked about the wine shop with their friends. The more lively the wine shop was, the better the business. Those who drank wine and spoke with sarcasm looked around. Even if there were not many people around them, they had many reasons to comfort themselves. They even felt that they were sober when everyone else was drunk. They huddled together in twos and threes to warm themselves up. They became close friends and were sincere. The Buddhist scriptures said that rain moistened the plants and trees, and there were differences. There was an old saying that the same rice could feed 100 different kinds of people. In fact, it had a similar meaning. Negating anyone was an easy thing to do. Whether it was the big boss of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the sage of Confucianism who ruled the world, or the sages of the 100 schools of thought, anyone in the world could be easily denied as long as others wanted to find fault with them. Things that anyone could do could be done. Otherwise they would be left behind. One could not just do it. Otherwise one would be mediocre and suffer in the end. If one truly approved of someone, it would be very difficult. Qin Pingon's joy now was not to compete with them. Instead he had gained some leisure time. As long as he had the chance, he would try his best to see the complicated lives of these people. He would try his best to see the people's hearts. Qin Pingon drank a big mouthful of wine. The wine in his bowl was already finished. He poured another bowl. Looking at Taoban, who was engrossed in eating, Qin Pingon laughed and said, "Eat slowly. No one will snatch it from you." Taoban ignored him. Qin Pingon drank his wine and missed his hometown. When he was young in a small town, a child once climbed a tree to retrieve a broken kite hanging on a high branch. In the end he was called a thief. There was once when he saw his peers playing from afar in the immortal graveyard. Someone was bitten by a snake. That child hurriedly asked, secretly learned, and eavesdropped on the herbal prescription from the Yang family's shop. He helped the bitten child apply medicine. After that, when they saw the black charcoal kid from Clay Bottle Alley who was always alone and watching them play from afar, the ones who scolded him the most fiercely and threw mud at him the most fiercely were the peers who had been in contact with the orphans of Clay Bottle Alley. At that time Qin Pingon did not understand why it was like this. As he gradually grew up, he gradually understood that if he did not do this he would lose his friends. But this did not stop those children from being filial to their parents when they grew up. They helped the elderly in the neighborhood carry water and snatched water in the middle of the night. There were also young people who were not stingy with their money. Some were even lucky enough to become the lackeys of the rich kids in Fulu Street in Peachleaf Alley. They would glare angrily and act fierce whenever they found an opportunity. Even so, it did not stop some of these people from returning home after receiving a reward. They would lead their younger brothers and sisters, whose clothes were shabby and whose toes stood outside the door, all year round to the shops in the small town. They would spend lavishly and buy a lot of New Year's goods. Then they would ask their parents to cook a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner. It was a lively reunion. They would make small items such as bamboo dragonflies, bamboo knives, and bamboo swords for their younger brothers and sisters. There were also those whose entire family was ill-intentioned when they were young and remained the same when they grew up. Then they would get married and have children. Their lives would not be too good. The family would never quarrel over right and wrong. All the knowledge of the family seemed to have a kind of harmony that was similar to a small world. Even though Qin Pingon had become an apprentice of a kiln worker, he still did not understand why at that time. Later on he walked the path of the Jianghu and read a lot of principles in books. Only then did he understand the reason. The child in Mud Bottle Alley grew up day by day. He would be unhappy and aggrieved about the things that happened to him when he was young. He could only squat alone, shake his head and play with grass. Or he could go to the immortal tomb and make small, unbelievably rough clay figurines in front of the dilapidated idols. He would also pick up a withered branch and jump alone on the lush countryside road. He would use the withered branch as a sword and slash along the way. He was panting and very happy. He would also have a toothache that made his face red and swollen. He could only chew some herbs in his mouth and did not want to speak for a few days. But as long as there was no illness or disaster and no pain anywhere on his body, even if he was hungry for a meal, he was happy. He would also be unable to sleep in the middle of the night. He would run alone to the Loch Dragon Well or under the old locust tree. As a lonely child, as long as he looked at the bright stars in the sky, he would feel as if he had nothing, but also as if he had everything. Later on, the little slug in the same alley grew up. He could walk and talk. The straw sandals youth in Mud Bottle Alley also met Zhou Xian. Later on, he became an apprentice of a kiln worker and felt that life had a little more to look forward to. He had to take care of the little slug and learn more skills from Zhou Xian. Qin Pingon hoped that the three of them would be able to eat their fill and wear warm clothes in the future. No matter what they encountered in the future, no matter whether it was a big disaster or a small one, they would be able to smoothly walk through it. The little slug said that he had to earn a lot of money so that his mother could wear gold and silver when she went out every day. He also said that they would move to the residence on Fulu Street. When that time came, all the bastards who had bullied them would not look for trouble. They would all be scared to death. They would slap their own mouths and take the initiative to bring chickens and ducks to apologize. Otherwise Gukin would not forgive them. Those who had scolded him 100 times in the past, he would scold them back a few hundred times. Those who had kicked him once in the past, he would kick them back 7 or 8 times. He would kick them until they rolled on the ground and almost died. Zhou Xian said that he wanted to become the person with the best craftsmanship in all of the dragon kills. He wanted to learn all of Old Man Yao's skills. The porcelain that he personally made would be placed on the old emperor's table. He also wanted the old emperor to treat it as a family heirloom. When he grew older and became an old man, Zhou Xian would definitely be more awe-inspiring than Old Man Yao. He would scold all of the clumsy disciples and apprentices every day until they bled. Zhou Xian still hoped that he would be able to shatter a brick with a casual punch and cross the widest stream with a single step. Everyone who had studied in school, everyone who knew how to write a few sarcastic lines, would look at Zhou Xian in a new light and beg to write spring festival couplets for his old Lu family. At that time, the three of them had their own wishes. In fact, each of them felt that their wishes were very big and were the biggest. However, no one would have thought that when compared to the fate of the three of them in the future, such a big wish actually did not seem that big. Could even be said that it was very small. It was just that Gukin became the kind of person that the three of them hated the most. Zhou Xian also did not become that kind of hero. Instead, he became a true scholar. Qin Pingon, who only wanted to live a stable life, did not live a stable life. He earned a lot of money and traveled very far in the Jianghu. He met many people that he did not even dare to think about in the past. He was no longer the straw sandals child who carried a large wicker basket up the mountain to gather herbs. He had changed into a large wicker basket that could not be seen and could not be touched. It was filled with stories that he could not bear to throw away and picked up one by one to put into the wicker basket on his back. Some of the stories did not have happy endings. Some lovers did not become spouses. It seemed that good people did not have good karma. Some parted without sadness at the time, but in reality, there was no chance for them to meet again. Some of the stories had happy endings, but at the same time there were flaws. Some of the stories did not have an ending. However, Qin Pingon had always believed that seeing the light in the dark and giving birth to hope in desperate times was not wrong. Qin Pingon put down his wine bowl and was in a daze. He thought of Old Man Yao, who liked to be alone with his hands in his sleeves. He remembered the first time he followed the old man into the mountains to find soil suitable for making porcelain. It suddenly snowed heavily. The cold wind was bone-chilling and the snow was knee-deep. The thin straw sandals youth almost froze to death. The silent old man continued to walk in front of him. He only slowed down his pace and said a few words, which was rare for him. Walking on the mountain road in the middle of winter, the weather is cold and the ground is frozen. It was not easy to earn some money, but you are not willing to spend a single cent just to freeze yourself to death? The weather is cold and the road is long. You should wear more clothes. Can't you understand this? If your parents don't teach you, can't you think for yourself? On the seemingly endless snowy road, the suffering youth listened to the words that were even worse. He could not cry even if he wanted to. The old man did not care about Qin Pingon's life or death. However, when Qin Pingon once again felt that kind of despair, a person caught up with him. Not only did he bring Qin Pingon a big bag filled with thick cotton-padded clothes and dry food, the tall youth also scolded him for being an old man who had kowtowed to his master and was not a good person. Qin Pingon was not paying attention and his neck was strangled by the person. His body was pulled backward. Not only did the person not stop while he was ahead, he increased the strength of his arm and rubbed Qin Pingon's head with his other hand. He laughed and said, "You are quite tall now. Did you ask for my permission?" Qin Pingon's eyes were red. He muttered, "Why did you only come now?" In the world, the only person who could criticize Qin Pingon's life and who Qin Pingon was willing to listen to was at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Because he was Lu Xianyang. (619) Qiu Long and Lu Yi were both shocked. This was because the second manager of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had never been bullied like this before. It was always the second manager who cheated others. Tao Ban was such a stubborn child. Protecting the wine shop's business so that his elder sister and the second manager could earn money every day was Tao Ban's greatest wish. But at this moment Tao Ban gave up the opportunity to speak up for justice. He silently left the table with his bowl and plate. He could not help but look back. The child felt that the tall young man in green robes was really amazing. In the future he wanted to become such a person and not a person like the second manager. Even if he often laughed and chatted with others in the wine shop, even if he earned so much money every day and was famous on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, when there were not many people he would still be like today. He was worried and unhappy. Lu Xianyang let go of Qin Pingon and sat beside Qin Pingon, who had already given up some space on the bench. He waved at Tao Ban and said, "Young man, bring another jug of good wine and a wine bowl. Put the bill on Qin Pingon's head." Tao Ban looked at the second manager. The second manager nodded slightly. Tao Ban then went to bring the cheapest jug of bamboo sea paradise wine. Although he did not want to become the second manager's business skills were the best. Whether it was selling wine, acting as a banker or asking the sword, Tao Ban felt that he could still learn these things. Otherwise, how could he compete with Feng Kangol for a wife in the future? Qin Pingon still had wine in his jug. He poured a bowl for Lu Xianyang and asked, "Why are you here?" Lu Xianyang was not in a hurry to give an answer. He took a sip of wine and shuddered. He said sorrowfully, "As expected, I can't get used to these so-called immortal wines. My life is cheap. I only think that glutinous rice wine tastes good." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Dong Shui Jing's glutinous rice wine. Actually, I brought some but I drank it all." Lu Xianyang elbowed Qin Pingon's shoulder and said, "Then what the hell are you talking about?" Qin Pingon rubbed his shoulder and continued drinking. Lu Xianyang took a big gulp of wine and wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He raised his thumb and pointed to the street behind him. "I came here with my classmates to travel. On the way here I found out that the Great Wall of Sword Qi was at war again. I was scared to death. I was afraid that the teachers would be hot-blooded and show us some righteous energy from their stomachs and then take us to the city wall to kill demons. I wanted to hide in one of the 4 private residences on the inverted hanging mountain. For private residences. But my classmates and teachers were all righteous. But my teachers and classmates were all righteous. Could have been but they were all righteous. So. Of course, I've heard a lot about you in Chunban's High. That's the most important reason. I have to advise you not to let you do whatever you want." Ban Lu Xianyang was the most talkative person in the world. Qin Pingon had experienced it for many years. Back then, when the 3 of them got along, Lu Xianyang and Guqin would quarrel and scold each other whenever they had a disagreement. Qin Pingon didn't even bother to stop them and just listened to them. After all, they were both adults and children, so they couldn't argue too much. Lu Xianyang seemed to have never lost an argument because he didn't care about winning or losing at all. He was always smiling happily. Guqin would often win the argument by cursing Lu Xianyang's 18 generations of ancestors, but in the end, it was Guqin who became more upset and chased after Lu Xianyang to beat him up. When she was angry, Guqin would grab a tree branch and throw stones. Even if Lu Xianyang was accidentally hit by a stone, he wouldn't get angry. Guqin once said that Lu Xianyang was not a good person at all. He lived a poor life and was a bachelor. The only good thing about him was that he did not hold grudges and would not beat people up just because he was strong. At that time, the three of them who depended on each other had their own way of living. No one was more reasonable and there was no clear right or wrong. Lu Xianyang liked to talk nonsense. Qin Pingon felt that he did not understand reason at all. Gukan felt that reason came from strength, a strong fist, a rich family and a lot of henchmen. Lu Xianyang and Qin Pingon were just older than him. They were two poor men who might not even be able to get married in this life. How could they be reasonable? But at that time the three of them always had more fun when they climbed the trees to catch birds, went down the river to catch fish, planted rice seedlings together to fight for water, and picked bean sprouts from the gaps of the grain-drying field. Qin Pingon asked while Lu Xianyang was drinking, "How was your study at Mellow Scholar Chen's?" Lu Xianyang smiled and said, "How was it? Haven't I lived for more than 10 years? How could it be worse than the small town?" Lu Xianyang did not seem to be used to the wine of the bamboo sea paradise. He took small sips of the wine and said, "So I don't regret leaving the small town at all. At most when I'm bored I think about my hometown. The crops, the messy dragon kiln residence, the chicken and dog feces in the alleys. I think about it but it's just a casual thought. I don't feel anything else. If it wasn't for some old debts that I have to settle and someone that I want to meet, I wouldn't feel the need to return to the Aquarius continent." Lu Xianyang shook his head and repeated, "It's really boring." Qin Pingon suddenly said a name and did not say anything else. Gukan Lu Xianyang sneered and said, "The little snot bug has always wanted you to be his father. You really think you're his father? Is there something wrong with your head? If you don't kill him then don't kill him. You asked for it so bear with it. If you kill him then kill him. If you feel regret then bear with it. What's going on now? Haven't you always been like this since you were young? What, now that you're capable you're a gentleman and sage after studying? You're an immortal after learning martial arts and cultivating the Tao?" Lu Xianyang became angry and slapped Qin Pingon's head. "Gukan? You're not even willing to call him the little snot bug." Lu Xianyang became angrier and angrier. He poured the wine but did not drink it. He scolded, "You're the only one who likes to look for trouble. If it were me Gukan would have left the town. He's so capable. What he does has nothing to do with me. I only know the little snot bug from Clay Bottle Alley. He became the little devil of Book Slips Lake and killed the innocent. If he wanted to die then he died. By doing bad things he lived a better life than anyone else. That's the little snot bug's ability. It's the Book Slips Lake's foul atmosphere. Who's going to stop such a disaster? Who did I Lu Xianyang kill or harm? You Qin Pingon have read a few books and you're going to demand yourself to be a person of virtue and virtue? You were a layman who wasn't even a disciple of the Confucian school. If you're so arrogant, then wouldn't the Confucian saints and gentlemen have all ascended to the heavens? I Lu Xianyang, I am a proper disciple of the Confucian school. Compared to the Qin clan's ancestor who carries the sun and moon on his shoulders, wouldn't I have come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to kill demons 708 years ago? Otherwise I'd have to worry myself to death. I just don't understand. How did you end up living like Qin Pingon? I remember when I was young you weren't like this. You didn't like to meddle in other people's business. You didn't even like to gossip. Who taught you that? Mr. Qi from the school? He's dead. I can't say anything about him. Besides, the dead should be respected. Scholar sage old scholar? Alright, I'll scold him later. Beside the great sword immortal? Forget it. If we're too close I'm afraid he'll hit me." Qin Pingon finally opened his mouth and said, "I've always been the same person I was back then." Lu Xianyang raised his hand. Qin Pingon subconsciously dodged. Lu Xianyang rolled his eyes. He raised his wine bowl and drank a mouthful of wine. "Do you know what I couldn't imagine the most? It's not that you're rich and have become one of the most promising people in our group. It's because I've long believed that Qin Pingon would definitely become rich, very rich. It's not that you're in such a pitiful state today. It's because I know that you've always been a person who likes to go to extremes." Lu Xianyang raised his wine bowl. "The thing I couldn't imagine the most was that you learned how to drink. You really like drinking." Lu Xianyang raised his wine bowl and put it back on the table. He really didn't like drinking. He sighed. What can Qin Pingon and Lu Xianyang do when the snotty brat has become like this? Who doesn't have their own lives to live? There are so many things that we can't do no matter how hard we try. It's always been like this and it will always be like this in the future. We've endured the most pitiful years. Lu Xianyang reached out and pressed Qin Pingon's head. You've helped the snotty brat do so many things to make up for his mistakes. Very good, it can't be better. After all, I've read a few sage books. I know that the world lacks idiots like you who bring trouble to themselves. Xianxia raised his hand gently and slapped him. But you're still so miserable. It's very bad and it can't get any worse. Like me, Xianxia is Xianxia first and then that half-baked scholar. So I just don't want you to become that idiot. This kind of selfishness, as long as you don't hurt anyone, don't be afraid of this. Qin Pingon said, I know that. Xianxia smiled bitterly. You just can't do it or feel that you're not doing well enough, right? So you feel even worse? Qin Pingon nodded. Actually, I've already passed Gukan's test. It's just that when I see so many lonely souls and wild ghosts, I'll think of the three of us back then. I can't help but empathize with them. I'll think of Gukan being kicked like that. She was such a young child, but she was rolling on the ground in pain and almost died. I'll think of Xianxia almost being beaten to death in Mud Bottle Alley. I'll also think of myself almost starving to death, and it was only because I relied on the hundreds of meals provided by my neighbors that I managed to survive. So when I was at Bookslip Lake, I wanted to do more. I didn't hurt anyone and I can try my best to protect myself. Xianxia also felt terrible. He slowly said, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have left my hometown. Sure enough, it's impossible without me. When a person has a dream, they often have to leave their hometown. It wasn't easy to achieve one's dream, but it was inevitable that they would miss their hometown in their dreams. However, as Xianxia said, he didn't miss his hometown too much, and there was nothing that he couldn't let go of. At most he was worried about Qin Pingon and the little slug. However, his thoughts for the latter were far less than Qin Pingon's. For Xianxia, living a good life was actually the best way to explain to the old Lu family. Every year when he went to the grave to propose a toast, put up door gods during the spring festival and renovated the ancestral house, Xianxia didn't pay much attention to it since he was young. He just made do with it carelessly. Every time he went to the grave during the first lunar month and the Qingming festival, he liked to get some ready-made paper money from Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon also said a few words, but Xianxia rebutted him. He said that he was the only son of the old Lu family, and that he could help the old Lu family expand in the future. The old Lu family's ancestors should be happy in the underworld. How could they expect a lonely descendant like him to be able to make a living? If they really wanted to bless him, Xianxia, for the sake of the old Lu family's descendants, he would quickly ask Xianxia and say that he had made a fortune by burying a few jars of silver somewhere in the small town. Not to mention a small pot of paper money, he could even burn a few pots of paper horses and paper figures. Xianxia had always been very magnanimous. He was so magnanimous that he could even joke about the incident where he was almost beaten to death. Even if the little slug brought it up, he really didn't care at all. The little slug's heart had always been smaller than the eye of a needle. Many people who held grudges would eventually forget about it. However, some people who held grudges would stare at the account book for the rest of their lives. They would flip it over and over for no reason, and they would feel happy from the bottom of their hearts. They wouldn't feel the slightest bit of uneasiness. On the contrary, this was the real fulfillment. Xianxia said, as long as you are harsh on yourself, the world will be more and more harsh on you. As time goes on, there will be more and more idle people who have nothing better to do and are picky about good people. The better the world is, the more gossip there will be. Because when the world is good, people will have the strength to make irresponsible remarks. The world will also increasingly tolerate selfish people. When the world is bad, naturally people will shut up. It's not easy to even have a full meal. In the chaos of war, who has the time to care about the good and bad of others? They can't even care about their own life and death. This is the truth, understand? Qin Pingon nodded. Xianxia continued, if you think that the matter of Shindu is the most important thing and that Qin Pingon should become a better person, I won't bother to persuade you. Anyway, he didn't die, so it's fine. So I only ask you to do one thing, don't die. Qin Pingon said, there are too many accidents. I'll try my best to fight for it. Xianxia frowned. Mr. Qi from the school chose you to escort those children to school. Old scholar Wen Xing chose you to be his last disciple. So many people in Luopa Mountain chose you to be the mountain master. Ning Yao chose you to be the Taoist companion of immortals. No matter how good these reasons are, they are not a reason for you to die here in this war. To put it bluntly, None of these people who chose you want you to die in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Who do you think you are? With one more Qin Pin gone, the Great Wall of Sword Qi can be defended? With one less Qin Pin gone, it can't be defended? There is no such *t reason. Don't talk to me about Qin Pin gone and doing more is more. Don't I know you? As long as you want to do something, will you lack a reason? In the past you didn't study, so you came up with one thing after another. Now that you've studied a little, you can definitely deceive yourself and others. Let me ask you one thing. Do you want to leave this place alive? Is everything you've done so that you can leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi alive? Qin Pin gone remained silent. Lu Xianyang asked, then you don't. Are you betting on luck? Are you betting that the Great Wall of Sword Qi can be defended, that Ningyao won't die, that left and right won't die, and that all the new friends you made here won't die? Do you, Qin Pin gone, feel that after leaving your hometown things have been too smooth and that your luck has finally changed? That you have gone from being the unluckiest person back then to being the luckiest one? Have you ever thought that the more you have now, the more you die and the game is over? You will still be the unluckiest wretch? Qin Pin gone said angrily for the first time, then what should I do? If you were me, what would you do? Lu Xianyang said calmly, it's simple. First, tell Ningyao that even if the Great Wall of Sword Qi can't be defended, both of them have to survive. During this time they can do everything they can and don't hold back. Therefore we have to ask Ningyao what she thinks. Does she want Qin Pin gone to die here with her and become a pair of lovebirds? Or does she want one to die and one to leave? One less death would be a gain. Or the two of them work together and strive for both of them to leave with a clear conscience. Even if they owe her today, they can make up for it in the future. After clarifying Ningyao's thoughts, no matter what the temporary answer was, he had to ask his senior brother what he was thinking and what he hoped his junior brother would do. Would he continue the legacy of the Sage of Literature's lineage? Or would he use his identity as a disciple of the Sage of Literature's lineage to die a glorious death on the battlefield? Senior brother and junior brother, it was just a matter of who died first. Finally, we have to ask Boss Sword Immortal Qin Pin gone, if I, Qin Pin gone, want to live, will he stop me? If he doesn't, can he help me? Life and death is such a big matter, what is face? Lu Xianyang pushed his wine bowl to Qin Pin gone and said, have you forgotten? Back in our hometown, who has the right to ask for face? If you ask someone, will they give it to you? If begging is useful, will the three of us think it's a big deal? If the little snot bug begged someone not to insult his mother, if he begged, it would be fine. See how many times the little snot bug kowtowed back then. If you could learn the craft of burning porcelain by kneeling on the ground and kowtowing, would you kowtow? If I kowtowed and kowtowed until my head split into two, I would be rich and could be a lord. See if I kowtowed until I made a big hole in the ground. What, now that you've made a name for yourself, that pitiful bug from Mud Bottle Alley has become the young mountain lord of Luopa Mountain, the second shopkeeper of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and you don't care about your life and face anymore. I can't afford to drink this kind of wine. I, Lu Xianyang, have studied many books, but I'm still too shameless. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. I can't match up to Qin Pin gone. Qin Pin gone looked absent-minded. He stretched out his hand and pushed the wine bowl back to its original place. It seemed that this was the only thing he could do. Lu Xianyang grabbed the white bowl and threw it on the ground beside him. The white bowl shattered into pieces. He sneered, *T, I won't die here. When I go back to my hometown, don't worry. I'll go to my uncle and aunt's grave and tell them that their son was a good person, and so was their daughter-in-law. It's just that they're all dead. Qin Pin gone, do you think they'll be happy if they hear that? Qin Pingan's entire body collapsed. His heart, fist, intent, essence, qi and spirit all collapsed. He could only murmur, I don't know. All these years I've never dreamed of my parents, not even once. Lu Xianyang suddenly laughed. He turned his head and asked, Sister-in-law, what do you mean? Behind Qin Pin gone there was a travel-worn woman. She stood in the small world and was silent for a long time. Finally she said, if you want Qin Pin gone to die, I'll let him die first. Qin Pin gone wants to die, I like him. I'll beat him half to death. $6.20. After Ningyao sat down, Lu Yi hurriedly brought over a flask of the best Green Mountain divine wine. The girl left after putting down the flask and bowl. She did not forget to help the bad-tempered young man get another bowl. The girl did not dare to stay any longer. As for the cost of the wine, even Taoban, who was most concerned about the store's business, did not dare to say a word, let alone Lu Yi. The young man, the young woman, and the peach board hid in the shop together. The conversation between the second shopkeeper and the outsider had been in a foreign accent, so no one could understand. However, everyone could tell that the second shopkeeper was acting a little strange today. After Ning Yao sat down, the three of them could no longer hear the conversation. Ning Yao poured a bowl of wine and said straightforwardly, "Boss, the sword immortal did say that no one can't die, but he didn't say that anyone has to die. Even I don't feel that I have to die here to be worthy of the Ning residence and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. So no matter what, it won't be your turn, Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon, I like you, not the future great sword immortal Qin Pingon. It will be best if you can become a sword cultivator. If you can't, it doesn't matter. Just be a pure martial artist. Also, if you want to be a scholar, just be a scholar." Qin Pingon nodded. "I understand." Lu Xianyang shook his head and lowered his voice as though he was talking to himself. "You don't understand at all." Ning Yao frowned and turned to look at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. "However, boss, the sword immortal did not allow me to say more. He said that he would take care of you and wanted you to think more. Otherwise, you would have wasted this trip. Finding life in death and relying on yourself to survive is the best way to sharpen your Dao heart and nurture a sword embryo. Otherwise, it would be less meaningful for others to help you, even if it's just to give you a hand or give you some pointers." Lu Xianyang still shook his head. "It's not fun. It's not fun at all. I knew it. Everyone seems to have no requests, but it's actually the people around him who like to ask for my little Pingon the most." Ning Yao ignored Lu Xianyang and said, "Don't think that you're the only one with such treatment. You should feel burdened. The number of young sword cultivators who have been taken care of by Boss Sword Immortal over the past 10,000 years is not a small number." However, there were some things that could be said, but most of them were not mentioned at all. The sword cultivator himself was completely unaware of it. "In fact, I didn't find it meaningful in the beginning, so I didn't agree to the old sword immortal's request. However, the old sword immortal persuaded me again, saying that he wanted to see if you were worthy of him returning the scholar wood sword case." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I thought Boss Sword Immortal had forgotten about this. It's just like a marriage proposal." Lu Xianyang stretched out his finger and gently rotated the white bowl on the table. He muttered, "Since his swordsmanship is so high, I might as well give him more. At the very least, it has to match my status in swordsmanship." Under the table, Qin Pingon stomped hard on Lu Xianyang's foot. Lu Xianyang stretched out two fingers as though he was conjuring a sword art. He held them vertically in front of him. It doesn't hurt at all. You're a bastard." In fact, Ning Yao did not like to talk about such things. Many thoughts just swirled in her mind, and the past was the past. Just like washing and refining a sword, what was not needed did not exist. What was needed would naturally be linked to the next idea, eventually becoming something that needed to be done. Ultimately, it would manifest in the sword technique, sword intent, and sword Dao. That was all. There was no need to speak of it. However, today was an exception. Ning Yao thought for a moment and said, "Boss Sword Immortal doesn't think much now. How can he forget such things? Boss Sword Immortal once told me personally that he isn't afraid of anything except for owing debts." Ning Yao added on, "He doesn't think much. The more he thinks, the bigger he can be. This is the state of mind a sword cultivator should have. When a sword cultivator strikes, it should be a straight path with a bright sword beam. It's just that I'm worried that I've always thought too little while you've always thought too much. Yet you don't make mistakes. I'm worried that what I say doesn't suit you. Therefore, I've been holding back from saying these things. Today Lu Xianyang has made it clear to you. He spoke about fairness, selfishness, and conscience. Only then do I feel that I can say these things to you. I won't bother about Boss Sword Immortal's instructions." Ning Yao finally said, "Anyway, I only have this thought. Regardless of whether the Great Wall of Sword Qi can be defended or not, we have to live together. Neither of us can die. In the future, whether it's the sword or the fist, it will only increase. This is because you and I are not forgetful people. You don't have to prove this to anyone. Even Boss Sword Immortal and left and right. You don't have to prove it to them. It's fine as long as I know. So what are you feeling guilty about? In the future, if anyone dares to say anything about this matter, I've always disliked your reasoning. As long as I hear it, it's equivalent to questioning my sword." Qin Pingon smiled brightly and said, "This time I really know." Lu Xianyang slapped the table and said, "Sister-in-law, your words are so straightforward." As expected of the Ningyao who said, "The great Tao moves naturally, the sword beam is bright." As expected of the Ningyao who I knew would be my sister-in-law the moment I saw her. "Lu Xianyang, this bowl of wine is for you. It's better to be late than never." Ningyao finished the wine in the bowl in one gulp and put away the wine pot and bowl. She stood up and said to Qin Pingon, "Accompany Lu Xianyang to continue drinking. After you recover you can go to the city wall to kill demons." Lu Xianyang and Qin Pingon stood up together and said with a smile, "I'm relieved that sister-in-law said so. It's all my fault for leaving my hometown too early. Otherwise it's hard to say who would call me sister-in-law." Qin Pingon elbowed Lu Xianyang in the chest. Ningyao smiled and asked, "How's the girl in Mud Bottle Alley who likes to look at people askance and say strange things?" Lu Xianyang grimaced and rubbed his chest. He said with a bitter face, "Don't expose people's shortcomings and don't scratch people's faces. This is the most important principle of our hometown's Jianghu." Ningyao left on her sword. Her sword chi was like a rainbow. Lu Xianyang clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Qin Pingon, who is always so hesitant, actually found such a straightforward wife. How strange." Qin Pingon retracted his gaze and sat down. He didn't drink. He covered his sleeves with his hands and asked, "How's the scholarly style of the Melochen family?" Regarding the Melochen family, other than the old almanac of Pearl Grotto Heaven and the world-renowned Qin Chun, and of South Swirl Continent, the only other disciple of the Yingyin Qin family that he really came into contact with was the young girl named Qin Dui. Back then Qin Pingon and Ningyao went into the mountains with Qin Dui, the grandson of the Qin family from Dragon Tail Creek, Qin Songfeng, and the sword cultivator Lu Baqiao from the Wind and Thunder Garden. They went to find the tombstone tree that was of great significance to a scholarly family. Qin Pingon's impression of the girl from outside the village was neither good nor bad. Lu Xianyang didn't like drinking, so he ordered a bowl of yangchun noodles and a plate of pickled vegetables. He mixed them together and put one foot on the bench. He finished the noodles in a few mouthfuls. Then he stood there in a daze and looked at the empty bowl. After a while he turned his head and asked, "Do you charge for this yangchun noodles?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Other than the wine, I don't charge anything." Lu Xianyang suddenly understood and said, "I knew it. If you did business like this, you would have been hacked to death long ago." Lu Xianyang remembered Qin Pingon's previous question and said, "Studying there was very stable. When I first arrived there I received several valuable gifts such as flipping the book and the inkfish. Later I sent them all to you and the little slug. There was nothing bumpy at Mellow Scholar Chen's place. Every day I would listen to the teachers and teachers teach me and clear my doubts. Occasionally I would go out to study. Everything was very smooth. I would often go to a big stone cliff by the river to enjoy the scenery. There was no other way. Mellow Scholar Chen was known as the master of the world's memorial arches. None of the places looked like our hometown. Only that stone cliff by the river looked a bit like the back of the green ox that the three of us used to play. Even if I wanted to complain to you and pretend to be pitiful, I didn't have the chance. Compared to you, my luck is indeed better. I hope it will continue in the future." Qin Pingon breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xianyang smiled and said, "Even if there was a grievance like that of a little wife, do I, Lu Xianyang, need you to stand up for me? Touch your conscience. Ever since we became friends, who was the one taking care of who?" Qin Pingon raised his wine bowl and said with a smile, "You were almost beaten to death by that old bastard at Mount Qingyang. Later, wasn't it me who helped you vent a little of your anger?" When talking to Lu Xianyang there was really no need to care about face. When it came to being shameless, Qin Pingon felt that he was at most half as good as Lu Xianyang. Lu Xianyang still had one foot on the bench. He knocked on the table with his chopsticks and pretended to be profound as he said, "You don't know about this, do you? That was all part of my plan. If it wasn't for this trick, how could a little bumpkin from Clay Bottle Alley like you have a chance to get close to Ningyao? You weren't even half as handsome as me. Tell me, who is the biggest matchmaker between the two of you?" Qin Pingon chuckled. Lu Xianyang was a little worried. "I never thought that other than the glutinous rice wine in my hometown, this would be the first time in my life that I would drink properly. It wouldn't be a cross-cupped wine with my future wife. As a brother I'm really loyal to my friends. I don't know if my wife has been born yet." Is she in a hurry to wait for me? Qin Pingon drank his wine. Lu Xianyang had not drunk since he left his hometown. It was most likely true. There are many good people in the Melochin family. It's just that some of the bad habits that young people should have, big and small, are inevitable. Lu Xianyang smiled and said, I made some friends over there. For example, one of them came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi this time. He is the younger brother of that woman, Qin Shi. His name is Qin Shi and he is a good person. Now that he is a sage of the Confucian school, he does not lack the scholarly aura. He is also a descendant of the Qin clan, so he has the aura of a young master and the aura of an immortal on the mountain. These three temperaments can sometimes be one temperament, sometimes two temperaments. Qin Pingon asked, What's your current realm? He could not tell the depth of Lu Xianyang's cultivation. He only knew that Lu Xianyang should be a Qi refinement warrior of the middle 5 realms. Lu Xianyang waved his hand. Don't ask. Otherwise you'll be so embarrassed that you'll cry. Qin Pingon said helplessly, News about me can spread to Spring Banner House. It's definitely not about opening a shop. Haven't you heard about the few fights? Lu Xianyang asked, Are you a swordsman now? Qin Pingon could only shake his head. Lu Xianyang asked again, Which realm are you, a Qi refinement warrior? Qin Pingon didn't want to talk. Lu Xianyang pointed to the ground. Then why aren't you squatting down and talking to Uncle Lu? Qin Pingon said angrily, I'm a 7th realm martial artist after all. Lu Xianyang said with a look of astonishment, You hit a lady and you still have the cheek to say that? Qin Pingon asked curiously, You're a swordsman of the middle 5 realms? Lu Xianyang stretched out his hands, tugged at his collar, shook his sleeves and coughed a few times. Qin Pingon had already changed the topic. Besides your friend, who else from the Melochin family came this time? Lu Xianyang smiled and said, Why do you care about this? Qin Pingon also shook his sleeves and said jokingly, I'm a direct disciple of the literary sage. The family head of the Yinyin family is a direct disciple of the second sage. You're learning from the Melochin family. According to the vast world's literary lineage, how do you think your seniority is calculated? Lu Xianyang smiled and said, What a coincidence. The family head of the Qin family also came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi this time. I happen to know him and often ask him for advice. As for how our seniority is calculated, I'll ask this senior first. Qin Pingon restrained his smile and pretended to be embarrassed. When he lowered his head to drink, he used voice transmission to whisper to Lu Xianyang, Don't be in a hurry to return to the Aquarius continent. You can stay in the South Swirl continent, but don't go to the Aquarius continent. Especially the Tongya continent and Fuyao continent. We'll talk about the old scores between Xingyang Mountain and Qingfeng City after a few years. Wait until you become a sword immortal. If you're not a sword immortal in the upper 5 realms, how can you break Xingyang Mountain's mountain guarding formation? I've calculated. If we don't use schemes and tricks, even if we're sword immortals in the Jade Roar realm, we won't be able to gain any advantage over Xingyang Mountain. Xingyang Mountain's sword formation is not to be underestimated. Now there's another nascent soul sword immortal who has been in seclusion for 9 years. Looking at all the signs, the possibility of him successfully breaking through is not small. Otherwise the tables will turn. With the death of Li Tuanjing, the previous owner of the Wind and Thunder Garden, Xingyang Mountain can finally hold its head high. With the temperament of most of the patriarchs in Xingyang Mountain, they would have already taken revenge on Wind and Thunder Garden. They would never tolerate Huang He's seclusion and Lu Baqiao's growth. Wind and Thunder Garden is not Xingyang Mountain. Xingyang Mountain has a close relationship with the Dali imperial court. Huang He and Lu Baqiao have inherited their master Li Tuanjing's style of living. When they leave the mountain, they only wander the Jianghu and never meddle in the court. Therefore, in terms of their relationship with the Song clan, Wind and Thunder Garden is far inferior to Xingyang Mountain. Although Master Wan is Dali's chief consecrator, Dali will respect and rope him in both public and private matters. So later on, he allocated a large piece of land in the old mountain area to the Dragon Spring Sword sect. However, with the Emperor's temperament, how can the young Emperor tolerate the Dragon Spring Sword sect gradually growing and eventually monopolize it? How can he allow Master Wan to recruit most of the sword cultivators in the continent? At most, he will use Lakeview Academy as the boundary between the Dragon Spring Sword sect and Xingyang Mountain, one in the north and the other in the south. Therefore, as long as there is a chance for a sword cultivator in the upper 5 realms to appear in Xinjiang Mountain, Dali will spare no effort to help Xinjiang Mountain, and Dali will be able to suppress the fate of the Zhuang dynasty and restrict the Dragon Spring Sword sect. For a sect like Xinjiang Mountain, even if it has a grudge with you and me, it's undeniable that the cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain are extremely skillful, whether it's as a person or an immortal on the mountain. Let's not talk about other things, just take that poor woman as an example. She was able to trap Li Tuanjing with her love and prevent him from ascending to the upper 5 realms in his lifetime. In this process, the ancestral hall of Xinjiang Mountain must have said many harsh words to that woman, and it's definitely not as simple as that woman's character being unworthy of his love. With Li Tuanjing's vision and breadth of mind, he definitely wouldn't be depressed because of this. Therefore, it's very likely that Xinjiang Mountain made Li Tuanjing discover the truth. That woman was infatuated with Li Tuanjing, and it's not fake at all. It's precisely because she was deeply in love with him that she finally chose a sect or did something that Li Tuanjing couldn't accept or let go of. Therefore, it's very likely that Xinjiang Mountain made Li Tuanjing discover the truth. That woman was infatuated with Li Tuanjing, and it was precisely because she was deeply in love with him that she finally chose a sect or did something that Li Tuanjing couldn't accept or let go of. Therefore, it's very likely that Xinjiang Mountain made Li Tuanjing discover the truth. That woman was infatuated with Li Tuanjing, and it was precisely because she was deeply in love with him that she finally chose a sect or did something that Li Tuanjing couldn't accept or let go of. As a result, Li Tuanjing's hatred for her continued for hundreds of years after her death. A family style and a sect style will depend on the decisions made by the big shots on several major matters, the temperament of the younger generation that they have taught, and the habits of the lower class people in terms of choosing benefits. It will be difficult to make a mistake by looking at both high and low. Back then, the woman from the Su clan of Qingfeng City and the mountain-moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain were allies, but they schemed against each other. Look at it now, aren't they still allies with a stable relationship? In the end, it's because they are of the same mind and temperament. Those who benefit themselves often have more friends on the surface. As long as you don't harm the core of the sect, the superficial friend of Xinjiang Mountain will still be Xinjiang Mountain's friend. It will even make many cultivators who don't have a good impression of Xinjiang Mountain become Xinjiang Mountain's friend, and they will even be willing to speak up for Xinjiang Mountain. Moreover, if you're willing to listen to the temperament of the little girl with the surname Tao and the son of the Su clan of Qingfeng City, I can tell you more than a dozen small things right now. Due to the influence of the family style, it's not surprising at all. The current Xinjiang Mountain is no longer the Xinjiang Mountain when Li Tuanjing was still alive. It's also not just the Xinjiang Mountain that no one can suppress after Li Tuanjing's army was disbanded. Now it's a bigger situation where a continent is a country. You and I need to consider how to cut off the relationship between the Song clan and Xinjiang Mountain, how to separate Xinjiang Mountain from its many allies, how to smooth out the entanglement of interests between the 3 major mountains within Xinjiang Mountain before Q-Sword, clearly see the nature and character of all the patriarchs of the Ancestral Master Hall, and deduce the trump cards of Xinjiang Mountain in the face of a great enemy. Think about all of this first. When you strike with your sword, you'll be able to do the same and make the enemy suffer 100 times more. After you strike with your sword, not only will you hurt the opponent's body, but you'll also hurt their hearts. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. If a cultivator recuperates and goes into seclusion, it might make Xinjiang Mountain unite against a common enemy and help them gather the morale of the people. However, if you strike with your sword accurately, besides hurting one or a few people, you can also hurt a lot of people's hearts. At that time, even if you and I strike with our sword happily and sheath our sword happily, the people of Xinjiang Mountain will continue to worry for 10 or 100 years. There will be 10 or 100 people who will continue to strike for you and me, and every strike will hurt their hearts. Xianxia laughed. Looking at Qin Pingon, who had unknowingly turned from a half-mute to a half-talker, Xianxia suddenly said some inexplicable words. As long as you're willing to live, you're no longer like when I first met you. You never thought that death was a big deal. Then walking out of Liju Grotto Heaven is the most correct thing you've done. Because you're actually more suited to live in a chaotic world than anyone else. This way I can truly be at ease. Qin Pingon was a little anxious and said angrily, "Are you listening to me or not?" Xianxia smiled and nodded. "I've heard you. I'm not deaf." Qin Pingon drank a mouthful of wine to drown his sorrows. Xianxia asked jokingly, "You've been thinking about this all these years?" Qin Pingon said angrily, "I haven't been idle when I'm practicing my fist techniques and cultivating. Then as long as I have nothing to do I'll think about this." Xianxia pointed at the wine bowl. "After talking so much you must be thirsty." Qin Pingon only covered his hands with his sleeves. Unknowingly he had lost the desire to drink. Xianxia smiled and said, "Do you really understand why Xingyang Mountain and Qingfeng City are like this?" Qin Pingon was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Xianxia asked in return, "Why harm others for oneself? Or harm others? Or perhaps, the temporary altruism is just an elaborate disguise to benefit oneself in the long run?" Xianxia asked again, "Why are some people willing to benefit others for themselves and for others?" Xianxia answered his own question. Because these are two completely different kinds of people. One rejects the ways of the world while the other is close to the ways of the world. The former pursues fame and fortune and all tangible benefits. They are very pragmatic. Even if many of the things they pursue are unattainable in the eyes of ordinary people, they are still inferior in reality. It's a kind of innate human nature, but it's precisely because it's inferior that it's practical and firm. The latter is willing to benefit others while being self-centered. Because they're vain. Toward the ways of the world they have an innate closeness to it. They're willing to give up material objects, benefits and material losses in exchange for inner peace. Of course there's also a deeper sense of belonging. It's precisely because they're vain that they're the most likely to be disappointed. In a battle between the vain and the real, it's always the former who bleeds. In the final analysis, it's because the former firmly believes that the ways of the world are not good. They can't lead a good life if they don't do so, while the latter believes that the ways of the world will be better. Therefore the answer is very simple. Although the qi cultivators of Xingyang Mountain and Qingfeng City seem to be Taoist cultivators, what they're actually after is not the great Tao but benefits. They're more practical things that are higher than emperors, generals and servants. The realms of the qi cultivators, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the opportunities that can materialize into immortal coins are all valued by the people around them. In the end, Xianxia said, "I dare say that after you left the Black Pearl Cave, you must have had a lot of doubts and self-doubt about the scholars and Taoist cultivators outside. In the end, you've developed a certain degree of rejection toward the two big concepts of scholars and Taoist cultivators." Qin Pingon nodded. "That's true." Xianxia's words benefited Qin Pingon a lot. He was indeed a scholar who had studied under the Mello Qin family for many years. Xianxia raised his bowl and took a sip of wine. He put down the bowl and couldn't help but complain, No, I can't pretend anymore." Qin Pingon was confused. Xianxia continued to speak in his mind. "Someone asked me to pass on these words to you. Why would I think about these things myself? That person said that after you've heard it, your state of mind will be more relaxed and you'll have more hope for the ways of the world. You'll also understand the two kinds of people better." As for who that person is, old Mr. Qin didn't say, and he didn't ask me to tell you this either. He asked me to take it as my own reading experience and tell it to you. I reckon that the only person who misses you so much and can ask old Mr. Qin to pass on a message should be that old Mr. Wensheng. This old man is also a wonderful person. Once, when he went on a trip to the Mello Qin family, he secretly met me and deliberately said that he was a foreigner who had come here to pay homage to the Qin family's ancestral hall. Then we went to the stone cliff by the river and chatted for more than 2 hours. He said that he was chatting, but in fact it was just him talking to himself. Other than some trivial pleasantries, he just sat there and scolded old Mr. Qin for more than an hour about how he wasn't knowledgeable enough and how the school of the secondary saint wasn't good enough. His saliva flew everywhere and he was so enthusiastic. He even advised me to change schools and go to the school of the Sage of Rites to study. I almost had my fill of punches. At this point, Xianxia raised one hand and then gently pressed it down with the other. He smiled and said, "At that time I hit it off very well with old Mr. Wensheng." After seeing me raise my hand, old Mr. Wen chuckled and pressed my hand down. He said, "Don't be like this. Let's talk nicely. We're all scholars. Give me some face." Qin Pingon rubbed his forehead. That teacher of his was really capable of doing such a thing. He reckoned that when the swordsmen of the northern continent crossed continents to study the sword snow continent, teacher also convinced them with reason. Fortunately, the school of the Sage of Rites had eldest senior brother by his side. Mr. Qi and even that imperial tutor Cui Dong were not like this. Qin Pingon naturally thought of his own student Cui Dongshan. This time, the Melochin family went on a study trip and Qin Chunan personally came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingon believed that Cui Dongshan must have done something. However, there was no need to say much about such things to Lu Xianyang. Just being able to meet Lu Xianyang in a foreign land was already the happiest thing. Qin Pingon raised his wine bowl. So Lu Xianyang shook his head and said, "No." He looked up at the sky. "Our group of people who are studying abroad are all staying at Sword Immortal Sun Jiyuan's residence. I have to hurry over. I put down my things earlier and hurried to the Ning residence to look for you. I only saw a kind-looking old nanny who said that you were most likely drinking here. Ning Yao should have been brought here by that old nanny." Lu Xianyang stood up and smiled. "However, I will probably go to the Ning residence often in the future and drag you here to drink more often. That's because my friends, including Qin Shi, don't believe that I know you. They say that I'm bragging without thinking. I don't understand. How is knowing Qin Pingon such a great thing? Isn't it the luckiest thing in the world for Qin Pingon to know Lu Xianyang?" Qin Pingon stood up and smiled. "When the time comes, you just have to help my wine shop attract business. I'll squat and drink while talking to you. It's not a problem." One headed to Sword Immortal Sun's residence while the other headed to the Ning residence. Who was on the way? The two of them left the wine shop together. Before leaving, Lu Xianyang did not forget to pick up the shattered wine bowls on the ground. He muttered to himself, "Broken pieces are safe." Then as they walked down the deserted street, Lu Xianyang reached out and wrapped his arm around Qin Pingon's neck. He tightened his grip and laughed. "Next time when we reach the foot of Xingyang Mountain, open your eyes wide and watch. You will know how awesome Uncle Lu's swordsmanship is." The child Taoban and the young boy and girl looked in that direction. It was as though the second manager had been bullied to the point of being unable to retaliate. However, he was still rather happy. Inverted Hanging Mountain. The sword immortal Xiao Yunyan from the North Continent stood in a garden. The calabash vine was no longer there. This was because Lu Sui and Lu Jinglong from the Great Wall of Sword Qi had returned from the Great Wall of Sword Qi at the Water Classic Mountain. Xiao Yunyan had given this treasure to Lu Sui and even called for the young sword immortal Lu Jinglong to send the blade-strengthening calabash vine that was about to ripen out of the Water Classic Mountain. He had also told Lu Sui about the buyers of each blade-strengthening calabash and asked Lu Jinglong to escort them all the way. Lu Sui naturally refused. Even though Xiao Yunyan and her teacher were not immortal Dao companions, they were still from different sections. Lu Sui was also a junior and did not dare to accept such a precious treasure. However, Xiao Yunyan insisted and did not allow Lu Sui to refuse. Lu Sui had no choice but to agree in fear. If not for Lu Jinglong beside her, even if Lu Sui agreed, she did not think that she would be able to return to the North Continent alive. Such an immortal treasure involved a lot of fate and was extremely mysterious. Even though Lu Sui was one of the top 10 youths in the North Continent, she did not think that she could hold on to this Dao fate. Xiao Yunyan finally smiled at Lu Sui and said, "Help me say something to your master. I have been missing him all these years." Today Xiao Yunyan left the mansion for the first time and toured the various scenic spots on the inverted hanging mountain. The few direct disciples had already left the inverted hanging mountain quietly with the rest of the treasures and assets of the Spring Banner House. One of them might have felt that the sky was too high and wanted to join forces with outsiders to kill Lu Sui and Lu Jinglong. Xiao Yunyan did not care and allowed the greedy disciple to be filled with murderous intent. It did not matter whether he believed that there was no one to blame but himself or that life and death were predestined. Along with the Spring Banner House, the Plum Blossom Garden was one of the 4 major private mansions on the inverted hanging mountain. Bian did not travel to the Hassa continent with the young sword cultivators like Yan Lv and Jiang Guanqing. Instead he stayed here alone. A woman with plum blossom makeup between her eyebrows. Her skin was fair and her lips were red. She wore a dress that was intricately woven and was extremely beautiful. She was the real owner of the Plum Blossom Garden. However, she lived in seclusion and almost never showed her face. Bian called her Madame Xianyan. Xianyan was a beautiful name. A beautiful name and a beautiful face, they lived up to both. Although Bian was never interested in the affairs of men and women, He had to admit that just looking at Madame Xianyan was pleasing to the eye. Madame Xianyan of the Green Immortal Mountain from the Bamboo Sea Cave and Madame Xianyan of the Plum Blossom Garden. There were a total of 10 madams in the world. They were enough to make the immortals on the mountain daydream and fall for them. There was something strange about these madams. They were all deities of mountains and rivers, demons and spirits. Madame Xianyan and Bian sat opposite each other in a waterside pavilion. She was playing with a sea of bamboo brushes that the Plum Blossom Garden had just given to her. She used the art of sticking yellow to create a scene of thin bamboo. The density of the brushes was appropriate and the workmanship was superb. The bamboo brushes were all from the Bamboo Sea Cave. They were priceless. Madame Xianyan smiled and said, "Are you that afraid of death?" Bian nodded and said, "I'm actually fine. I really want to go to the city wall with Lin Junbai. However, the other one is weird and wants me to hide." She said that it was a divination. "If I'm not careful, I might fail and end up in a terrible state." Bian asked, "Who was the one who suggested opening the new door? What did the great heavenly lord of the inverted hanging mountain think?" Madame Xianyan said, "You don't have to worry about these. The old door is the new door. Even if the entire inverted hanging mountain is gone, they will still be there." Bian was puzzled and said, "There's actually a sword immortal who's willing to help us guard the door?" Madame Xianyan glanced at the young man and said, "Is it strange? If it were you, one side would have died for 10,000 years while the other side would enjoy a peaceful world and laugh at those dead people. Would you be happy? You can bear with it for a day or two, but for decades or centuries. Can a good-tempered person become a sword immortal?" Bian nodded and said, "If it were me, I'd return it with double." The young shopkeeper of the Stork Inn had lived here for generations. He was squatting at the entrance of the inn and playing with a dog that was passing by. The sun shone brightly, making lazy people even lazier. It was another boring and peaceful day in this peaceful world. Outside the inverted hanging mountain. Of course, the Flood Dragon Ravine did not only have small fishes and shrimps. Even for Earth Immortal cultivators, it was still a forbidden area that was difficult to cross. They could only take a long detour. Further away, the sect with the statue of the Rain Master and the statue of the Divine General was called the Rain Dragon Sect. The Water Essence Palace on top of the inverted hanging mountain was its private residence. Other than the colossal Rain Dragon Sect on the vast and boundless ocean, there were also immortal sects of various sizes that occupied islands. Each of them had their own glory and disgrace. On the route of the cross-continent ferry from Osmanthus Island, the fourth site on the ocean was the opening under the feet of the 2 golden statues of the Rain Dragon Sect that were more than 1,000 feet tall. It was said that the golden statue of the Divine General that held a sword with both hands was an ancient deity that guarded the southern gate of the heavenly court. The other statue with a blurry face and colorful ribbons was the first of the many rain masters in the heavens. In name, it was in charge of the clouds and rain of all the true dragons in the world. After the Rain Dragon Sect's ancestral master reconstructed its Dharma idol, it still seemed to be in charge of a portion of the water flow in the south. The Rain Dragon Sect, where the 2 deities faced each other, had a long and ancient tradition. When female cultivators chose immortal Tao companions, everything depended on the embroidered ball that they threw out. Upper 5 realms cultivators could snatch it by force, and Earth immortals could not use their abilities to snatch it by force. However, if an upper 5 realms cultivator made a move, it would be a challenge to the entire Rain Dragon Sect. More than 10 years ago, there was a young Qi cultivator with great fortune who passed through the opening on Osmanthus Island. He just so happened to see a Rain Dragon Sect fairy throw out an embroidered ball and he caught it. The embroidered ball and ribbons seemed to have ascended, and he floated up to the top of the Rain Dragon Sect. Not only that, this man had even greater fortune in cultivation. He actually became Tao companions with a fairy on the mountain. This was such a great opportunity, such great fortune, even the faraway old dragon city of the Aquarius continent had heard of it. This young man called Fu Ku was indeed someone who had fate with the Rain Dragon Sect. He was originally a nameless cultivator, but after cultivating the Rain Dragon Sect's ancestral immortal method, he ascended to the heavens step by step. Not only did he obtain a beauty, but he also smoothly entered the Golden Core realm, becoming the fastest Earth immortal in the history of the Rain Dragon Sect. In the end, this young man was a cultivator who had climbed and gone through hardships at the foot of the mountain. After ascending to the top, he treated people very differently from the cultivators of the Rain Dragon sect, and was valued even more. Today Fu Ku came to the foot of a divine statue. He climbed up and looked into the distance, his eyebrows flying. In just a short dozen years he was able to make a young man who was embarrassingly short on money to be reborn and become an immortal. There were cultivators who had gone through thick and thin with him who came because of his reputation. The Rain Dragon sect did not allow outsiders to set foot on the island, so Fu Ku would take the initiative to receive them. He would arrange for them to be placed in a vassal force of the Rain Dragon sect. If they returned home he would give them a generous sum of money. If they were unwilling to leave, Fu Ku would help them find a job or a status in a sect on another island. There were senior brothers of the Rain Dragon sect who wanted to travel to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, but they were stopped by their teachers. When they drank to drown their sorrows, Fu Ku would also accompany them. They did not speak much, only drinking. In these years Fu Ku, who had limitless glory, would occasionally feel as if a lifetime had passed. From time to time he would think about the bleak circumstances of the past. He would think about the passengers on the same boat on Osmanthus Island. In the end he was the only one who stood out and ascended to the heavens. However, Fu Ku always had a small knot in his heart. He had long heard that on Osmanthus Island, after he left the ferry, there was a young man who was also from the Aquarius continent who was able to use a divine ability in the Flood Dragon Gully. In the end he did not die and earned a great reputation. Not only that, that young man surnamed Chen was even luckier than Fu Ku. Now not only did he reach the Great Wall of Sword Chi, even the inverted mountain river Essence Palace had sent many stories about this person to the Rain Dragon sect. This made Fu Ku smile at ease. He even put in a few good words for the literary sage's lineage and that young man. At the same time a small thought appeared in his mind. This Qin Pingon should just die on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Fu Ku naturally had no enmity with that person. If that person died, the world would still be the same. What would it be like? Fu Ku smiled faintly. He was in a good mood. He turned and left to continue cultivating. As long as he improved further and became a nascent soul cultivator, the seat of the future sect master of the Rain Dragon sect would be one step closer to him. Perhaps in the future he, Fu Ku, would have the chance to have a female sword immortal on the Great Wall of Sword Chi as his new companion. Little did he know. The path of the Great Tao. The aquatic plants were lush and there were countless fishes swimming. There were even flood dragons. The weather was changing. Once the water dried up they would be exposed to the sun until they died. (621) When Qin Pingon returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he chose a secluded spot on the wall and was responsible for guarding the wall that was about a mile long. Generally speaking, only nascent soul sword cultivators below the Jade Unpolished realm would receive such treatment. They were able to wield their swords alone and guard an area. For example, Qishou, who had just broken through to the nascent soul realm. Qishou also became the first sword cultivator to reach the nascent soul realm among his peers in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. This was a strict rule of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and also a special honor. Therefore even Ning Yao had to cooperate with Xianxia and the rest to wield their swords. Pang Yuanji and Gao Yeho were no exception. However, the width of the wall that they were responsible for was much wider than ordinary nascent soul sword cultivators. It was even comparable to many sword immortals. The reason why Qin Pingon was an exception and did not attract any criticism was because Qin Pingon did not break the rule. He was not a sword cultivator now, but a pure martial artist who reared a few flying swords. In addition, Qin Pingon was willing to take the risk and be the bait to attract the attention of some hidden great demons. Ning Yao did not speak. The Yao family's elder sword immortal Yao Lianyun did not speak. The other sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Chi naturally did not stop them. Coincidentally, Qin Pingon and Qishou became neighbors. Qishou did not stop wielding his sword. He was only distracted for a moment as he glanced at Qin Pingon. This guy did not cover his face with a messy mask today. He wore a green robe from his family and a robe from the clothing workshop. He placed a sword workshop's standard long sword horizontally on his knees. The two immortal weapons that had contributed greatly to Qin Pingon by killing Li Zhen had not shown up yet. This was only the beginning of the offensive and defensive battles. The sword immortals' natal flying swords were like a tidal wave at the forefront of the battlefield. obstructing the demon army of the wildlands. Then came the demons that slipped through the net, requiring the earth immortal sword immortals to wield their swords to kill them. After that, if there were any demons that were lucky enough to survive, they would charge through the second sword formation, only to be greeted by a swarm of flying swords from the middle 5 realms. This was a form of sword practice in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. From the Cave Abode realm to the Dragon Gate realm, sword cultivators of the 3 realms, even if their realms weren't high, would become more familiar with the battlefield and become more connected with their natal flying swords. Naturally, their attacks would become faster and faster. Qi Shou shifted his gaze and looked at Qin Pingan's sword. When Qin Pingan went out of the city to fight Li Zhen, Qi Shou was in seclusion and did not have the chance to witness it. He could only hear about it afterward. Even a proud sword immortal like Qi Shou had to admit that it was a matter of great regret. Qin Pingan did not hold back when he attacked today. All 4 flying swords flew out at the same time as if he was clinging to Buddha's feet at the last minute. It was unknown who he had learned a camouflage technique from. The appearance of the 4 flying swords was constantly changing. Demons of the upper 5 realms and the nascent soul realm could naturally see through the clumsy camouflage technique with a glance. However, it was enough to deal with the demon army that was charging forward. After being obstructed by the 4 flying swords, it was easy to suffer and would be more miserable. There was also a little trick. The demons that charged to the front would die under the swords first. Therefore, many demons continued to charge forward, but they could not help but slow down their pace. Compared to Qin Pingan's concentration, it was easier for Qi Shou to block the enemy. He was distracted and did not affect the direction of his own battle. The demon army in the wasteland could be said to have suffered heavy casualties. However, they were still far from the city. For a sword immortal like Qi Shou who had experienced 3 great battles, it was easy to deal with them. Moreover, Qi Shou had 3 natal flying swords. The flying kite was extremely fast and had an advantage in a one-on-one battle. The heartstring was most suitable for a protracted battle. It was the least afraid of the demon's rough flesh and tough physique. As for the most mysterious flying sword, Jumping Pearl, it was an excellent prophecy from a Taoist saint. Sitting on the Milky Way, the rain falls on the world. It was the same as the great sword immortal Yu Qing's natal flying sword, Skylark in the Sky, and Yao Lianyun's natal flying sword, Depths of the White Clouds, which could create seas of clouds. It was the best way to deal with the enemy on a large scale. As a result, although Qi Shou had just reached the nascent soul realm, it was extremely easy for him to defend a small section of the city. Generally speaking, all sword immortals, whether they were sword immortals with abundant spiritual qi or sword immortals of the middle 5 realms with relatively thin spiritual qi, had reached a point where they needed to be careful and meticulous. Only then would the battle become dangerous. When the time came, the city would be surrounded by danger. There would be more and more people who would be forced to retreat from the city or die on the spot. Regardless of whether they were demon cultivators who had already embarked on the path of cultivation or demon beasts who had yet to take human form, as long as they were unlucky or dared to change their route and intrude into Qi Shou's territory, they would all be tortured to death with the flying kites. Qi Shou had always used the flying kites to kill his enemies. His methods had always been cruel. He liked to exploit the flesh of demons and expose their bones, making them suffer a fate worse than death. Some of the more troublesome ones would be dealt with by his second flying sword, Heartstrings. The longer the stalemate, the smaller their chances of victory would be. This was because Heartstrings was given time to accumulate power. This flying sword could attack even faster than the flying kites. Moreover, it could rely on the subtle circulation of spiritual qi in the miniature world to search for the enemy's key acupuncture points on its own. Qi Shou glanced at the corpses strewn across the battlefield in the distance. Back then, when he had first climbed the city walls to attack, he had seen a similar scene. During a break in the battle, he could not help but ask a question. Why were these beasts not afraid of death? A sword immortal smiled and gave the answer. There was no one who was not afraid of death. However, in the wilderness, life was the most worthless. This was the same for cultivators. Only by becoming a sword immortal could they change their fate and become a bit more valuable. It would not be so easy for them to die below the city walls. For the time being, Qi Shou did not use the jumping bead. There was no need for it. In the battle between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the wilderness, the key was never the peerless glory of a sword immortal, nor was it the shocking true body or divine ability of a greater demon. It had always been a battle of attrition. It was a battle of attrition and it was a battle of attrition. It was a battle of attrition and it was a battle of attrition. Countless lives were lost in the wilderness, while the Great Wall of Sword Qi was the accumulation of spiritual qi of every sword cultivator. Whoever gave up first was the loser. In the last great year of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, sword immortal embryos had sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The reason why they had almost lost everything and almost all the young geniuses had been killed was because the Great Wall of Sword Qi had lasted until the very end. After that painful lesson, more and more cross-continent fairies had been sent to the inverted hanging mountains. The Nalan clan and the Yen clan of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had risen to prominence, and their business with righteous majesty grew larger and larger. They had wantonly purchased medicinal pills and talisman magical treasures that sword cultivators had looked down upon as a precaution. Depending on the fairies, a trip to the inverted hanging mountains could bring them huge profits. Righteous Majesty's 9 great continents had seen the rise of new immortal clans and powerful clans. They were brimming with wealth and were overflowing with oil. The leader of these clans was the Snowy Peak Continent's Lu clan. There was also the Fuyao Continent's Shanshui Cavern, the North Continent's Jadewood sect, the Aquarius Continent's Old Dragon City, and the Rain Dragon sect, which was an important transit hub, among others. Across Qin Pingon was a female sword immortal from the Snowy Peak Continent, Xianxia. She had only arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi at the end of the previous winter. Her reputation had not been prominent, and she had been living in a private residence left behind by a sword immortal between the city walls. As she had just arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she did not have any battle achievements and was only staying there temporarily. Xianxia had almost never interacted with outsiders. She had not shown her face in many lively events. Now that she had summoned her life-bound flying sword, its momentum could only be described as mediocre. The flying sword was neither fast nor slow, and the sword light and sword intent were ordinary. It was just enough to kill enemies. Qisho could not help but glance at the bamboo sword case on Xianxia's back. She should be the person who was fishing with Qin Pingon. It was said that she was only at the Jade Unpolished Realm. This left Qisho puzzled. As long as a demon took the bait to be able to trouble Xianxia to use her sword, the one that took the bait was definitely a big fish. Even if Xianxia was a sword immortal at the bottleneck of the Jade Unpolished Realm, would she really implicate Qin Pingon and end up being dragged away by the big fish instead? Could this Xianxia be the kind of sword cultivator who pursued the killing power of a single sword? There were such strange sword immortals in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but there were not many of them. They were most adept at fighting in pairs and liked to fight to the death with a single sword strike. After a single sword strike, as long as the opponent did not die, it would usually be their turn to die. Therefore, such sword immortals did not live for long in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. From right to left it was Qisho, Qin Pingon and Xianxia. They each guarded a spot. There were no substitute sword cultivators behind the three of them. During this period Fan Dash sneaked over once, but did not dare to stay any longer. He left a flask of wine and ran off. Qin Pingon opened the flask and took small sips of wine. He had been paying attention to the movements of the demons on the battlefield all along. Unlike Qisho's almost cruel and fierce methods, Qin Pingon tried his best to kill with a single strike. At the very least he should be able to injure the foundation of the demon's physical body with every strike of his sword, or make it difficult for him to move. This was also something that could not be helped. After the battle with Li Jin he had fallen 3 realms in a row. Originally he had quite a good foundation of spiritual qi. For example, the water mansion could no longer be restored to its peak by refining the water elixir. Once he operated his spiritual qi at all costs, it would only increase the number of cracks that could be repaired by the water character seal, and accelerate the peeling off of the painted water deity picture on the wall. The small pond in the water mansion below the water character seal would also leak. To put it simply, if the water mansion could hold 1 caddy of water qi before, now it could only hold 3 to 4 caddies of water qi. Once too much of the sword will was exhausted, his mind would be haggard. If he used the spiritual qi of his trump card to support each strike of the sword, he would only fall into a vicious cycle. Relying on the acquired elixir to replenish the spiritual qi of the water mansion, the spiritual qi of water qi would dissipate greatly. It was no different from squandering. In the end, it would lead to the waste of the water elixir of the Mirage Water Deity Palace. This was not the most troublesome thing. After the great refinement, even if Songzhen and Kulei were imitations of the hateful sword mountain, the sharpness of the flying sword was not lacking. It was just that they lacked the unique natal magical power of the flying sword. To a certain extent, it was the same for the 1st and 15th level cultivators. There was a world of difference between a sword cultivator and a natal flying sword. Needless to say, Qin Pingon had personally experienced Qi Shou's 3 natal flying swords. For example, Gu Jianlong's white arsenic was a natal flying sword that was worthy of its name. Its grade was extremely high. Therefore, as long as it hurt the enemy, it would usually kill the enemy. Once the white arsenic really hurt the enemy's body, the sword would be able to infiltrate the enemy's acupoints and Qi mansion. It was extremely difficult to deal with. It was just that solving problems was originally cultivation. Carefully controlling the loss of spiritual qi in the 4 key acupoints, he repaired the foundations of the water mansion, the mountain temple, and the wooden house. The spiritual qi in each acupoint was about to be exhausted. For example, the water mansion seemed to have come to light. Many flaws became clearer. He immediately closed the door of the mansion and no longer used the spiritual qi here. The boys in green began to be busy and became menders. On the other side of the wooden house, there was the Een spirit mustard seed guarding. On the other side of the mountain temple, there was a golden figure helping to patrol. The war was urgent and did not allow Qin Pingon to cultivate his mind in the city. Therefore he took a step back and used the war to nourish the war. Taking this opportunity, he took the initiative to find every small flaw in the foundation of cultivation. Even if this would reduce the effect of the elixirs stored in the Ning Mansion and the bottle of water elixir of the Mirage Water Palace, there was no need to be too calculative. Killing demons on the battlefield could also make money. In particular, the Great Wall of Sword Qi had a written rule that was extremely beneficial to Qin Pingon. When killing demons, it was also a golden core demon. The money earned by killing it was vastly different from that of a sword cultivator of the middle 5 realms. The latter's income was far greater than that of a sword immortal. Therefore, Qin Pingon was killing demons to earn money as a second realm cultivator. The secluded official lineage and the Confucian lineage who were in charge of the battle supervisor and scribe had no objections to this. Both sides felt that Qin Pingon deserved additional benefits by lowering his cultivation level through his own ability and acting as bait. Qin Pingon seemed to be focused on controlling the 4 swords to kill enemies on the battlefield, but in fact he was also distracted to observe the battle from both sides. Qi Shou, who was already at the nascent soul realm, attacked with his sword. It was completely different from the battle on the street. As for sword immortal Xianxia's attack, it was even more simple and unadorned. She relied on her unknown intrinsic flying sword. Just the sharpness of her attack was enough to allow Qin Pingon to gain more insights. Qin Pingon was ultimately not a pure sword cultivator. The mental and spiritual energy he expended while controlling a flying sword was far more exaggerated than a sword cultivator's. The Golden Body Realm's tough physique naturally had its benefits. It could strengthen one's soul and intent, but it was ultimately incomparable to a sword cultivator's attack. As for the demon army's flood of death, it would not stop for even a moment. Therefore Qin Pingon often needed to drink wine. There was a lot of knowledge in the wine. By the side, Qi Shou was somewhat amused. It was truly difficult for this second manager who was puffing himself up at his own cost. It was best if the person holding the pole could not hold on before the big fish took the bait. However, the slightly pale young man's eyes turned brighter. Ignoring the fact that it was somewhat difficult to sustain a flying sword for a long period of time to kill demons, just Qin Pingon's tenacity and the way he handled many details left Qi Shou in a different light. Although they were opponents who had nearly exchanged their lives, Qi Shou was not so petty as to wish for Qin Pingon to be injured again and again on the city walls, ultimately damaging his great Dao foundation. Therefore Qi Shou said telepathically, "If you don't mind, you can deliberately let a bunch of beasts charge through the battlefield of the 4 swords. Let them approach the city walls while I conjure my flying sword and jump pearls to reap some battle merits. Otherwise, in the long run you won't be able to defend the battlefield." Qin Pingon was now a second-realm cultivator and could not even use telepathic ripples. He could only rely on the martial arts method of condensing his voice into a line and said to Qi Shou, "I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need it for the time being. I have to be more miserable before I have a chance to catch a big fish. After that, even if you don't ask, I will ask for your help." Wasting 1 or 2 water cores for nothing and even implicating the 4 key aperture points, making it harder for him to use his sword. However, as long as he could successfully catch a demon of the upper 5 realms, it would be a huge profit. This was how things should be settled. The female sword immortal Xianxia of the Snow-White continent was just as Qi Shou had guessed. She was indeed the kind of sword cultivator who pursued the extreme sword intent. She practiced the sword all her life and had always been committed to clearing the sky and clearing the earth after using her sword. Xianxia was very honest. After the sword immortal boss chose her to help Qin Pingon copy the net, Xianxia and Qin Pingon had a heart-to-heart talk. The female sword immortal went straight to the point and said that she came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to obtain 1 or 2 great demons as a sacrifice to her sword. After the matter was done, she would immediately return to the Snow-White continent after obtaining the benefits and fame. Qin Pingon felt somewhat relieved. Qi Shou smiled and asked, "Why not ask your ally, sword immortal Xianxia, for help?" Qin Pingon said, "I don't dare to not repay a favor owed to a sword immortal. How much to repay is a big problem, but the favor owed to you is much easier to repay. This war is destined to be long. Between us, it's hard to say who owes who a favor in the end." Qi Shou felt that this guy was still as annoying as before. After a moment of silence, he tacitly agreed to Qin Pingon's request. Then he asked curiously, "How much of your difficult situation is real and fake?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "You won't believe anything I say. Why are you still asking?" Qi Shou pretended to be helpless and said, "I'm not idle. As a nascent soul sword cultivator, I'm temporarily invincible. So lonely." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I can have a nascent soul sword cultivator and a sword immortal as my gatekeepers. It's even lonelier." Qi Shou raised his middle finger. Qin Pingon took the time to drink a mouthful of wine. The wine pot was the style of the Bamboo Sea Paradise wine from his shop. It concealed a profound principle. The wine in the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist had melted a water core. Unless it was a critical moment, he did not need to drink this wine. From time to time, Fan Dash would send over a wine pot to replenish his spiritual qi. There was no need to worry for now. As for the few precious pills among the 15 square-inch items, they were even more targeted. They were mainly used to deal with the situation where the spiritual qi in the mountain shrine and the wooden house was drying up. On the battlefield there were all kinds of strange things. Suddenly, a sea of clouds covered the battlefield in a radius of 100 miles. Looking from afar from the top of the city, a speck of light suddenly rose and broke through the sea of clouds. With a ray of light, it fell into the sea of clouds again and landed on the ground. It was like a thunderclap. After sneakily dodging the first sword immortal's sword formation, a demon cultivator suddenly revealed his true form. Without exception, he was clad in silver armor and led the charge. He was able to deflect the flying swords of several earth immortal sword cultivators. Before he was targeted by a sword immortal and killed, he attempted to create a talisman formation that would not stand on the battlefield. Instead, it would go deep into the ground. The great demon Chong Guang personally led the mountain shifter demons and still revealed their huge true forms. They tirelessly threw mountain peaks, like catapults on the vast battlefield of the mortal world. There was also an unknown great demon that stopped at an extremely high altitude. He held a crystal-clear white jade bottle in his hand. The bottle's opening poured down and pointed downwards at the top of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. A river poured out. The water was white but did not fall to the ground. It collided with the torrent of sword aura from the Great Wall of Sword Aura. There would be a great demon that was stealthily lurking deep underground that would suddenly break out of the ground and reveal his true form that was thousands of feet long. He was like a dragon or a snake as he attempted to destroy the natal flying swords of many Middle Five Realms sword cultivators. However, he was instantly detected by a great sword immortal, Li Tumi, on the top of the city wall. He repelled him with a sword and his huge body sank back into the ground as he attempted to retreat from the battlefield. The flying swords chased after him, causing the earth to shake. The sword radiance under the ground flourished. Even though there was a thick layer of earth between them, the dazzling sword radiance could still be seen. There were also demon race cultivators that were fleeing everywhere. After dodging the great sword immortal flying sword formation, they stood in front of the second sword formation and suddenly threw out what seemed like a handful of gravel. As a result, hundreds of huge skeleton-clad puppets instantly appeared on the battlefield. They used their huge bodies to capture the natal flying swords. Once a flying sword landed on them, it would explode on the spot. As they were at the border of the two sword formations, white bones and armor splattered everywhere. The earthly immortal realm sword cultivators might only be able to damage the edges of their flying swords, but the natal flying swords of many middle 5 realms sword cultivators would be directly penetrated or even shattered. When they were truly on the battlefield, some sword cultivators would completely forget the flow of time. They would be on the other end of the spectrum, trembling in fear as each day felt like a year. Day and night alternated. The 3 moons that the Great Wall of Sword Aura was incomparably familiar with in the wilderness seemed to be getting brighter and brighter. It was as if the moonlight was getting closer to the battlefield and favored the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Qi Shou glanced at Qin Pingon and reminded him, "Be careful that you don't fail to catch the bait. Instead you will be exhausted to death. If this continues, you will only be able to withdraw your sword once." If it was just an ordinary sword strike to block the enemy, Qin Pingon's mental exhaustion would not be so great. This required Qin Pingon. He had been tense all this time in case something unexpected happened. After all, he did not know where a certain great demon was hiding or when he would strike. Once he was sinister and did not seek to kill, he would only seek to destroy Qin Pingon's 4 flying swords. To Qin Pingon this was no different from a serious injury. Qin Pingon lifted the blade's strengthening gourd and drank a big mouthful of wine. He said quietly, "Therefore both sides are competing in patience and acting skills. If the other party does not dare to bet on a big win and really forces me into a corner, I might as well withdraw my flying swords and call for a substitute. At most I won't be the bait." The battlefield was filled with incomplete and wandering souls, and they were ceaselessly minced into pieces by the sword lights. It was another type of tragic scene that covered the entire battlefield. Invisibly, as the corpses piled up into mountains and the sword immortals struck the ground repeatedly, the battlefield shattered. It was not as if the formation masters of the wilderness of wasteland were allowed to stabilize the ground and build up the battlefield at will. However, the bloody stench and the evil aura of the demon race grew thicker and thicker. Even though the sword immortals and their natal flying swords had long prepared a countermeasure, they used the unique abilities of their flying swords to wander around the battlefield and do their best to wash away the evil aura. As time passed, it was still difficult to stop some kind of momentum from gathering. This caused the sword cultivators' originally clear vision of the battlefield to gradually become blurry. This was the time to fight for the heavens. On the other hand, the demon race army of the wilderness of wasteland was charging and breaking through the enemy lines. They were increasingly irrational and fearless of death. In fact, more and more demon race cultivators even had a purer will to die when they first stepped onto the battlefield. The sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were not the only ones who were willing to die. Therefore, the Taoist saint who guarded the sky screen pulled out a strand of the snow-white fengtail from his hand and threw it to the ground. On the battlefield, a torrential rain fell without warning. The atmosphere was refreshing. Immediately, a great demon sitting high in the sea of clouds appeared. She looked like a lady from a noble family. She was extremely beautiful and wore 2 jade bracelets on each of her wrists. One was white and the other was black. The 2 bracelets flowed with brilliance. They did not cling to her skin and instead floated in the air. There were colorful ribbons that swayed slowly on her body. Her flowing black hair was also tied up by a series of golden bracelets, but in reality, it was spinning in the air. She took out an ancient scroll from her sleeve and gently unfurled it. There were continuous mountain ranges in the painting. The mountains were surrounded by mountains and the sound of flowing water could be heard. It was as if the mountains and rivers had been moved and imprisoned in the painting by an immortal's divine ability. It was not a simple painting. The great demon who was wearing a robe of red clouds smiled and took out a seal. She breathed out her primordial true qi on the seal and gently imprinted it on the painting. The seal bloomed with rays of light, but the painting that was originally in the style of green mountains and rivers gradually dimmed. She gently pushed the painting. Except for the seal and the words that were left on the ground, the entire painting instantly disappeared. In the sky above the battlefield, a magnificent painting that was thousands of miles long and hundreds of miles wide appeared. Not only that, the painting's spiritual chi spread out in an attempt to stop the torrential rain. The heavy rain fell on the green landscape painting. Not a single drop of rain fell on the battlefield. However, at the real mountain range of the desolate world depicted in the painting, a rain filled with spiritual chi began to fall. The old Taoist waved his horsetail whisk and shattered the painting. The painting condensed again. Therefore, the rainwater that was formed by the tail of the bird fell on the battlefield again and was blocked by the painting. Then the old Taoist smashed the painting again with his horsetail whisk. When the seal in front of the woman became dimmer and finally shattered with a bang, she smiled sweetly. "Old immortal, you've given me a generous gift. I won't be polite." When the woman took out the seal again, a sword light that cut through the sky came crashing down. The two black and white bracelets on the woman's wrist and the golden ring that bound her hair flew out of their own accord and collided with the sword light. Dazzling sparks burst out and a fiery rain fell from the sky. Although the woman blocked the sword light, she had to retreat more than 100 miles. She lowered her head and looked at the bracelets on her wrist. Fortunately, they were only slightly damaged. She no longer used the painting to block the rain and continued to watch the battle from afar. The person who attacked from the Great Wall of Sword Chi was Lu Ji. He remembered it. Once a woman held a grudge against another woman, she would often be even more ruthless. When Qin Pingon had to withdraw all his flying swords in one breath, no great demon took the bait in the end. It was unexpected but reasonable. Xianxia and Qi Shou didn't need to communicate at all. They immediately joined forces to help Qin Pingon kill the demons. Each of them shared half of the battlefield so that Qin Pingon could rest a little and be ready to attack again. The battle had just begun. Now most of the demon army was like ants that were sacrificing their lives to fill the battlefield. There weren't many cultivators. In fact, compared to the previous 3 battles, the wilderness was even more patient this time. The sword cultivators' sword formations were interlocked and each had their own duties. As for the demon army, there seemed to be an indescribable sense of hierarchy. It was no longer incomparably rough. However, there were still occasional connection problems in various parts of the battlefield. It seemed that the people in charge of commanding and dispatching were still inexperienced. The sword cultivators practiced the sword and the demons practiced martial arts. 3 moons were in the sky. On the scholarly sage's side, an unfamiliar old man in a scholarly robe appeared. He was looking up at the 3 moons. The old man was the #1 person in the south swirling continent, the mellow scholar Qin Chunan. Qin Chunan retracted his gaze and smiled at the students in the distance. "Go and help. Remember to do as the Romans do." The group of young people dispersed. The scholarly sage, who was also of the secondary sage lineage, said, "There are a lot of scholars." Qin Chunan said, "There are a lot of such good materials in the south swirling continent." The scholarly sage smiled and said, "After all, it's not the vast world. Here, if you want to talk to the sword immortal, you have to do something." Qin Chunan nodded and raised his hand high. The bright moon in the sky of the wilderness shook slightly, as if it was about to be dragged toward the old man and eventually into his sleeve. A great demon with a throne appeared out of thin air, between the moon in the sky and the old man on the city wall. Qin Pingon returned to the top of the city wall and continued to attack with his sword. Xianxia and Qi Shou gave up the battlefield to Qin Pingon. A tall, scholarly young man sat quietly at the side. He didn't say anything and didn't disturb Qin Pingon's attack. He just stared at the battlefield for a long time and finally said, "You just have to pretend that you don't have enough strength and let them all in. The closer they are to the city wall, the better." Qin Pingon didn't hesitate and retreated on his 4 flying swords. He allowed the demon army under his jurisdiction to swarm forward. Lu Xianying closed his eyes as if he was in a dream. Qi Shou turned his head to look at the strange scholar who seemed to be sleeping with his eyes closed, and then looked at the chaotic battlefield in front of him. At the moment when Qi Shou was about to summon his flying swords, Lu Xianying opened his eyes. On the battlefield where Qin Pingon was stationed, the demons were all dead. Not a single one survived. Even sword immortal Xianxia couldn't help but turn to look at Lu Xianying. This was because she didn't sense any spiritual energy ripples. Not a single wisp of sword chi appeared. There wasn't even any trace of sword intent on the battlefield. Qin Pingon carefully observed the battlefield that suddenly turned silent. It was dead silent. They were truly dead. Lu Xianying seemed to find it unbelievable. He rubbed his chin and muttered, "Are they that weak?" Just as Xie Songhua and Qin Pingon's thoughts stirred at the same time. Qi Shou casually whispered, "It's coming." Lu Xianyang, who only carried a standard long sword of the sword workshop on his back, replied with an "Oh." The long sword on his back unsheathed by itself and drew an arc in the air. Then a golden celestial being of unknown origin appeared in the air, holding an ordinary long sword in his hand. On the way to the ground, the ancient sword will of the Great Way kept gathering around him. The celestial being with the sword finally chopped down with his sword, hitting a slender sword light that bloomed from the corpse and headed straight for Qin Pingon. The sword light that was not far from the city wall was smashed to the ground, and the golden celestial being and the long sword of the sword workshop also dissipated in the air. The sword sheath on Xie Songhua's back shot out streaks of sword light. It was so fast that it was shocking. In the end, the life origin flying sword of the demon clan Sword Immortal was successfully smashed to the ground. Xie Songhua only withdrew half of the sword light and hid it in the sword box. She stood up, turned her head and said, "Qin Pingon, you can only protect yourself for the time being. I need to cultivate for a while. Otherwise it's meaningless to me if I can't kill the demons of the upper 5 realms." Qin Pingon nodded. Lu Xianying turned and walked towards Xie Songhua, as if he wanted to take the position of the female sword immortal. Qin Pingon wanted to say something but hesitated. When Lu Xianying walked past Qin Pingon, he bent down and patted Qin Pingon's head, smiled and said, "Old rules, learn a bit." Since the two of them met and became friends, Lu Xianying had been teaching Qin Pingon all kinds of things. The two of them left their hometown and parted for more than 10 years. 622. First, a man dressed in a scholar's robe ascended the city wall and killed a large number of demons with an inexplicable divine ability. Later, Xie Songhua sacrificed a bamboo box to her sword and completely destroyed the natal flying sword of a Jade Realm Sword Immortal demon, causing the latter to fall to the nascent soul realm. Moreover, even the nascent soul realm was on the verge of collapse. It was hard to say if he could still be considered a sword cultivator in the future. After all, an innate sword embryo could only be encountered and not sought. It wasn't as if the sword cultivator's realm was high enough and the destruction of his natal flying sword could easily produce another one. Therefore, this great demon that suffered the moment he made a move suffered a great loss in this siege. What he lost was not only his realm, but also the various benefits brought by his identity as a sword cultivator. If he were to switch to other divine abilities and return to the upper 5 realms, it would be even more difficult for him to become a sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. On the battlefield where Qin Pingon, Lu Xianyang and Qi Shou were fighting, the demons' attacks were obviously stagnant. According to the rules of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Xie Songhua went all out today and took advantage of the situation. It could be said that she had made a miraculous contribution. This battle merit wasn't small. Because the demon that had attacked her was one of the most precious sword cultivators in the wildlands, Xie Songhua could be considered to have killed a half-immortal demon, or the equivalent of a complete unpolished jade demon. However, the person who saw the sword had to make a choice. If she chose the former, she would have to kill another half-immortal to exchange for the corresponding spoils of war. If she chose the latter, she would suffer a small loss. Fortunately, she could immediately get money and treasures from Master Hidden Official. However, Xie Songhua was obviously not satisfied and wanted to attack again. Qi Shou sighed. "Good luck is all given to Sword Immortal Xie. I have to take it easy." Qi Shou decisively took out his last flying sword and formed a sword formation around him to prevent the sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms from sneakily attacking him. Qi Shou turned around and asked, "Do you have a share of such a large profit?" Qin Pingon sat cross-legged on the spot and reached out to press down on the sword workshop's standard long sword on his knees. He shook his head and said, "No." As bait, there wasn't a single copper coin to be gained. Lu Xianyang smiled and asked, "Are you two friends?" Qin Pingon still shook his head. Qi Shou sneered, "Friends my ass. They're enemies. As long as I get off the city walls, this second manager will want nothing more than to scheme against me to death, and I will want nothing more than to crush him to death with my cultivation. Xianxia nodded. That's about the same as my hometown. The people there are simple and honest. There were many supervisors and battle supervisors in the wilderness. Once the demon army showed signs of slowing down, they would start a massacre. Therefore, on the battlefield where the three of them were, the demons continued to charge forward. Not only that, they seemed to have come up with some countermeasures. There was an additional group of demon cultivators who knew a little about talisman Dao. They threw a lot of yellow paper talisman in an attempt to block the view of the battlefield. For a moment, dust flew and the spiritual energy was chaotic. The demons at the front line were all monsters with huge bodies. They were responsible for being the first to die. They probably wanted Xianxia to attack as much as possible so that they could find more clues. Qishou responded as usual. On the battlefield, the flying kite and heartstrings flew extremely fast. Many demons that were dozens of feet tall had their limbs cut off by the sword light. They fell to the ground and wailed in pain. Qishou had always been like this when he attacked his enemies. Other than killing them on the spot, skinning them and pulling out their tendons, he would not stop until their bones were exposed. He would also deliberately injure them but not kill them, leaving them on the battlefield to struggle in vain and wait for death. Especially those demon cultivators who could transform into human form, they would often suffer such a calamity under Qishou's flying sword. Once a demon cultivator could not bear it and tried to save them, they would end up in a similar situation. Qin Pingon drank a mouthful of the water elixir wine in the sword-nourishing gourd and continued to attack the enemy with his sword. Chu Yi and Chu Shiwu pursued to kill with one blow. If the demon's body was too tough, or if they still did not die after their key aperture acupoints were pierced, Songzhen and Kulei would add one or two more blows. During this period, there were demon cultivators who acted as hidden men of sacrifice who tried to imprison the flying sword with a secret method, wanting to die together with it. However, Qin Pingon was an expert in this kind of scheming and camouflage competition. In addition, the flying sword Chu Yi, which was slightly slower than Chu Shiwu in speed, was unimaginably tough. There was once a man of sacrifice of the demon clan who was extremely hidden who deliberately got injured all the way. He even pulled a demon as a shield to block Chu Yi. As a result, Chu Yi only pierced the demon's mid-brows in front of him and then disappeared in a flash. Before the men of sacrifice of the demon clan behind him died, he looked at the city wall in a daze as if he was at a loss. Chu Yi, which did not fall into the trap and was only affected by the spiritual qi, was not damaged at all. However, Qin Pingon's mental energy consumption was not small. Just as Qishou said, after a long time Qin Pingon, who was not a sword cultivator, would not be able to use his sword. And right now it was only the opening of the battle. However, Qishou was also well aware that when the sword cultivator needed to leave the city wall to fight, Qin Pingon would be like a fish in water. Xianxia still did not see his sword, his natal flying sword, nor did he make a move. From the north to the south, on the front line that was originally guarded by Xianxia, all who came would die. There was no reasoning. Qin Pingon could not help but say, "Be careful, you'll attract the attention of the great demon." Xianxia said to Qin Pingon through the heart lake ripple, "The biggest and only problem with my sword technique is the height of its killing power. It's far from being top-notch. Other than that, there's no problem." Then Xianxia continued, "Listen carefully. Don't miss a single word. Remember everything." Qin Pingon listened to the opening and was about to speak. Xianxia did not even look at Qin Pingon and laughed. "Don't talk nonsense with me. When Uncle Lu speaks, just listen obediently. If I teach you all the incantations and tricks, will you be able to learn them?" Qin Pingon remained silent. Xianxia continued to impart the incantations telepathically. He knew that Qin Pingon had a good memory since young, so Xianxia annotated the incantations as he spoke. He was not worried that Qin Pingon would remember wrongly. Xianxia spoke in an extremely complicated manner. The content was the ancestral sword manual of Xianxia's family. Other than the sword manual, there were actually two pieces of Xianxia's family heirloom. Other than the sword manual, there was also the old modeled armor. The blue-black armor that did not have a good appearance was obtained by the woman of the Su family in Clear Wind City. After the head of the Su family obtained the treasured armor, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. He became one of the few nascent soul cultivators in the Aquarius continent. His killing power was extremely great. With the invincible treasured armor, the Clear Wind City was regarded as the next most popular candidate for the Aquarius continent, second only to their ally, the Xinjiang Mountain. The Su family was able to form a marriage alliance with the Yuan family of Dali. Even if the daughter of the first wife married the son of a concubine in the long run, it was still a profitable marriage. The reason why the Yuan family agreed to this undesirable marriage in the muddled situation of Clear Wind City was because of the head of the Su family's cultivation and the hope of reaching the upper 5 realms. Back then, Lu Xianyang's plan was to sell the treasured armor and keep the sword manual. The price was to leave behind the ancestral sword manual and give away half of his life. If not for the rules of the Pearl Grotto Heaven, that mountain-moving ape would definitely not mind taking away the other half of his life. There was no reason to speak of either. However, Lu Xianyang was now a scholar. Back then, when he was lying on the sickbed in the Ruan family's sword shop, he gained a blessing in disguise. At the brink of death, he learned the sword in his dream. Therefore, the rules had to be followed and the revenge had to be taken. Lu Xianyang asked, "Have you memorized it all?" As he spoke, there were wisps of sword intent circulating around him as if they were protecting Lu Xianyang. Qin Pingon nodded and then said, "I don't think I can learn it. The threshold is too high." Lu Xianyang smiled and said, "Then it's the same as before. Set your attitude and compare yourself with anyone but Uncle Lu. Is it difficult to learn the sword? To me it's just so. To you of course it's difficult. But then again, what's the most important craft in our hometown? Isn't it porcelain burning? No, we've also learned it. So now you're in the same situation as learning how to burn porcelain. Back then you thought you wouldn't be able to learn it well in your lifetime and couldn't become an official kiln worker? You pulled a long face all day long and acted like a taciturn gourd. But how are you now? The emperor begged you to help burn 1 or 2 pieces of porcelain. Are you willing? Doesn't it depend on your own mood? Of course, my ancestral sword technique is very particular. You're much slower than me in learning everything, but you can still learn it. What's the hurry? You're inferior to me in everything. I have to teach you everything. You have to accept your fate and get used to it." Qin Pingon said softly, "I've really gotten used to it." Lu Xianyang laughed and said, "It's a good habit. You don't have to change it." On Qin Pingon and Lu Xianyang's route, they headed all the way south. In the rear of the demon army, there was an enormous military tent that was heavily surrounded. An inconspicuous wooden plaque was hanging on the door of the tent, on which there was only the word Jiaoshen. Inside the tent there were desks of various sizes. Books and scrolls were piled up into mountains. Among them there were many severely damaged books on the art of war. They were not the original but were copied. Even so, they were still treated as treasures. Demon race cultivators would be very careful when reading these books. There were few books, but the flippers treasured them. They were willing to read word by word and not by reading the book. They wanted to dig deeper into the meaning within. The military tent occupied a huge area. Close to 100 demon cultivators were gathered here. It was not because they were accomplished in cultivation or had techniques to retain their youthful looks. It was because they were really young. Among them there was a young sword cultivator called Beijing. He sat cross-legged with his back leaning against the sword rack. Beside him, there was a person of the same age who was reading a book on the art of war. His name was Yusi. He was also a sword cultivator who was ranked among the 100 sword celestials of the desolate world. However, like Beijing, he did not have a surname yet. A young man lifted the curtain and walked in. Yusi raised his head and asked with a smile, "And Itan, how's the result this time?" "It's not as good as last time. Only 3 flying swords were destroyed." The young man stretched out 3 fingers and then shook his head. He squatted beside Yusi and Beijing and said unhappily, "It's really hard to get close to the 3rd sword formation. At my battlefield, there were sword celestials who came to hold the line and protect those sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms who were not stable in their attacks. I was almost cut in half by a sword chi. It was very dangerous." Then the young man smiled brightly. "However, I was not too far away from the battlefield where Qin Pingon was stationed. He was Qishou's neighbor. Qishou had indeed broken through the realm. He only used 2 flying swords to defend the battlefield. That's impressive." Then a scholar appeared. His spells were very strange. Those who ran into him did not even know how they died. That's impressive. A woman who was sitting behind a desk glanced at the map and said slowly, "The sword celestial you faced should be Situ Xianxia. He's in the Jade Unpolished realm and was born as a wild cultivator of the Gold Armor continent. His natal flying sword is Steel Cavalry, and his sword is Impregnable Pass. His killing power is not too outstanding, but he's good at both offense and defense. It's already a skill to be able to escape from his sword. Black Beach, let's make a deal. You can slowly accumulate battle merits but don't die. Your battlefield is under Wooden Clock's control. You're one of the candidates for the 100 Sword Celestial, so you'll implicate Wooden Clock." He finally got the chance to bestow a family name. Don't lose it. A shy young man who was sitting behind a desk near the woman raised his head and said softly, "Don't die. Otherwise, even if I get the family name, I'll feel guilty for a long time." The young man named Black Beach grinned and said, "I know. The 100 Sword Celestials of the Desolate World were the seeds of the Great Tao appointed by the moon supporting mountain. Their importance was second only to the Ascendant Realm Great Demons. Every sword cultivator's life was very valuable regardless of their realm. If one of them died, the Jiazi tent and the moon supporting mountain would investigate and punish them severely. At this moment, there were as many as 5 people in the Jiazi tent. Black Beach, Beijing, you see, the woman who exposed Situ Xianxia's background, and a young man in the corner who didn't quite fit in. Wooden Clog turned to look at a desk and said softly out of habit, "Have you found out the foundation of that Confucian disciple's spells, especially whether or not he's a sword cultivator? The losses in this small battlefield have exceeded our expectations by quite a bit. We have to make an appropriate response. Previously we sent a sword celestial to assassinate Chen Pingon, but we've already failed. However, as long as you give us a conclusion, we really do need to mobilize another sword celestial. I've looked at the plan and found it feasible. Let me send a flying sword message to inform the sword celestial to launch a sneak attack. If that still doesn't work, I'll personally go to the Jiazi tent. You don't need to feel pressured in this regard." A man shook his head and said, "We still need to die a few more times to get more clues." Wooden Clog nodded. The woman said, "Qin Chunan from the South Swirling Continent personally came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. That scholar is definitely of the quasi-sage lineage. There's no doubt about this. In fact, we can send fewer troops to the battlefield that this person is guarding. This is because there will definitely be a hidden flying sword message soon. After the Jiazi tent confirms that there's no mistake, they'll naturally send a letter to us. If this person's identity is written in the letter, we still have 2 sword celestial quotas left in the Jiazi tent. We might as well use them both. When the time comes, whether it's killing that scholar or Chen Pingon, or even that Qi Shou, we'll allow the 2 sword celestials to act according to the circumstances." Wooden Clog thought for a moment and nodded, "That's feasible." Then the shy young man pulled out a piece of yellow paper from the pile beside him. He folded it into a small paper kite and gently threw it to the entrance of the tent. "Pass down my orders. On the 6th line of the Jiazi tent, slow down the attack. Apart from not allowing retreat, survival is the most important thing." The kite flew out of the Jiazi tent. The young sword celestial with the strange name you see teased, "Ting Tan, although your realm isn't high now, you have many tricks up your sleeve. If there's a chance in the future when the sword celestials leave the city, you should go and meet that Chen Pingon. Compared to idiots like me and Beijing who only know how to charge around, you'll have an easier time taking advantage of them." Ting Tan thought for a moment and nodded, "Let's give it a try." This Jiazi tent was one of the 60 great armies in the wasteland world. This was one of the large tents named after the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Apart from the Jiazi commander's tent's orders, every military tent was specifically responsible for the deployment of troops on a battlefield. Since it was marked with the word, it was clear that this tent was important. According to military law, even sword celestials and great demons would be executed on the spot if they dared to trespass into the Jiazi tent. Inside the Jiazi tent, everyone carried out their duties in an orderly manner. On the whole, the atmosphere was rather relaxed. The young woman with the map spread out on the table raised her head and said in a deep voice, "For our growth, for the sake of conquering the vast world in the future, we'll be able to defend a few of the great continents. Now just talking about the Jiazi battlefield alone, we've already lost close to 10,000 troops for nothing. The records of our contributions are carved on the bones of our corpses. Don't think that this is something fun. A pale-faced youth sat alone in a secluded corner and sneered, "Troops? Can those brainless ants be counted as troops? It's better if those ants die. They'll help us fight for the right time and save food for the army. It's killing two birds with one stone. Our wasteland world can't feed so many useless people in the first place. If they die here, it'll be a worthy death. At least they've made some small contributions." He glanced at Beijing and Anitan who were not far away. "Leave that Qinpingan to me. Whoever dares to fight with me, don't blame my flying sword for not having eyes and accidentally injuring my allies." It was Li Jin who had turned from a child into a youth. He still had a part of the ancient Punisher Li Jin's incomplete soul. Then he used the moon-supporting mountain's secret technique to reconstruct his body and finally piece together a complete soul. Beijing was indifferent. Anitan still smiled brightly. "No problem." "You see," smiled, I wouldn't dare. I'm not qualified to be young Master Li Jin's ally." That arrogant youth suddenly laughed and stared at "See, I advise you not to learn from the people of the vast world. They like to speak in a weird way." See raised both of his hands and said pitifully, I'll shut up. Mu Zhou frowned and raised his head. It was rare for him to speak in a more serious tone. But compared to Li Jin and Yuxi's voices just now, he still said softly, "Li Jin lost and only lost by a little. You see, this isn't a reason for you to gloat. You're all superior sword cultivators, so you should have a superior state of mind." See immediately retracted his expression and nodded. Then Mu Zhou turned to Li Jin and said, "A loss is a loss. Li Jin, you're not capable enough. You're able to survive after this because of your ability as the last disciple of the Moon Tuo Mountain. I don't care about this. I'm only responsible for the victory and loss of the Jiaxin battlefield. I have to take care of everything. After the war is fierce, you Li Jin still have to listen to orders. Ignoring military discipline and acting on your own will implicate the entire Jiaxin camp. You'll have to bear the consequences. But when the time is right, as long as you're still willing to find Qinpingan as your opponent and fight with that person, even if you have to exchange your life, it's up to you. Jiaxin camp will not stop you. I'm even willing to take out Jiaxin camp's merit and help you create an opportunity to fight to the death with Qinpingan. Because it's my honor to fight with Li Jin who dares to die again." Mu Zhou looked around and said in a low voice, "Why did Li Jin fight? Why did he fight with Qinpingan under the city wall? Don't you know? Are you worthy? How did this become the reason for you to laugh at Li Jin now? Just because he lost a battle and died once? Then for the past 10,000 years, the Wildlands has never won a single battle. Not a single battle. So many Ascendant Realm seniors, together with the entire Moon Tuo Mountain, who isn't a joke. If you're really capable when you reach the vast world, you can laugh at the people over there as you wish." Mu Zhou took a deep breath, his expression was gloomy and murmured, "Talking to you guys like this doesn't make me feel happy. Li Jin seemed to be in this Jiaxin camp." He still listened to Mu Zhou's words. He didn't compete with Yuxi anymore and continued to close his eyes to rest. At the same time he refined the 5 life items. The woman teased, "Mu Zhou, you're so handsome." The young Mu Zhou smiled shyly and blushed a little. Bei Ying, who was almost a mute, spoke for the first time, "The flying sword of Jiaxin camp will be here soon." As expected, a messenger flying sword arrived at Jiaxin's tent. After reading the secret letter, Mu Zhou's expression became serious. "I only know that the scholar is called Zhou Xian, and he's from the Aquarius continent. He's not a disciple of the Melochin family, so I still don't know his cultivation background." The woman sighed, "Then we'll prepare for the worst and use our lives to find out the truth." Mu Zhou suddenly said, "See, go to the battlefield personally. Remember to disguise yourself well. After you receive a sword, immediately leave the battlefield without any hesitation. That Qinpingan's sword power isn't too strong, but his observation of the battlefield is very detailed. With his temperament, I dare say that his backup plan is definitely not just that female sword immortal. As long as you don't die on the battlefield, there will be other sword immortals in charge of keeping an eye on you." Yuxi stood up decisively, his face was full of eagerness but his mouth complained, "Retribution comes so quickly." Mu Zhou turned to look at Bei Ying. Yuxi immediately dashed out of Zhou Xian camp, not giving Mu Zhou a chance to change his mind. Mu Zhou looked away and said to Ni Tan, I've already calculated. With the contribution you've accumulated so far, you're still lacking quite a bit if you want to buy that Yaoyuo treasure. It's fine. I'll take the lead and gather the money. In the future, whoever pays will receive a dividend every year. Who else is willing? The woman shook her head. I'm also saving money. I can't give it to you. Mu Zhou said, You can give it to me. You'll earn it back before the curtains of the battle fall. Trust me, it won't delay you from getting that treasure. Li Zhen opened his eyes and said, Do you need to buy it? I'll just go and ask for it. Mu Zhou shook his head and was about to refuse. Li Zhen had already stood up and said to the woman, Just tell me which treasure you need. I'll go and get it. I can't be bothered to make an extra trip. The woman did not hesitate, directly stating the name of the treasure. Laughing heartily, she clasped her fist in thanks. Li Zhen expressionlessly walked out of Zhou Xian camp. He raised his head to look at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. From here the northern wall was blurry, but from the northern wall overlooking the battlefield he could see everything clearly. Li Zhen drew back his gaze, froze for a moment, and then turned around and clasped his fist in a rare bow as a sign of respect. At Li Zhen's side was a man with a large beard and a sword on his back. The man nodded. You go about your business. Li Zhen rode the wind and left. Mu Zhou walked out of Zhou Xian camp and called out, Master. The man said, Master wants to see someone, so as his disciple, you have to do something for Master. Kill that Chen Pingon. Mu Zhou silently nodded. "623. A loud horn sounded on the battlefield and the demons started to retreat. This prelude battle lasted for more than 2 decades, and the demon army still couldn't reach the city wall. The sword immortals on the city wall were still outstanding. The demons on the wasteland side didn't attack much, and the number of Ascendant Realm and Immortal Realm demons who used their mystiques could be counted on 2 hands. Moreover, they didn't really break through the enemy's formation, so they seemed to be suppressed by the Great Wall of Sword Qi. During this period, the 2 most outstanding battles were publicly acknowledged. One was when the left and right sword immortals penetrated deep into the enemy's territory alone, and almost destroyed the Zhenggu army tent, which was located at the front, and provoked the attack of 2 Ascendant Realm demons. The left and right sword immortals didn't retreat, and their sword qi was vast and mighty. From the city wall, it was as if a small world had condensed and materialized out of thin air. Endless snow-white sword qi, with the left and right sword immortals as the center, formed a huge semicircle that covered the sky. Wherever it passed, the demons' bodies and souls were shattered, and they were all turned into powder. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the left and right sword immortals couldn't be seen at all. They could only see sword qi and sword light. The Immortal Realm sword immortal, Miyu, who had broken through the bottleneck not long ago, stood beside his younger brother Miyu, who was still in the unpolished realm. The 2 brothers had different feelings. Miyu felt that if the left and right sword immortals could have more sword qi, that would be delightful. Miyu's face was bitter, and he felt that the left and right sword immortals had too much sword qi. The left and right sword immortals, who liked to be alone, had brazenly attacked the 2 Ascendant Realm demons. This was an extremely magnificent battle, and the battlefield was in the human world. As for the other battle, it took place in the sky. Qin Chunan had actually managed to drag down a bright moon from the highest point of the heavens into the mortal world. Almost the entire wasteland fell into a huge panic, and they were all worried that the moon, which was getting bigger and bigger, would really slowly fall into the human world. The gray-robed elder of the moon-bearing mountain still didn't stop him, and instead he looked up and laughed, saying that the scholar had good means. Qin Chunan was indeed worthy of being hailed as the new peak of the second sage lineage. Out of the 8 continents outside the Central Plains, Qin Chunan of the Hassa continent, perfected fiery dragon of the North continent, and god of fortune Lu of the White Jade continent each had their own strengths. Even the arrogant qi refinement warriors of the Central Plains did not dare to say that the pillars of the 3 continents were not powerful enough. The gray-clothed old man let the great demon at the peak of the Ascendant Realm, who called herself the Master of the Lotus Nunnery, fight with Qin Chunan with all her strength. The Taoist ascendant, who had already refined half of the moon soul, was in a favorable position. However, it was still unable to stop Qin Chuanan's heaven-defying methods, causing the moon to slowly descend to the ground. The so-called slowness was actually an illusion. If there were really ancient deities and people who had attained Tao who lived in the bright moon for a long time, they would probably be able to experience the rapid descent of the moon. Outside the battlefield, the cultivators in the wasteland who had cultivated Tao and were of a high level could feel the overwhelming suffocation as they neared the upper 5 realms. They could also see the scenery of the bright moon's moon palace more clearly. They could also see the lifeless continuous mountain ranges. The cultivators of the upper 5 realms with better eyesight could even see the lifeless ruins of the palaces, the huge dead trees, the ancient skeletons that could crush the mountain ranges, and the floating clothes that were as big as lakes. In the vast world, there was once a military sage who said something more praiseworthy than derogatory. It's a pity that the scholar is not domineering, and his writings cannot reach the heavens. If the person who said this had witnessed Qin Chuanan's attack at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he would not have made such a fallacy. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was most familiar with the 9 great continents of the vast world, not the central divine continent, but the south swirling continent, which was closest to the inverted hanging mountain. They were also familiar with the scholar Qin Chuanan. This was also thanks to Alliance's propaganda that Qin Chuanan was a rather unique expert among the scholars. He was like an old man swinging a hammer, skilled in both the pen and the sword. He could write essays and he could also fight. He was very, very powerful. However, the bright moon was not completely dragged down to the mortal realm. The Lotus Nunnery Master used all her strength and was in a stalemate with Qin Chuanan for a full hour. Therefore, on that night the moon was closest to the ground and it was extremely bright. These 2 battles should be a true fight between immortals. This boosted the morale of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The sword cultivators drew their swords even faster, and the Sword Qi waterfall that gathered tens of thousands of natal flying swords became even more turbulent. However, in this wave of attacks compared to the demon race army that swarmed and died, the number of demon race cultivators that were truly trapped was still very few. Therefore, the battle merits that the Great Wall of Sword Qi sword cultivators had accumulated were mostly meager. Therefore, the female sword immortal called Xianxia from the Snowy Peak continent could be said to have shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, and earned a huge amount of battle merits. After the demon race army stopped their attacks, they no longer left the corpses on the battlefield to be exposed to the sun as they wished, and allowed the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi to pick up money from the battlefield. They started to respect the demon race cultivators that had died in battle, and tried their best to collect the corpses. Their bones, along with their belongings, were carefully counted, recorded, and returned to their descendants. The Great Wall of Sword Qi naturally would not allow the demon race to swagger around and clean up the battlefield. The key was the temporary retreat of the demon race army. There was a greater demon that held a golden pot that was carved in the shape of a rat's treasure. After it was summoned, all of the spirit artifacts and magic treasures that were filled with spiritual energy automatically left the battlefield and hurriedly flew towards the golden pot. There was also a greater demon that held a jade tablet carved from black jade. After he clenched it, it shone with a dazzling light. Black flood dragons that were only the length of a finger swam out from the jade tablet. After they left the jade tablet, it was as if the flood dragons had lost their advantage. They suddenly transformed into colossal creatures that slammed their claws into the ground, easily stirring up dust that was hundreds of feet high as they attempted to kill the sword cultivators that had left the city. The greater demon Chongguang, who had once been in charge of sieging a city, summoned one of his life items. It was a bowl of water. He gently blew out a breath of air, causing the surface of the water to ripple. Suddenly, an incomparably deep vortex appeared, as resplendent as a river of stars. The demon race souls on the battlefield formed a series of land tornadoes that swept towards the south in an attempt to fuse into the bowl of water. By gathering the souls, they could be released into the wilderness outside the battlefield. They could also be stored in supreme treasures so as to prevent them from being refined by the sword qi and sword intent here. The extremely pure spiritual energy of the world seemed to be unapproachable to the great Tao, but in fact to cultivators who had the right time and place, there would be a mysterious feeling of intimacy. The many ancient sword intents on the Great Wall of Sword Qi were the best example. However, the broken limbs, corpses and blood that seeped into the ground would greatly change the fate of the battlefield. The sword immortals had to deal with them. They definitely could not eliminate all of them, but they had to eliminate as much as they could. Otherwise, the right time, that originally belonged to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, would tilt towards the wilderness. This was the sword cultivator's greatest reliance apart from the great sword immortal and the city wall beneath their feet. Therefore, the strangest scene on the battlefield occurred. Both armies had clearly stopped fighting. However, the greater demons and sword immortals were attacking more and more frequently. There were constantly cultivation treasures and damaged spiritual artifacts left on the battlefield. Both sides used their own methods to control them and collect them into their pouches. There were even more that were shattered on the spot as the two sides fought. However, compared to the previous confrontation between the two armies on the vast battlefield now, no matter how big the commotion caused by the attacks of the sword immortals and greater demons was, they were still limited. After the two sides stopped fighting, there was a short period of rest. According to the rules of the past, the sword cultivators could have as long as half a day or as short as 2 to 3 days to rest. Qin Pingon did not immediately leave the top of the wall. He continued to sit there cross-legged, paying attention to the distant attacks of both sides. Xianxia walked to Qin Pingon's side and sat down. He wanted to immediately meet up with his schoolmates and friends. The main point of this trip to study the Great Wall of Sword Qi was the word, learning. As for the matter of killing demons, regardless of how the other Confucian disciples of the secondary saints viewed it, Xianxia was not that concerned. If not for Qin Pingon sitting here, Xianxia might not have been willing to take action. Xianxia had always lived a more relaxed and carefree life than Qin Pingon. As for when they would leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi, no one knew. It all depended on the intentions of the Qin clan's saint. Xianxia scratched his head as he gazed at the swift and fierce sword lights that suddenly appeared and disappeared on the distant battlefield. He said, "All my battle merits will be counted on you." Qin Pingon nodded and handed over the blade's strengthening gourd with a smile. Xianxia shook his head and said, "No. Even if I want to have sex after drinking, I still need a pretty girl by my side, right?" Xianxia heard that this guy had written the Ghost Sword Immortal's seal on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He planned to ask Qin Pingon to help him carve a pair of seals. One was more straightforward, Great Sword Immortal Lu. The other was more honest, Xianxia. Qin Pingon asked in a low voice, "That demon cultivator was actually fine after you attacked?" Xianxia smiled and said, "He's also a sword cultivator and has a protective treasure. He won't die so easily." Qishou's side was very lively. Many people had come. After all, Qishou had just broken out of seclusion during the battle and successfully reached the nascent soul realm. This time he was guarding a place alone. It was indeed worthy of a celebration. Qishou was indeed the leader of his small mountain. He was also a disciple of the Qi clan. Soon he gathered more than 10 good friends around him. There were both men and women. Some of them were acquaintances of Qin Pingon. For example, the Dragon Gate sword cultivator, Ren Yi, who was the first to guard the gate on the street. There was also the Golden Core sword cultivator in charge of guarding the second gate, Puyu. He was a handsome young master in white. There were also a few female sword cultivators who were about the same age as them. Half of the reason was to congratulate Qishou, and the other half was because of Qishou's 2 neighbors. They had completely different personalities from the ladies of noble families. At this moment they were openly looking at Qin Pingon and Xianxia. They did not hide the fact that they were sizing them up, and their so-called whispers were not at all sneaky. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, during the intervals between the battles, the sword cultivators who were familiar with each other would occasionally chat about other battles. Among them were the second manager and the scholar from the Hassa continent. There were many topics to talk about. As for which sword cultivator died, whose natal flying sword was destroyed on the battlefield. Instead they would at most say, "Oh," and nod to show that they understood. There was nothing else. Qin Pingon shook the blade's strengthening gourd and joked, "Don't you have it now? Do you still want to drink it?" Xianxia jumped off the wall and muttered, "Let's go, let's go." When Xianxia was far away, one of the female sword cultivators asked with a smile, "Second manager, what's your friend's name? Does he have a partner or a wife?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "He was here just now. Why didn't you ask?" The woman chuckled and said, "I'm just shy." Qin Pingon was a little helpless. Just now when she looked at Lu Xianyang, it was as if Lu Xianyang was naked. She was not shy at all. She was called Situ Longqiu, the daughter of a concubine from the Situ family on Taixiang Street. She was a sword cultivator who had reached the bottleneck of the sea-viewing realm. He was good friends with Dong Bujue. Among the sword cultivators of the same age on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, her realm was not high nor low. However, she was cheerful and had the spirit of the Jianghu. Interesting things on the Great Wall of Sword Qi often became more interesting after being polished by her. Many sources of gossip came from her and Dong Bujue's groundless accusations. At that time, Dong Bujue went to the Ning residence and asked Qin Pingon to help him carve 3 book seals. One of them was Situ Longqiu's. The second manager was upright and honest. Situ Longqiu's "I swear" was definitely true. Gu Jianlong's "Allow me to say something fair." Dong Huafu's "Spend money like water." Wang Xinshui's "I can pay before the fight but after the fight it's on me." These were the newest 5 absolutes of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was one of the 5 absolutes of the Great Wall. Liang's gambling behavior was excellent and he washed his hair with saliva. The hidden official's temper was the best and he never hit anyone. The old deaf spoke human language. Lu Ji's beauty and Miyu's deep love couldn't keep her. These had nothing to do with swordsmanship or realms. Now Qin Pingon and Situ Longqiu could be considered a meeting of experts. Situ Longqiu suddenly laughed and asked, "Is Yendang Mountain very famous in the vast world?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "It is just a mountain in the Aquarius continent that is not very famous. Its feng shui is very good but it is not famous yet. But I have a good friend who travels the Jianghu in the wilderness. He likes to write about mountains and rivers. He told me that he had been to such a place before. The scenery there is marvelous." Situ Longqiu said regretfully, "I thought it was one of the famous 5 great mountains." She then smiled. "It doesn't matter, it is already very good." Because on the seal that Dong Bujue gave her, there was a passage with a strange content. Resting at Yendang Mountains de Longqiu in the middle of the night, starfire filled the sky. Unable to sleep, I jumped into the grass barefoot. After she obtained the seal, she asked many of her good friends who had rich book collections about Yendang Mountains de Longqiu, but they could not tell her anything. Qin Pingon thought of something and laughed. "But there is good news. Yendang Mountain will most likely become the new East Peak's Deputy Assistant Crown Prince of the Aquarius continent, and will be promoted to one of the Crown Prince Mountains. In the future it will be much more famous." Situ Longqiu was startled. "Crown Prince Mountain? What nonsense is this?" She then laughed out loud. "Anyway, it is still a good thing." Situ Longqiu turned and walked back to Qi Shou's side, and together they flew back to the northern city. Guizhujiu flew over and squatted beside her master for a while. She said softly, "Master, don't worry, I will not tell Mistress. Mistress is the eldest but I still side with Master more." Qin Pingon laughed lightly. "Whether it is you or Sister Situ in Master's hometown, you are all fairies." Guizhujiu asked curiously, "Fairies? Do you know how to fart? Do you stink when you fart? Do you purposely hide it in your skirt? Otherwise you would not be a fairy, right? If I were a man who admired fairies, I would not be able to stand it. So if I were a fairy, I would hide in the blanket and fart secretly. I would lift the blanket and fan myself and I would not stink." Qin Pingon was already used to Guizhujiu's wild and unrestrained thoughts. He drank another mouthful of the water pill wine in the blade-nurturing gourd, and the pitiful underwater residence that had almost depleted of Ling Qi felt better. He patted the little girl's head and stood up. "Let's go and find Mistress." The master and disciple duo went to Ning Yao's side. Guizhujiu was jumping around, but it was a pity she did not have the small bamboo box on her back. She asked casually, "How many great demons did Master kill this time?" Qin Pingon laughed. "It is already good enough that Master is able to stay alive." Guizhujiu nodded without hesitation and said, "Master has shown mercy, I will leave their heads for a while." Qin Pingon asked, "How is your father?" Guizhujiu grinned, "I met him on the way. He allowed me to find Master first and return home later." This simple sentence, "met him on the way," that could be considered more, made Qin Pingon, who experienced such a large-scale war for the first time, feel a bit of warmth in his gloomy heart. like the clouds opening and the moon shining. Qin Pingon was in charge of the battlefield in the middle, not close to Ning Yao's side. Guizhuzhou was not afraid of the long journey. Accompanying master to travel the world, every step was good. Perhaps as they walked, junior sister would surpass the senior sister who was not tall. Along the way to the left they passed by sword immortal Wu Qingpei who was at the bottleneck of the Jade Pure Realm. He did not use his sword even once, using the entire battlefield as a whetstone to refine his sword. The Great Wall of Sword Aura had all kinds of natal flying swords. Some could transform into the golden body of an ancient god, some could create talisman arrays and some could use the Five Thunders technique. There were also the two Earth Immortal Sword cultivators of the immortal couple. One of their flying swords could transform into a flood dragon, while the other was called the Finishing Touch. When the two swords worked together, their power would increase tremendously, no less than a sword immortal's attack. There were all kinds of strange things. No wonder the Great Wall of Sword Aura did not need other chi cultivators. Peng Yuanji did not leave the wall. Beside him was a girl who admired him. She was Gao Yuqing, Gao Yeho's sister. Seeing Qin Pingon and Guizhuzhou, Peng Yuanji smiled and nodded. Qin Pingon used what he had learned and asked with a smile, "Brother Peng, how many great demons did you kill?" Peng Yuanji smiled, "The same as you." Qin Pingon said, "You're an earth immortal. Why are you competing with a second realm cultivator? It's beneath you." Guizhuzhou ran to Gao Youqing's side and stood on her tiptoes. She patted Gao Youqing's head with a kind expression, nodded and lectured, "Yuqing, a married girl is like spilled water. You're not married yet. Control yourself, you must control yourself." Gao Yuqing slapped Guizhuzhou's hand away and glared, "Lu Duan, don't talk nonsense." The girl glanced at Peng Yuanji from the corner of her eyes. Qin Pingon and Guizhuzhou continued walking. Qin Pingon saw a young man spitting saliva at the top of the wall. He signaled Guizhuzhou to keep quiet. However, Qin Pingon had only taken a few steps when Gu Jianlong felt that something was amiss. Soon he discovered the smiling and amiable second shopkeeper. Without saying a word, Gu Jianlong called his friends and hurriedly flew back to the city on his sword. On Ning Yao's side there were two unfamiliar faces. The mellow Qin family's disciple, the sage Qin Shi, and the gentleman Qin Xianxia from Continent's Foothill Academy. The two of them did not kill demons like Lu Xianyang. The reason was simple. If they were not sword cultivators, the demon army would not be able to get close to the city and would not be of much help. In addition, sword cultivators were particular about tight and seamless coordination. Qin Shi and Qin Xiangxia's spells and abhijna were powerful, but they would be of more help than help. Therefore the two of them were really traveling. They walked all over the city and returned the way they came. Then they took the opportunity to greet Xianxia and the rest. This was because the Confucian gentleman who took away the noble spirit from the Great Wall of Sword Aura was a good friend of Qin Xiangxia. The two of them became gentlemen at the same time. The gentleman hoped that Qin Xiangxia would help him pass the message. Qin Xiangxia was chatting with Stackcliffe. Stackcliffe was talking about the inside story of the battle. He said that in the previous battle the Great Wall of Sword Aura did not have to deliberately chase after the demons. In order to maximize the damage, they would even close the front line and slowly kill the demon army. However, when the demon army reached the city, it was very likely that they would succeed in attacking the city. A large number of sword immortals would leave the city to guard the front line and cut the battlefield. Then, the Earth Immortal Sword Cultivators would lead the team to fight at the bottom of the city. The sword cultivators of the middle five realms who did not have high combat strength were only responsible for guarding the city. Qin Sanqiu and Yan Ji squatted at the side watching the show and laughing secretly. They imitated the second shopkeeper and covered their hands with their sleeves. They looked like villagers who squatted on the ridge and watched the harvest. It was rare to see her speaking so softly with someone else. Ning Yao closed her eyes and rested. After Qin Jingxiu announced his name, he also mentioned his relationship with the Confucian gentleman. Ning Yao rarely spoke more. Then she left the crowd and nurtured her sword intent alone. Dong Huafu was chatting with Fan Dash about what to eat and drink when they returned to the city. Dong Huafu said, "Fan Dash, you did well this time. You should buy a pot of Azure Immortal Mountain wine to celebrate." Qin Shi suddenly said, "There must have been a sword cultivator who betrayed us. He paid the price of a natal flying sword to secretly send a message to the demon race." This was an extremely unpleasant way to put it. This was probably one of the reasons why Qianxia would inexplicably make enemies everywhere as soon as he left his family. However, Ning Yao and the others did not have any strange expressions. The sky will rain, the mother will marry, the shop will make money. Who can stop that? Dong Huafu turned his head and said, in order to survive, you paid the price of a natal flying sword. I don't know if the scholars in the South Saw continent will dare to use half of their lives to survive in the future. I heard that ordinary scholars who don't cultivate are very knowledgeable, but they can't bear the pain. What's the saying again? Without a knife at home, without a well in the backyard, it's too ugly to hang yourself. The pillars are too hard and the water is too cold. Qin Jingxiu frowned. Qianxia laughed instead. There are indeed such sayings. There's no other way around it. There are too many scholars in this vast world. They're both good and bad people. There are all kinds of people. Dong Huafu glanced at the young scholar and nodded. You're easy to talk to. Treat me to a drink later. Qianxia was amused. He laughed and asked, didn't you treat me to a drink? Dong Huafu laughed. Fan immediately said helplessly, even the second shopkeeper can't make Dong Haitan pay. Qin Jingxiu turned and saw two people. One of them was a young man wearing a robe and carrying a sword. His face was pale and he looked like a sickly person. However, because of Lu Xianyang, Qin Jingxiu knew that this person was Qin Pingon from the Aquarius Continent's Dali Longquan. He was a direct disciple of the literary sages branch and the junior brother of the left and right sword immortals. When Lu Xianyang and Qin Pingon fought next to each other, Qin Jingxiu's horizons were broadened. Lu Xianyang hid his strength well. Even Qianxia, who had a good relationship with Lu Xianyang, knew that Lu Xianyang was a sword cultivator for the first time. Qin Pingon smiled and bowed. Greetings, gentlemen. Qin Jingxiu and Qianxia also bowed back. Dong Huafu muttered, when a disciple of the secondary sage meets a disciple of the literary sage's branch, even if they don't fight, they should quarrel. Ning Yao stood up and said, let's go back. Qin Pingon took out his talisman boat and boarded the ferry. Qin Jingxiu and Qianxia tactfully declined Qin Pingon's invitation, saying that they wanted to walk around the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The talisman boat headed north. On the ferry, other than Qin Pingon, everyone else was a sword cultivator. Qin Pingon and Guizhujiu sat on one side and rowed the boat with all their might. Qin Sanqiu and Yan Ji rowed on the other side. Dong Huafu shook his head and said, it's too embarrassing. Fan Doc deeply agreed. On the city wall, Qin Jingxiu looked at this scene. On the ferry, other than Qin Pingon, everyone else was a sword cultivator. However, none of them rode on their swords. Qianxia smiled and said, Lu Xianyang often bragged to me about how smart Qin Pingon from his hometown was and how fast he learned things. Other than being a little taciturn and not fond of talking, there seemed to be nothing wrong with him. In the beginning, he patted his chest and promised me that Qin Pingon would be the best porcelain kiln worker in the world. After that, Lu Xianyang stopped talking about the dragon kiln. Qin Jingxiu said, Lu Xianyang probably did not expect that Qin Pingon would become Mr. Wensheng's closed-door disciple. Qianxia looked at the talisman boat and said, I guess Qin Pingon also did not expect that Lu Xianyang would become a sword cultivator. Qianxia sighed and said, my sister once said that the Pearl Grotto heaven in the Aquarius continent is a place with good feng shui. Inside Jiaxin's tent, sword cultivator Yu Si walked in. Other than Li Zhen, everyone's gaze gathered on him. The young wooden clog asked, how is it? Yu Si smiled and said, good fellow, I am sure that he is a sword cultivator, not some righteous Confucian disciple. It's just that his swordsmanship is very mysterious. At this point, Yu Si raised his arm, emitting a faint smell of blood. See, my robe is not damaged at all. Yu Si rolled up his sleeves. His arm that was wrapped in several golden pages was now a bloody mess. He laughed angrily and said, luckily I have something on me. Otherwise, even if I did not die, a layer of my skin would have been cut off by this person's swordsmanship. Wooden Clog asked, how did Lu Xianyang draw his sword? Yu Si shook his head and said, sorry, I really do not know how he drew his sword. Came without a sound. It's like being glanced at by a senior, I get goosebumps. Wooden Clog frowned, it's because Lu Xianyang's sword energy is too fast. It is so fast that it can pass through the river of time without causing any ripples. For example, Qishou, who just broke through, his flying sword is called Heartstring. Its innate ability can reduce the natural obstruction of the river of time to the flying sword to the minimum, so it is very fast. Or is it that Lu Xianyang's innate flying sword is even stranger? The young woman said, "The great sword immortal of the North Continent is Han Huizi. The Taihui sword sect has a new sword immortal, Lu Jinglong. His innate flying sword is extremely mysterious and strange. Although I do not know his name, he is known as Near Dao." Yuxi shook his head vigorously with a smile. He shook his arm, feeling a little sorry for the destruction of the golden pages. His realm should not be that high. He is definitely not an upper 5 realm sword immortal. It is just that his sword art is too strange. A messenger flying sword arrived at Zhou Xian's tent. After reading the secret letter, Wooden Clog revealed a smile. In Zhou Xian's tent, everyone was smiling. Wooden Clog stood up and went around the desk. He put 2 fingers together and drew a circle. In the tent, a long scroll about 10 feet tall appeared in the air. Wooden Clog said in a deep voice, "Kuei Wei tent has already sent information to all the military tents. This is the distribution map of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Every upper 5 realm sword immortal has a rough division of labor. Some relatively fixed positions are recorded and marked on the letter. In addition, nascent soul sword immortals who are capable of guarding an area alone are not to be underestimated. In addition, all the golden core sword immortals with greater killing power are recorded in detail. Especially the youngest batch of geniuses like Ning Yao. Some of the Dragon Gate and Sea Viewing realms are individually marked." Wooden Clog began to report the names of the important sword immortals and sword immortals, as well as their positions and specific duties of guarding the city. Every time the youth said a name, the young woman would write an extremely small name on the scroll. Fortunately, the people in Zhou Xian's tent were all cultivators with excellent eyesight. Even if their realms were not high, they could see the words on the scroll clearly no matter how small they were. The names on the scroll were divided into 3 colors: gold, vermilion, and ink black. They corresponded to the upper 5 realms sword immortals, nascent soul sword immortals, and golden core sword immortals. Wooden Clog emphasized, to have a name on the scroll, even if it's an inconspicuous ink black color, the lower their realms, the more we need to find an opportunity to kill them. The young woman said, "Then I'll circle these special names with gold ink?" Wooden Clog nodded and said, "Sure." For example, Sword Immortal Guijia's daughter, Guizhujio, and Marquis Gao Ye's sister, Gao Yuqing. On the scroll, there were the 10 people at the peak of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There were also Great Sword Immortal Yuqing, Yao family head Yao Lianyun, North Continent's Han Huizi, and Yen family's consecrator Li Tumi. In the past, when they attacked the city, the great demons of the wilderness did fuss over such details. It was just that they could never keep up with the changes. This time there were 60 military tents in the wilderness, including Zhou Xian's tent. There were close to 5,000 cultivators. Since Zhou Xian's tent was only responsible for the battle situation in their own territory, there were even more military tents that had to take care of something important. That was because the armored god tent was a bit special. It had so many sword immortal embryos that it didn't need to be distracted. Moonbearing Mountain, Lijian, Beijing, Long Beach, Yuxi, and the young female sword cultivator Lu Bai. Of all the 100 sword immortal embryos in the wildlands, the armored god tent had 5. The other military tents had to take care of other matters. For example, Gui Wei's tent had to pay extra attention to the movements of the main sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They also had to record every sword immortal's attack, why they attacked, who they attacked, the strength of the attack, the lethality of the attack, and whether they had broken through their realms. There was also a crucial and hidden point, which was to identify whether the other party was holding back. If they did, they would circle it and see if they were still so polite on the battlefield in the future. If the answer was yes, other than confirming the other party's sincerity, they could also reduce the number of troops on the battlefield. The attacks did not have to be too intense, but they could not be too obvious. Otherwise, if the two sides reached a tacit understanding and the Great Wall of Sword Qi saw through it, with Qin Qingdu's temper, that sword immortal would not end well. In this way they would kill the chicken to warn the monkey. How would the other sword immortals dare to secretly express goodwill? There would be Xian Mao's tent. He would be responsible for the specific deployment of all the cultivators in the upper 5 realms and allocate them to the other tents. Gung Yin's tent would be responsible for the military supplies. Yi Wei's tent would be in charge of the following troops. They would need to lead them to a predetermined location behind the battlefield and set up camp there so that they could rush to the battlefield at any time. They would also need to arrange a suitable route for them to advance. As for why the peak greater monsters of the wilderness, besides a few that could be counted on one hand, all of them seemed to be absent. This was because there was temporarily no need for these big shots to take action on the battlefield. In truth, they were all very busy. Mobilizing half of the world's factions to attack the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a magnificent feat that had never occurred before in the history of the wilderness. Behind the battlefield there were many rebellious factions. Not everyone was willing to listen obediently. There were some extremely tyrannical greater monsters that didn't even know how to size up the situation. This was why they needed to be suppressed. There were also many that wanted to obey orders on the surface but secretly hid their strength. And the most troublesome of all, there was a fire in their backyard and internal strife. There was even a group of sword immortals that didn't want to be upright sword immortals. They simply didn't want to use their swords in the open and became insidious assassins. They specialized in assassinating the leaders that led the army north to block the monster army that was heading north. When a sword immortal insisted on killing someone and then leaving, it would be a huge problem. The difference between defeating a cultivator and killing a cultivator was like the difference between heaven and earth. Why did Jia Shenying still want to kill Qin Pingon even though he knew that Qin Pingon was fishing? It was because Qin Pingon had killed Li Jin and not simply one. Such an existence that would become a huge problem once he really grew up was worth Jia Shenying taking out an upper 5 realm sword immortal as a bet. It was just that there was a lack of information at that time. Regarding the female sword immortal Xianxia of the Snow White continent, it was impossible to accurately assess her sword style and lethality, so Jia Shenying paid a huge price. Wooden Clog didn't hesitate to take responsibility for this mistake. Even if it was very likely that he would lose the opportunity to be bestowed with the surname of Moon Supporting Mountain, Wooden Clog didn't have any regrets. In war, people would die and a lot of people would die. It wasn't like playing house. As long as they won, everything would be fine and they could easily make up for it. But if they lost the war, it was hard to say who would be the master of the wild world in the future. The territory of the wild world was about 2 north continents size compared to the vast world. Compared to the rich vast world, the wild world was indeed like an empty shelf to a certain extent. The land was barren and the products were scarce. Although there was no lack of unique advantages, it was still too lacking compared to its neighbor. However, this huge disparity was like comparing an entire world to another world. Moreover, the demon race multiplied and spread their branches and leaves extremely quickly. In addition, demon cultivators had almost no moral restraints. There were also some extremely large dynasties that occupied vast territories. They also possessed fertile lands that made other powers drool. There were also many treasured lands that were filled with spirit qi. It was said that they were blessed lands that were not inferior to the righteous world and the green netherworld. You see gulped down a mouthful of wine and wiped his mouth. He smiled and said, I went to the battlefield and took a few glances at that Qin Pingon. Just like what Li Tan said, he's very cunning. He's an extremely difficult person to deal with in a head-on battle. Li Jin said, his cultivation base has dropped and he's not an innate sword cultivator. It's natural that he'll have a hard time fighting now. The fact that he's able to defend his territory is thanks to Lu Xianyang and Qi Shou's help. But even so, he's best at calculating the killing power of his flying sword, calculating the combat power of his enemy, paying attention to the details and fighting a battle of attrition. The woman said, to deal with this guy, we must form a situation where we can crush him. Wooden Clog asked, then let's try to surround and kill him? Li Jin, you'll be the main attacker. You see, you'll help hold the line. Li Tan, you'll be responsible for picking up the slack. As for whether or not it'll work, we'll see. Behind the chest suddenly said, change Li Jin to me. Li Jin's face darkened. Behind the chest said, this is my master's idea. Only then did Li Jin's complexion improve. Among the peak monsters of the wilderness, even famous overlords like the withered bone great monster Bai Ying and the master of the Yaoyuo would still be criticized. Only behind the chest's master was an important figure that was easier to meet. Because he traveled the world all year round, he didn't belong to any sect or residence. But very few people criticized him. At most, they said that this person had a cultivation base but was unwilling to contribute to the wilderness. It was said that if he had been willing to participate in the Battle of the 13, there wouldn't have been the trouble of sieging the cities. But he had directly refused. 2 monsters had violated their vows and died. The disciples of the 2 sects had gone mad and sought revenge on him. In the end, he didn't even use his sword. He casually killed the leader of the unpolished Jade Realm monsters with a single punch. It was said that it was only a single punch. The other cultivators were all killed by that bastard sword cultivator behind the chest who had still been a youth at the time. Only a few ants were lucky enough to survive and flee back to their sections. They helped pass on the message and then hurried to apologize. In the end, 2 unpolished Jade Realm monsters served as retainers for the master and disciple, helping behind the chest and feeding his sword. The principles of the wilderness had always been simple and straightforward. Those with bigger fists had more reason. If the wilderness had its own official history book, then every page would be filled with a thick stench of blood. Many local factions that had managed to develop the embryonic form of a dynasty with great difficulty were trampled and destroyed by the peak-level monsters. Many capitals that had been painstakingly built by generations of sovereigns were reduced to rubble overnight, the ground covered in blood. For example, the Withered Bone Great Demon by Ying had 6 trusted generals under her command. Each of them liked to turn 1,000 miles of land in a country into a graveyard. Everyone there was reduced to withered bone puppets. Then, like raising poisonous insects, they would leave behind some usable materials in the end. Only sword cultivators, regardless of their cultivation, were able to survive these inexplicable disasters. Because this was the rule set by Moon Supporting Mountain. The embryos of sword cultivators in the wilderness were like the seeds of learning in the vast world. Could even be said that they were protected even better. In fact, this was the strangest thing. The common enemy of the wilderness was the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the sword cultivators. But no matter how the wilderness attacked the city, it would always end miserably. Towards the sword immortals and sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, they were willing to hold pure respect. On the battlefield, they didn't show any mercy. After leaving the battlefield, when the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi were mentioned, perhaps the monster cultivators who had personally experienced the battle would hate them to the bone. But they would never slander or curse them. Ning Yao returned to the Ning mansion alone, saying that he would go into seclusion to refine his sword. As for the rest, they went to the wine shop to drink. Fan De Che had already accepted his fate and borrowed money to treat them. The wine was drunk very quickly. Qin Sanqiu and the rest had already returned home. Guizhu Jiu flew over the walls to see the small bamboo chest. It had been a long time since they last met and she missed it. In the end, only the head shopkeeper and second shopkeeper of the wine shop were left, as well as many drunkards who came to quench their thirst. While Stack Zhang was busy with business, Qin Pingon squatted by the side of the road to drink. Yu Ju Fu and Zhu Mei actually came over to drink. Yu Ju Fu carried the wine jug and walked towards Qin Pingon. The sword cultivator who was beside the second shopkeeper immediately laughed and gave up his position, each one more understanding than the other. Yu Ju Fu sat on the steps at the side while Zhu Mei stood not far away. Sister Shi's heroism was something that young girls could never learn. Yu Ju Fu asked, Qin Pingon, your fist technique, is it not widely spread in the Aquarius continent? Qin Pingon shook his head. There are very few people who learn it, the number can be counted on one hand. Based on the number of people who learn it, it is the small fist type. Based on the level of fist intent, it is the big fist type. Yu Ju Fu nodded. Qin Pingon, strive to reach the far-traversing realm as soon as possible. You and Xianxia, regardless of whether you are geniuses or not on the path of martial arts, even if you walk ahead, it is not a bad thing, at least for me. Don't learn from those cultivators on the mountain only walking on a single plank bridge. Qin Pingon raised his wine bowl and laughed. Let's encourage each other. Yu Ju Fu drank the wine and left with Zhu Mei. Qin Pingon bid farewell to the child and returned to the Ning residence. But when he reached the gate, he suddenly said to Bai Momo, who was waiting at the gate, that he wanted to return to the city. Riding the talisman boat, he left the city, and below was the private residence of the sword immortals. When he reached the city, he first went to look for his eldest senior brother. After he spoke of his thoughts, he laughed and said, "It is good that you can think this way, it saves me some trouble. With your current cultivation, how much can you do? Big things. In the end, the direction of the overall situation is how it should be. Your sewing and mending is good, but it is limited to this and not of much use. But before that, I have a question to ask you. Let's not talk about cultivation or identity, but only one possibility. If you die here, you can defend the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Will you die?" Qin Pingon was silent. Left and right said, "In any case, it is only an impossible possibility, so what is the answer in your heart? You know it. If you don't compete with yourself, how can you compete with the heavens and earth? Don't think that thinking too much is a bad thing. Our Confucian school believes that there is a beginning and an end to things, and that there is a beginning and an end to things. If you know the sequence, you will be close to the Tao." He was known as the Sea of Learning in the Wasteland, the moon-supporting mountain in terms of knowledge. He read a lot of books and learned everything. He was proficient in the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, the 100 schools of thought, poetry, arithmetic, calligraphy, painting, metal and music. He was very good at all of them. Zhou called himself the Old Bookworm, and was also known as the Old Fox reaching heaven. Among the disciples, Si Chen, Kaiying, Tong Xian, Tong Yin, Yu Zhao, and Lu Bai from the Jiaoshan tent were now in the list of the 100 Sword Immortals. In addition, a large group of disciples earlier were now people of the military Shang and Taoism. The surnames of all the disciples under Zhou could only be obtained after the Great Wall of Sword Qi was breached. In fact, the person in charge of writing this genealogy was Zhou. It was said that in history, the withered bone great demon by Ying once asked curiously, "Does Mr. Zhou want to be the master of our world's culture and education?" Zhou smiled and answered, "Not enough." Today Zhou talked about the trivial knowledge of being naive and doing things in the ways of the world. He talked for more than half an hour. Moreover, he often asked the students for their answers first. As a teacher, Zhou would give his own answer. If someone solved the problem well, Zhou would directly give him a bookcase as a tribute. Today he gave his disciples a bookstore seal engraved with endless stream and mountain. Back when Zhou had first started teaching the Tao, he had told the first generation of students that the scholars of the world didn't care about reason anymore. Of course, they had their own reasons. Right and wrong, good and bad were complex. However, the scholars of the wildlands were far from that level, and didn't have the qualifications to treat everyone with reason. Because their foundation was too weak when it came to learning, they had to have respect in their hearts. All of Zhou's disciples only had one homework, which was to copy the classics of the 100 schools of thought every day. The last question of the day was Zhou's talk about man and time. This involved a fundamental principle. Zhou believed that the demon race had been enlightened and transformed into human form. However, only those who read books could be considered human. Zhou had a smile on his face as he spoke about what he was thinking about. Before the age of 10, time flowed slowly like a small stream. It was so slow that it seemed like it would never grow and could not see the distant scenery. After the age of 20, one did not care about the passage of time at all. It was fast and slow. One would be bored out of their wits if they took an extra look. After the age of 30, time began to run wildly and people were caught off guard. After the age of 40, it was like a rolling river that was about to enter the sea. After the age of 60, it suddenly changed again. It was like a quiet lake that was still and motionless. Before the end, it was like a waterfall that suddenly fell into a deep pool. Some disciples understood what he meant, while others did not pay much attention. Zhou did not decide who was better and who was worse because of this. He only smiled and said, "The purer the knowledge, the more meaningless it is on the surface. However, from my personal point of view, the true power in the world is not a high position or a strong fist. It is a person who can truly affect the hearts of many. It is good that you can listen to it. If you can't, it doesn't matter. You have a skill to settle down. As time passes, as long as you don't lock your hearts, you will have a chance to walk up step by step. The scenery of the great Tao is great. When you reach the vast world, you can do whatever you want." When Zhou said this, he turned his head and looked at the screen. In truth, he was looking at a certain spot on the Great Wall of Sword Energy. He smiled and said, "Don't say that the heavens have no eyes and ears. Don't say that the earth has no heart. Qin Qingdu smiled and said, you are still far from establishing a sect. In the night, a slow man came from the Great Wall of Sword Energy to the Jingjian Pavilion through the newly opened door of the inverted mountain. The person accompanying him was Yan Ji's father, who had used the camouflage spell. He was the head of the Yan family Yan Ming, who had done business with the vast world-crossing continent ferry for countless years. The Jingjian Pavilion had already closed its doors to visitors, so there were only 2 people walking inside. The slow man began to pick and collect the sword immortal paintings one by one. The head of the Yan family said, Qin Pingon, help me carve a seal. I will ask Yan Ji to send it to the Ning family later. The fee is 1 grain of grain rain money. You don't have to think about the seal. Just 5 words. Climbing the city is like visiting a grave. Qin Pingon had just put away a painting. He thought for a while and asked, can you add 5 more words? Yan Ming smiled and said, what do you mean? Qin Pingon said, offering wine as soon as the sword is drawn. Yan Ming was silent for a moment and nodded. I won't let you carve 5 more words for nothing. 2 grains of grain rain money. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, Uncle Yan, you don't have to pay. Yan Ming asked, you think it's too little? So you don't want it? Qin Pingon was speechless. Yan Ming motioned for Qin Pingon to continue with his work. He walked to the side and said with an indifferent expression, you are a scholar. If you can use your fists and swords on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, you should speak more words of conscience. If I were not a businessman, I would feel that I need to pay you for every word. Qin Pingon carefully put away the scrolls one by one. Qin Pingon could not guess why the eldest sword immortal wanted him to do this. Why did he want to come to the Jingjian Pavilion to take back all the sword immortal paintings? He just had to do it. The 2 walked out of the Jingjian Pavilion together. When Qin Pingon walked down the steps, he suddenly said, Uncle Yan, can I sit for a while? Yan Ming nodded and said, I will wait for you at the gate. Don't stay too long. After Yan Ming left, in the dead of night, there was only 1 moon in the vast sky. Qin Pingon sat alone on the steps, lost in thought. If you like someone, you have to take care of her for a lifetime and give your life to her. If I leave first, she will be the last person I see. If she leaves first, I will be the last person she sees. Can I find a friend to drink the best wine that is not expensive? Can I drink the worst wine to my heart's content? Can I think of some people who have passed away? Once I think of their words and actions, I will feel that I have not done well enough. Growing up was not a slow change of time. It was not walking from one place to another. It was often something that happened in an instant. Where one's mind was, one's flying sword would follow. One's body, mind, and life would be free. However, how should one become a sword cultivator? For some reason, the ancient remnant sword intent of the Great Wall of Sword Qi did not seem to favor Qin Pingon at all. Qin Pingon exhaled and stood up. He made up his mind. Even if he did not have an extremely suitable natal item, he would make do this once. After gathering the 5 elements, he should hurry back to the 3rd realm of Qi Refinement Warrior, the Willow Tendon realm. However, this was no different from pulling up seedlings to help them grow on the path of cultivation. After that, it would probably be a good retention realm. He quietly returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi with Yan Ming. Qin Pingon followed the instructions of the eldest sword immortal and handed the item that contained all the paintings to Yan Ming. Qin Pingon returned to the Ning residence first. On the city wall, Qin Qingdou kept the item that belonged to Qin Pingon. Not only did he not open the item and take out all the paintings, he cast a forbidden spell and threw it back to Yan Ming. He said, "Return it to that kid. Tell him that there is a small problem with the item and that it can't be opened for the time being. We will talk about it later." Yan Ming braced himself and left the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Qingdou and left beside stood and sat looking into the distance. Qin Qingdou suddenly asked, "Is your little junior brother a fool? Didn't he already have the last item of the 5 elements? Why didn't he refine it?" Left beside said, "That is the work of perfected fire dragon and it involves the fundamental qi of pure martial arts. With Qin Pingon's current realm, it is impossible for him to strip it. One careless move and he will lose everything. Qin Qingdou, don't make sarcastic remarks here. Don't tell me that in your Great Wall of Sword Qi cultivators will drop 3 realms and pure martial arts will drop another realm before you are satisfied?" Qin Qingdou laughed and said, "Is your eldest senior brother useless? Aren't you going to help? This sentence was very hurtful because Left Beside really couldn't do it. If his swordsmanship was too high and there was too much sword chi, it would easily clash with the item that perfected Fire Dragon buried. This would cause Qin Pingan's small world to become a tragic battlefield. To be honest, in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, as long as Qin Qingdao didn't do it, no one could do it. However, who would dare to ask Qin Qingdao to do something? Left Beside really dared to, but he knew that as long as Qin Qingdao was unwilling, it would be useless. Qin Qingdao was silent for a moment. Qin Pingan, can you take it? Left Beside nodded and said, yes. Qin Qingdao laughed and asked, if you want me to strip that fire seed and refine it into the 5th natal item, you have to pay a price. Qin Pingan needs to walk a similar path to becoming a true spirit god. Don't worry, it's just similar and not the real thing. Otherwise, not to mention you, even the old scholar will fight me to the death. For the first time, Left Beside hesitated. He was in a dilemma. Qin Qingdu clicked his tongue and said, what a waste of being the eldest senior brother. He's not as straightforward as the youngest junior brother. Qin Pingan has already agreed. Left Beside immediately stood up. I'll go guard the array. I won't care about what's on the city wall first. If I miss the opportunity to use my sword, I'll make up for it in the future. Qin Qingdao pressed down on his shoulders. Guard my ass, stay here obediently. There's no doubt that you will successfully refine the natal item. As for the path after that, what's the point of guarding the array? You're quite good at killing people, but it's a pity that you're really not good at teaching swordsmanship to save people. Either way, he was really enraged. It wasn't the first time he tolerated this eldest senior sword immortal. He was disrespectful to the teacher and bullied his junior brother to death. Did he really think that Left Beside was a clay bodhisattva without anger? Qin Qingdao increased the strength of his palm and said with a smile, Left Beside, it seems that you still don't trust your junior brother. Left Beside frowned and asked, how much? Qin Qingdao stretched out a finger. When is that one? Isn't that enough? Left Beside was skeptical. Qin Qingdao laughed. Left Beside, your swordsmanship is so high. Would I lie to you? Left Beside directly unsheathed his sword. The entire Great Wall of Sword Chi instantly sensed the anomaly. Qin Qingdao slightly changed his position and held the blade with his hand, allowing the long sword to slash through his palm. On the city wall, thousands of sparks immediately sputtered out. The battle started again. On the city wall, Lu Xianyang didn't come this time and followed beside Qin Chunan. As usual, Qin Pingan and Qi Shou were neighbors. Qi Shou felt that it was a little strange. Today Qin Pingan felt a little different. He still wore a Taoist robe, but there was a jade bamboo folding fan at his waist. He turned his head and smiled at Qi Shou. It's only been a few days since we last met, but Brother Qi's demeanor is even better than before. Qi Shou immediately understood. However, after some thought, he wasn't sure. Who knew if it was another kind of trick? Therefore, Qi Shou said in a bad mood, stay away from me. Qin Pingan opened his folding fan and gently fanned it. After casually summoning 4 flying swords, he shook his head and sighed. Brother Qi, oh Brother Qi, who gave you the confidence to look down on a third realm cultivator as a mere nascent soul cultivator? Qi Shou turned a deaf ear to him. However, he was especially ruthless when he attacked with his sword today. Qi Shou originally wanted to ask why Left Beside suddenly attacked, but now he didn't want to say anything. On the wall near the thatched cottage, Left Beside asked Eldest Sword Immortal telepathically, after successfully refining your natal item and enduring that hardship, can you nurture a natal flying sword? What's its grade? Qin Qingdao said with a blank face, did I say that? How can there be such a good thing in the world? How can a natal flying sword be given away so casually? Left Beside turned his head and looked at the old man at the door of the thatched cottage. Qin Qingdao restrained his smile. I once borrowed a scholarwood sword box and I'll return the favor. I'll let Qin Pingan become a sword box or a scabbard. As for whether or not he'll be able to nurture a life-bound flying sword that's blessed by the heavens, and what grade of life-bound flying sword he'll be able to nurture, will depend on his own fortune. Left Beside took a deep breath and flew out of the city. Once again he left the city with his sword and went to find an Ascendant Realm Great Demon alone. In the secret chamber of Ning Mansion. Qin Pingon, who was a cultivator of the third realm and a martial artist of the seventh realm, could only use his Yin spirit to travel the Great Wall of Sword Qi. His true body and Yang spirit body remained in Ning Mansion. This was because eldest sword immortal said that the Yin spirit had accumulated too many thoughts. No matter how much he washed his sword, he couldn't cleanse it into a pure state. Even if he cleansed it into a pure realm of light, he wouldn't be Qin Pingon anymore. Qin Pingon held his breath and focused. What he thought in his heart was a sentence from a book. Reach the 8 extremes, wander 10,000 miles, silent and thoughtful, ponder for 1,000 years. When his mind was silent and almost asleep, only a pair of thoughts deep in his heart slowly swam at the bottom of his heart like a dragon. However, the two didn't fight but got along happily. Sword cultivators were free in body and mind. They had the greatest killing power higher than the sky. Qin Pingon suddenly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Eldest sword immortal, please use your sword." In the secret chamber, the sword light exploded with a bang. Qin Pingon's flesh was instantly torn open. Even his golden body physique was like paper. In the blink of an eye, his body was covered in blood and flesh. Then his limbs, bones, internal organs, and even his eyes were completely melted by the sword light. In an instant, only a set of white bones was left. In the end, not even a set of white bones remained. In the endless night, the muddle-headed young man stumbled along the road that did not have any light. He was just walking forward subconsciously. As he walked to the side of a hunchback child in straw shoes. The latter walked slowly and carried a large basket on his back. The child stopped and looked up at the young man. He seemed very sad, as if he didn't know why he was still so tired after growing up. Therefore, the child was heartbroken and didn't want to continue walking. He squatted on the ground and leaned against the large basket that was never full of herbs. He started to sob. The young man staggered and squatted down, staring blankly at himself who hadn't grown up. They looked at each other. The young man said 3 words to the child. "I'm sorry." Then the child wiped his tears and took the initiative to reach out his hand. The young man took the child's hand, stood up and walked forward together. The young man was still in a daze. He only told his child about the beautiful things that he would encounter in the future out of his heart. It was as if he had completely forgotten the sufferings that could be said and could not be said about growing up. It was as if he could not remember the unpleasant things and the complicated ways of the world. The child gradually smiled. He looked up and looked at his grown-up self with some longing. Finally, the child stopped and clenched the rope tied to the basket with both hands. He smiled brightly and pointed to the road ahead for his grown-up self. The young man raised his eyes and looked into the distance. A flickering light appeared on the road that had been so dark that he couldn't see his own fingers. All of a sudden, the world was clear and bright. "624. On top of the city wall, Qishou could not help but turn his head to look. Qin Pingon took out stacks of yellow paper talisman. It felt like the opening of a new shop. But who was he going to sell these low-grade talisman to? Was he going to sell them to the beasts of the wasteland? There were really a lot of talismans. Similar talismans were stacked together in piles. Therefore there were more than a dozen small hills, some high and some low. There were more than 1,000 talismans. The talisman paper was made of very common materials and was definitely not worth much. Since the Great Wall of Sword Qi did not sell it, it was obvious that Qin Pingon had brought it from the vast world. It did not even count as the entry-level talisman paper of the lower 5 realms. It was really just a yellow paper talisman sold in the streets. If a peachwood sword was added to it, it would be the standard item of the Taoist priests who walked under the mountains and swindled people. When Qin Pingon finished setting up the array, he turned to look at Qishou. Qishou knew that something was wrong. Qin Pingon's eyes were sincere, like a father looking at his son. He smiled and said, "Brother Qi, don't miss this opportunity. I'm Qin Pingon of the bag shop and the second shopkeeper of the wine shop. Although my bag shop is small, it has roamed the pugilistic world of the Aquarius continent, Tongya continent, and the North continent for many years. Especially the talisman, it is famous for its low price and good quality. It has an excellent reputation and has received countless golden talisman from customers who have bought my talisman. They have reaped great benefits and are grateful to me. I can't stop them. Brother Qi, do you have any thoughts? You and I have fought side by side. Even if we aren't friends, we are better than friends. I can give you a discount. If Brother Qi doesn't have any divine money on him, it's fine. I'll allow you to buy on credit without interest. I'm a very negotiable person. Qi Shou pretended not to hear. However, he could not persuade Qin Pingon to stop nagging. He talked about the subtleties of his talisman one by one. He said that although the Heavenly Thunder Talisman was born from a side branch of the orthodox thunder technique, it was extremely lethal. He said that the Great River Talisman was perfect for the battlefield where blood was lakes and rivers. There was also the Earth Talisman that could raise mountains from the ground and stop the advance of the demon army. The talisman was very mysterious. Qi Shou was annoyed by the noise and could only sneer and say, although I'm just a tiny nascent soul sword cultivator and am not as awe-inspiring as a third realm cultivator like second shopkeeper, I'm still a sword cultivator in the end. Burn yellow paper? The Great Wall of Sword Qi doesn't have such a custom. Qin Pingon grabbed a stack of talisman. He was very patient and his smile did not diminish in the slightest. He explained to Brother Qi, this is an opportunity of the great Tao that I exchanged with countless jars of immortal wine. A certain great sword immortal was drunk and accidentally revealed the heavenly secret. He privately taught me this guiding talisman. The guiding talisman can let the living pass. On the battlefield, of course, it can also send the enemy to the Yellow Springs. Brother Qi, are you really not tempted? The war hasn't really reached its climax yet. If you only use your flying sword to kill beasts, it will more or less lose some of the fun. It's like drinking in my wine shop. No matter how good the wine is and how great the Great Wall of Sword Qi is, in the end you still need pickled vegetables and yangchun noodles to go with the wine. Qin Pingon switched his hand and grabbed another stack of talisman. This talisman has a great origin. It's the Sword Qi Bridge Talisman that the Great Sword Immortal used to establish his life. Brother Qi, your realm is not high for the time being, but I believe that your eyesight is good. Look at how complicated it is to put pen to paper. The seemingly small talisman is simply a talisman array. I won't say anything else. Just the amount of immortal cinnabar used to draw the talisman is how much is needed? Brother Qi, how can you conclude that my talisman is worthless just because the quality of the talisman paper is not the best? Brother Qi, I didn't expect you to be such a vulgar person who judges a book by its cover. I'm very disappointed. That Li Zhen was killed by me on the battlefield. Brother Qi and I fought back and forth and in the end, you only lost to me by a little. This means that Brother Qi is at least a little better than Li Zhen. If you were in the moon-bearing mountain, it wouldn't be difficult for you to be the big brother. Qi Shou said angrily, Qin Pingon, are you done yet? During the war I'll have to trouble you to control your flying sword and kill the enemy. Even if you dare to be distracted and risk your life, don't implicate others. Qin Pingon put down the 2 stacks of talisman and gently tapped his chest with the folded fan. He looked at the battlefield in the south and said with a smile, since Brother Qi doesn't have the intention to buy it for the time being, it doesn't matter. In this world, fate is the most important thing. I'll just watch Brother Qi's heroic way of killing the enemy. On the other side of the city, some people have a small criticism of Brother Qi's method of killing the enemy, thinking that it's too cruel. In my opinion, it's very good. Brother Qi's habits of being a young master of a wealthy family, his arrogance as a genius sword cultivator, and his selfishness of not being able to tolerate his peers being stronger than him are minor flaws. However, as long as you're on the battlefield, Brother Qi will transform into a true hero. To be able to endure Qin Pingon who wanted to kill him but couldn't, and even be able to suppress some of the unhappiness in his heart to help me kill the enemy and defend the battlefield, such a sword cultivator Qi Shou really has the demeanor of a first-rate sword immortal. Qi Shou took a deep breath. As long as I don't buy your lousy talismans, will you continue to talk about it? Qin Pingon opened his folding fan and said with a smile, I won't talk about it, I won't talk about it. Brother Qi, just fight with your sword elegantly. Qi Shou withdrew his gaze and continued to control the flying kite and heartstrings to kill the demons. Compared to the first battle, the proportion of demon clan cultivators who had taken human form in this battle was significantly higher in the siege army. They were no longer those unenlightened beasts on the city wall whose sword cultivators had high realms and could not even be counted as battle achievements. In the first opening battle, these demons, who were not serious cultivators at all, were mostly driven to charge forward. Their only use was to pile up corpses into mountains to fill the deep ravines opened up by the sword immortals. Their flesh and blood soaked the earth, affecting the time and place. In fact, Qishou did not care about the few talisman of the 5 elements at all. Only the guiding talisman and the bridge talisman, especially the latter, interested him a little. This was because there were traces of sword aura flowing on the talisman paper which could not be faked. In the talisman gallbladder there was not much sword intent, but it was very pure. When Qin Pingon said that it was privately taught by the great sword immortal, Qishou somewhat believed it. However, it was not difficult for Qishou to defend the battlefield by himself. He did not want to do business with Qin Pingon at all. No matter what he said, his reputation as the second manager of the Great Wall of Sword Qi for selling wine and being the banker was so widespread that even other bankers could not earn money. This had never happened in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The more experienced a gambler was, the fiercer his scolding would be. Did Qin Pingon not know? The sword cultivator who replaced Xia Songhua and Lu Xianying's battlefield was an old nascent soul cultivator who had been silent ever since he arrived at the top of the wall. He was Qing Quan, who had fallen from the upper 5 realms back to the nascent soul realm. He liked to quarrel with the sword immortal Zhao Jiuge for most of his life. They sat at the top of the wall, one in the south and one in the north. They would spit at each other whenever there was a disagreement. In the past, when he confronted Zhao Jiuge, the old nascent soul cultivator was very talkative. After leaving Zhao Jiuge and being alone, it seemed that he had no opponent, so he did not say a word. In fact, in the south of the city, there was a private residence left behind by a sword immortal. Chen Quan's grandmaster used his battle achievements to exchange for it. Later it was recorded under Qing Quan's name. This was because in Qing Quan's lineage, other than him, the rest of the family and sect had all died. They had a similar ending as the female sword immortal Zhou Qing. Qing Quan's sword was extremely smooth. Wherever the flying sword passed, a mountain peak that seemed to be carved out of jade would appear in the sky above the battlefield, smashing the demons into meat paste. If a demon cultivator was lucky enough to survive or dodge, then a few more mountain peaks would be thrown. Once each mountain was shattered by a demon race cultivator with a high cultivation base, it would turn back into jade lake water. When it landed on the ground, it would instantly freeze the battlefield. When the demon race cultivators looked up, they would see another mountain pressing down on them. Therefore, compared to the two neighbors Qin Pingon's 4 flying swords and Qishou's killing of demons, Qing Quan's battlefield was very clean and refreshing. This was not the scene that opened Qin Pingon's eyes. It was the fact that many relatively weak demons' souls were easily pulled into the lake involuntarily and eventually shattered together with the frozen lake water. In fact, Qing Quan also had a seemingly useless natal flying sword, tablet inscription. Other than that, she also had a natal item of great refinement. Its name was unknown, but it had the wonders of the bonsai. It could turn rocks into mountains and water into rivers. Therefore, in the early years, Qing Quan's teacher was one of the sword immortals who led a team to hunt in the wilderness. He would first refine the rivers and mountains, then bring them back to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and hand them to his disciple Qing Quan to refine them. After Qing Quan brought out the small mountains and rivers in the bonsai, coupled with the tablet inscription ability of her natal flying sword, strange phenomena would occur on the battlefield. The rivers would surge and the mountains would protrude. Under the guidance of the tablet inscription sword intent, the rivers would suddenly increase and the mountains would become taller. Therefore, in the battle after the Battle of 13, Qing Quan was targeted by a great demon Chongguang. He even used a sneak attack to cause Qing Quan's realm to drop. This was because Qing Quan, who was at the Jade Primitive Realm, might not stand out among the sword immortals, but on the battlefield together with the Jade Primitive Realm Wu Qingpei, who had the Sweet Rain sword, this kind of sword immortal would cause great damage to the attacking army in the wilderness. Qin Pingon turned his head to look and Qing Quan said indifferently, "Shut up. I don't have money for you to cheat." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "All right." Qishou did not know whether to laugh or cry. Good fellow, they were both nascent soul sword immortals, so why was Qin Pingon so easy to talk to when he was with Qing Quan? Not only that, Qishou realized that Qin Pingon, who was rebuffed, not only did not hold a grudge, he even threw a pot of azure immortal mountain wine worth 5 snow coins to the old man from afar. Qing Quan opened the mud seal and smelled it. he said disdainfully. The taste is too bland, how can it be considered wine? Only women like Xiaojiuge would like it. Although he said that, he still had to drink the wine. He did not expect Qin Pingon to throw a pot of the wine shop's new soju wine. Qin Quan smelled it and nodded. Now this is considered wine. No wonder the shop's business is good. If you open a wine shop on the city wall, I will buy it too. Qin Pingon smiled and said, I don't buy on credit. Qin Quan glanced at the young man and asked, I heard you were knocked down by a little girl in front of Ning Mansion's gate with one punch? Qin Pingon gently tapped his palm with his folding fan and said, I won't hide it from Senior Qing. Showing my strength to the enemy is my specialty. No matter who fights with me, the chance of winning is very high. For example, this brother Qi beside me. In the second battle, it was still Chu Yizhu, Song Zhen and Ku Lei's 4 flying swords. Qin Pingon dealt with them more easily and comfortably, his flying swords extremely fast. When it came to controlling flying swords, he was still the best at it. He did not need to be restrained by principles, so his mind was naturally purer. Principles were good, but too much of it would also suppress people, and the flying swords would naturally slow down by a hair. The difference of a hair's breadth was like the difference between cloud and mud. Qin Quan felt that this kid's words were much more interesting than that Xiaojiuge. Therefore, this old Yuanying directly moved his seat and sat next to Qin Pingon. He asked, I heard that the vast world has many strange mountains and rivers that can wash one's ears and brighten one's eyes, allowing one to linger on? Qin Pingon did not even turn his head to talk to him. He only looked ahead and said with a smile, it's just like that. After seeing too much of it, especially when one has to trudge through it, one will also get bored. Everywhere one's vision is blocked, and it is very difficult for one's mind to be as clear as a bird flying through the south. The cultivators in my hometown have lived in the mountains for a long time. When they are too quiet, they will want to move and go to the mortal world outside of the mountains and rivers. Going down the mountain only to go up the mountain is also very boring. Qin Quan was a little regretful that he had moved to sit here. This guy was talking very enthusiastically just now, but now he was all talk and no action at all. Qin Pingon took out a by-sword deity seal script from his chest. He turned his head and handed it to Qin Quan with a smile. Senior Qing, see if there are any seals that you are interested in. My business is really good and almost all of them have been sold. But if Senior Qing asks for them, not only can I engrave more seals, I can also give you a discount. Even if Senior Qing doesn't like them, you just need to resell them and make money for 1 or 2 pots of wine. Why not? Qin Quan took the by-sword deity seal script and casually flipped to a page. He chuckled and said, outside of business, whoever chooses a seal on the surface they seem to have met by fate, but in fact they have some kind of attachment. I give it to you for free. Not only can I make money, but I can also see a person's heart. Deputy manager, it's a good deal. Is it better to see a person's heart? Is it better to push the door or knock the door? I don't think it's good. Then Qin Pingon waved his folding fan and said with an aggrieved expression, Senior Qing, don't talk nonsense and bully a junior just because your sword arts are profound and unique among sword immortals. However, Senior Qing is currently drinking wine, reading a book and unsheathing your sword. Sword Qi flips the book, killing demons with wine. Senior Qing, you are a very distinguished person. Although Qin Quan casually flipped through the pages, he was not careless in the slightest when he looked at the seal script. As for Qin Pingon, although he had returned to being a bundle zhai, his swordsmanship was not sluggish at all. When Qin Quan saw the side of the seal, she paused for a moment and was about to deliberately turn the page. She never thought that from the corner of her eyes, she would see the shameless little bastard staring at her in a daze. Then the latter smiled knowingly, probably saying that he understood. He would definitely see through it but would not say it out loud. Senior Qing did not need to feel embarrassed at all. Qin Quan did not mind. He reached out his hand and touched the words, especially the word beauty at the end. It made the old sword cultivator sigh. Worn donkey hat and old clothes, green mountains and clear water, old roads, morning dew, evening glow, starry river, lantern light, beautiful woman. Qin Quan and Zhao Qi had been fighting for their entire lives. He did not know who she liked. She only said that she liked whoever reached the immortal realm first. At that time, Qin Quan's realm was higher and his aptitude was better. Therefore Qin Quan said that she definitely liked him. However, Zhao kept saying that it was her good intentions back then, hoping to inspire his Dao heart. They both had their own reasons and fought for countless years. Once, there was a female sword immortal called Song Yun Kai in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Shi Qingquan and Zhao Qi were all born in the same shabby alley. The three of them were sword cultivators in the upper 5 realms and had fought side by side for many years. The alley where 3 sword immortals emerged at the same time was so famous that even the inverted hanging mountain, the further rain dragon sect, and the further south swirling continent had heard of it. Qin Quan threw the Bi-Sword Deity's seal book back to Qin Pingon and said casually, "When you become a sword cultivator in the future, don't get too involved with the world." Qin Pingon put away the seal book. Today he did not manage to complete the 2 transactions at the bundle shop. He even wasted 2 pots of immortal wine. However, since Qin Quan said that he was a sword cultivator, it was a good sign. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind words. We'll talk about it after I become a sword cultivator." The 2 of them remained silent and drew their swords. Qisho was a little envious of the second shopkeeper. He could really chat with anyone. 2 hours later, Qin Quan suddenly said, "In my opinion, regardless of the fist technique or magic weapon, you're quite quick-witted. This is the most important skill you have. If I asked you to engrave that seal book just now, the edge of the book will not change. I only need you to change the words of the seal book. What would you engrave?" In my opinion, the Bi-Sword Deity's seal book and the inscriptions on the fan are a mess of words. You can just copy it after reading some books. At most, you can just use it for a while. It can't be considered true skill. The disciples of the literary sage's lineage are full of knowledge. They shouldn't be limited to this. This time, it was Qin Quan's turn to broaden her horizons. The second shopkeeper actually took out a seal book and said with a smile, "I'll have to trouble Senior Qing to take care of my battlefield. Of course, I'll still take the credit." With Qin Quan's sword helping to block the enemy, it was very stable. Qin Pingon generously took a break from the busy work. He took back his 4 flying swords. 3 of them entered the blade strengthening gourd to cultivate for a while. He only used flying sword 15 as a carving knife. Not only did he change the seal book, he also changed the edge of the seal book. After handing it over to Qin Quan held it in her palm. She raised her head and looked at it. Expressionless, she nodded and said, "It's passable." Qin Quan put the brand new seal book, which seemed to be pleasing to her eyes but could not be considered as a true love, into her sleeve. An old friend is even more beautiful, generous and strange. A peak in a youth's heart is suddenly stolen by the clouds. The seal book, careless. Qin Pingon was not in a hurry to use his sword again. He still let Qin Quan help to clean up the battlefield. He muttered to himself, "A great heart is not afraid of being seen by others." Qin Pingon used the jade bamboo folding fan given to him by his student Cui Dongshan to fan himself and Senior Qing. He laughed and said, "This is a seal tailor-made for Senior. Not only is the material excellent, every word is written with care. The original price is not high, 1 grain of Guyu money. In addition, Senior Qing is a sword immortal, so you get a 20% discount. Now that you've helped me kill the enemy, you get a 50% discount. It only costs 5 grains of Guyu money." Qin Pingon said in a low voice, "If it were me, I would ask for a discount. 1 grain of Guyu money would be 1 grain of Guyu money." Qin Quan ignored the young man. The old sword cultivator looked absent-minded. A smile slowly appeared on his weathered face. He muttered, "She was the most beautiful woman in our Great Wall of Sword Qi. She was very beautiful." Speaking of this, Qin Quan said to Qin Pingon in a serious manner, "She was even more outstanding than your Ning Yao." Unexpectedly, the scholar changed his attitude faster than flipping a book. Qin Pingon immediately cursed, "Bullshit." Qin Quan was in a good mood. This was a familiar scene, so she was not afraid of it. However, after drinking his wine and taking his seal, it was not appropriate for her to curse back. She laughed and said, "Why are you still cursing?" Qin Pingon asked, "If you suppress your realm to the 3rd realm, you'll see if I curse you or not." Qin Quan reminded him with a smile, "Second shopkeeper, if you continue to be so unforgiving, I won't be polite anymore." Qisho was a little helpless. The quarrel between the old and the young on the other side was as imposing as a group of 200 people fighting. Fortunately, it did not delay them from drawing their swords to block the enemy. This was normal. One was an old sword cultivator who had been through many battles, while the other was a second shopkeeper who haggled over every detail. The only thing Qi Shou did not expect was that both sides could really curse. It seemed that Qin Pingon had the upper hand, because some of the curses were uttered by Qin Pingon in the dialect of his hometown or the language of other continents. Qin Quan could not understand, so she had to guess what the other side was cursing. Sometimes Qin Pingon would look at her with pity and use the dialect of other continents to praise and curse. Occasionally he would repeat it in the language of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. If Qin Quan wanted to fight back, she would have to guess whether the words were true or false. Therefore she was in a difficult situation. Her skill in cursing, which she had honed from years of mutual training with Zhao Jiao, was inevitably greatly reduced. It was very lively. When Fan Dash came to deliver the wine to Qin Pingon, his scalp went numb. Fan Dash had only come once and did not dare to come again. He had Dong Huafu, who had temporarily withdrawn from the battlefield to rest, deliver the wine. Dong Huafu liked the liveliness. He sat to the side and listened attentively. Not only could he nurture his sword, he could also watch the show. He felt that he had learned a lot of new knowledge. What's more, Dong Huafu's skill of adding fuel to the fire was a unique talent that no one could learn. 10 days later, the two armies faced each other without a truce. Qin Quan and Qin Pingon once again welcomed a truce. In fact, Qi Shou was the one who suffered the most. Qin Pingon often used him as an example, saying things like how his brother Qi was at such a young age, a 30-year-old young man, but he was already a nascent soul sword cultivator. Old man Qing, if you want face, you should quickly stay away from Qi Shou. Old man Qing, it's fine if your realm is not high, but I heard that you only have 2 natal flying swords. How many flying swords does brother Qi have? Most importantly, each of brother Qi's flying swords are of the highest quality that can only be seen once in 1,000 years. Old man Qing, how can you compare to him? With Qin Quan's temper, once she got angry, let alone cursing Qi Shou, she would not even let the 18 generations of the Qi family's ancestors off. Qin Quan smiled and said, Brother Qin, after sparring with you, I'll quarrel with that sissy Zhao Jiao. It'll be a sure win. Qin Pingon waved his folding fan and said with a smile, Allow me to say something fair. I can scold both of you alone. Qin Quan glared and said, You're going to open a dye house just because I gave you some color? Let's spar again. Qin Pingon seemed to be silent, but he conversed with Qin Quan through telepathy. Qin Quan seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. In the end, he nodded and said to Qi Shou, That little bastard from the Qi family with eyes on his forehead, Grandpa Qing sees that you have a good foundation. How about I give you a faded chance? Qi Shou pretended to be deaf and dumb. Qin Quan took out 2 more stacks of talisman and went to Qi Shou's side. After a while, Qin Quan returned to her original spot. She was not beside Qin Pingon, but at the city wall where the female sword immortal Xie Songhua and the scholar Lu Xianyang were. Qi Shou took out 2 talisman. They were the guiding talisman and the bridge talisman. He looked at them carefully. The 2 talisman were of higher quality than he imagined. It was really a waste of talisman to be drawn on these crude talismans. Qi Shou hesitated for a while and finally said to Qin Pingon telepathically, What are you planning? Qin Quan said that Qi Shou's natal flying sword jumping pearl had not been refined to the acme of perfection. It only had the quantity, but it still lacked power. Then she mentioned some seniors' teachings that Qi Shou had to ponder seriously. They were all Qin Quan and Zhao Jiao's sword manipulation insights. They might not be completely suitable for Qi Shou's sword, but for a nascent soul cultivator who could easily fall into a state of immobility, even the slightest benefit of the great Tao could not be underestimated. Apart from that, Qin Quan also suggested that Qi Shou might as well do business with Qin Pingon. He would not suffer a loss, and if he did, he could ask Zhao Jiao for compensation. Qin Pingon smiled. Helping others is helping yourself. Qin Pingon added, As for whether or not you want to give the world of wastelands a little surprise, that's up to you. I've never done business with a Pole. I'm particular about mutual consent, the happiness of earning money and the happiness of spending money. Qi Shou fell into deep thought. Qin Quan's previous plan was very simple yet complicated. It was simple. It was because the jumping pearl flying sword that had a chance of becoming an immortal weapon in the future could transform into thousands of flying swords that were true and unmistakable and had sword intent that would not be reduced in the slightest. Since the number was sufficient, then he would add something extra, just like adding another innate ability to the natal flying sword. The complicated part was this so-called addition in an understated manner. The process was extremely complicated, requiring someone to assist the talisman for each flying sword. The flying swords would be linked to each other, requiring each flying sword jumping pearl to form a talisman array. In the end, all the flying swords jumping pearl would transform into a large talisman array. Apart from that, Qishou was also secretly worried that the gains would not make up for the losses. During this process, Qin Pingon would become too familiar with his natal flying sword jumping pearl. After all, this flying sword jumping pearl was even more fundamental to Qishou's great Tao compared to his ancestral half-immortal weapon, Gaozhu. Regardless of whether it was fighting with his life or killing enemies on the battlefield, when Qishou was able to control 1,000 flying swords that were truly jumping pearl, what kind of scene would that be? How did the people who fought against him feel? Just as Qishou had said, once he left the city, he and Qin Pingon would be enemies. Qin Pingon suddenly laughed. Have you ever thought that with the Qi family's deep foundation, as long as you think of this and learn this talisman ability from me before your flying sword jumping pearl reaches the peak of its grade, as long as you can imitate it and spend money, you will reap great benefits? Would it be a loss for me to familiarize myself with the unique ability of the flying sword jumping pearl? Or would it be a gain for Qishou to gain a true fighting strength? Brother Qi, oh Brother Qi, you should weigh the pros and cons yourself. Qishou lowered his head and looked at the 2 stacks of talisman that had yet to be returned. He frowned. After breaking through, I can now control nearly 700 flying swords jumping pearl. Can your yellow paper talisman really form a talisman array? How should the price of each talisman be calculated? Once it's of little value, will it be easily destroyed in a confrontation with a demon sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms? How should it be calculated? The most important thing is, will you really teach me all the intricacies of the talisman array one by one? Taking 10,000 steps back, I'm a pure sword cultivator. How can I learn that talisman on my own when I'm constantly engaged in battles? If you're just drawing a big pie that I can't eat even if I spend money, what's going on? Qin Pingon clicked his tongue. Brother Qi, you're not generous enough. Doing business with me won't make a loss. You'll only earn more and less. This isn't something I said casually. It's a fact that I did it and all of you can see. Finally, Qin Pingon turned his head and closed his folding fan. With a regretful expression, he shook his head and sighed. Brother Qi, if you treat me as a mortal enemy outside of the battlefield, am I worthy of the great Tao of the sword immortal that Brother Qi thinks is already in your bag? Qin Pingon waved his folding fan and summoned the 2 stacks of talisman back to his side. He smiled. Even if the deal doesn't work out, we can still be benevolent. I'll give you a word of Brother Qi's teachings. A gentleman respects those who are in himself but not those who are in the heavens. That's how he progresses. Qin Quan smiled and asked telepathically, is the deal over just like that? Qin Pingon said, it's human nature. If it were me, I wouldn't agree so casually either. Qin Quan nodded and said, the talisman array is indeed of little value. Qishou isn't fooled by you. At least he has some brains. Qin Pingon smiled and said, that's not true. My talisman art is extremely difficult to come by. Once it's completed, its power is really not small. Qin Quan was stunned. Wait a minute. According to you, you don't even have a guarantee whether it'll succeed or not. Qin Pingon answered, do you think I can guarantee that it'll succeed immediately with you or Qishou? Besides, talisman drawing relies on talent the most. Practice makes perfect. It's a matter of course. What's wrong with wasting a few hundred talisman pieces? Qishou has a lot of money. Why would he be afraid of such a loss? If I didn't have a king conscience, I would have just taken out a stack of yellow talismans. That's what a deity would feel when spending money. Qin Quan laughed and said, Brother Qin, after helping someone you can practice talisman drawing and even make money. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. What a good plan. Qin Pingon said with a smile. Killing a pig and complaining that it's too fat? Qin Quan was overjoyed. However, Qin Pingon said in the end, But looking at the biggest war in the world, I'm really looking forward to Qi Shou's 1,000 swords coming out together. Even if I'm not a sword cultivator, just thinking about that scene will make me fascinated. A gentleman respects those who are in himself and not those who are in the heavens. This is how he progresses. This sage's teachings, this good principle actually came from Qin Pingan's works. If one could envy what others have and at the same time respect those who are in themselves, wouldn't that be better? In the future, this little doubt, this little bit of reading experience must be shared with his teacher. Qi Shou asked, "How much is each yellow talisman sold for?" Qin Pingan fastened his folding fan to his waist, got up and bowed. He ran over to Qi Shou while muttering, "I'll have to trouble Brother Qi to help me kill the enemy for a moment. I'll tell you in detail. In short, I can guarantee that the more talisman you buy, the greater the discount. Our brotherhood, which clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges, can't be bought with money." Then when he reached Qi Shou's side, Qin Pingan turned his head and shouted, "Brother Qing, help Brother Qi out a little on this battlefield. Show some of the demeanor of a senior. At most, Brother Qi will be able to return to the top of the wall in half an hour." Qin Pingan led Qi Shou away from the top of the wall and squatted together on the horse path at the corner of the wall. He piled up the yellow talisman at his feet and converged his voice into a line. He said softly, "Different talisman have different prices. Brother Qi isn't the kind of person who haggles over every ounce, so I'll give you a fair price and give you a 50% discount. 1,000 talisman, not a single one less. I'll only charge Brother Qi 3 grains of grain rain money." Qi Shou was about to get up and leave. How many taels of silver could 1,000 yellow talismans cost in vast heaven? At most, a few dozen taels. Even if the cinnabar used to draw the talismans did consume a lot, with Qin Pingan's stingy temperament, the quality of the talismans couldn't be too good since he could draw more than 1,000 celestial cinnabar in one go. How many grains of grain rain money could he spend? At most it would be a few grains of grain rain money. Qin Pingan didn't stop him and just said, "This talisman formation of mine is related to the 3 mountains and 9 marquises. Of course, it's not an exact copy. To be honest, with my current level, I don't have the ability to draw it. However, the foundation of the talisman formation does have a great origin and is related to the 3 mountains and 9 marquises. Other than that, I'll definitely use my lifetime's talisman drawing skills without hiding anything. If I can save a talisman for Brother Qi, I'll do it. Of course, I'll say this in advance. After all, this is a talisman formation that has been lost for a long time. It's not a simple talisman drawing. Brother Qi must be mentally prepared for some wear and tear. As for how to attach the talisman intent to the sword, it's also an amazing unique skill." Qi Shou squatted back to his original position. The difficulty of climbing the mountain was the stepping stone. 10,000 taels of gold couldn't buy a technique. This was the rule of cultivation on the mountain. Qi Shou squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "How can these 1,000 talisman pieces be used to supplement my flying sword? Could it be that you've thought about this from the beginning? You wanted to make this deal with me so each talisman was targeted? And you could even guess that we're neighbors? Look, Brother Qi, you're gauging the heart of a saint with the heart of a gentleman again. You've wronged me." Qin Pingan was a little embarrassed. He picked up a stack of talisman papers and used his fingers to open them one by one. It turned out that other than a few at the beginning and the end, the rest were all blank. Qin Pingan said helplessly, "The path of talisman drawing is the most difficult thing to do. Last time I fought with Li Zhen until the sky turned dark and I lost too many priceless talisman. I was severely injured and dropped 3 realms in a row. Brother Qi, in all honesty, can you imagine this kind of suffering? After that, I was always busy. I had to practice my fist and repair my realm. I didn't even have time to draw these talisman papers. That's why I forgot to mention the labor costs of talisman drawing and the loss of so many demon-slaying battle merits." Qi Shou sneered, "Qin Quan helped you kill demons. The battle merits can't run away." Qin Pingan made no sound. "Then we'll just talk about the labor costs of talisman drawing. In our vast world, we all pay attention to the cost of polishing the brush. Brother Qi, it's fine as long as it's just a small sum of money." Qi Shou said, "There's no such thing in the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Qin Pingan said, "Then I really can't give you a discount for those 3 grains." Qi Shou said, "You're deliberately killing pigs? Brother Qi, I won't allow you to humiliate yourself like this. It's fine to call yourself a sucker. After saying this, Qin Pingon let out a rare hearty laugh. He patted Qi Shou's shoulder. I thought of an old friend who parted on good terms. Brother Qi, you'll definitely be like him. You'll be extremely lucky and live to the end. Qi Shou pushed away Qin Pingon's hand from his shoulder and frowned. Qin Pingon raised his head and stared at Qi Shou. He smiled. I didn't misjudge Brother Qi. There's no need to fight to the death on the battlefield. Qi Shou asked, What do you mean? Qin Pingon said with a smile, Take a guess. Qi Shou laughed. Aren't you afraid that I'll beat you at your own game? Don't forget that there are many jumping pearl flying swords. You still don't know how many I have. Don't tell me you're going to keep watching every detail of my battlefield? Qin Pingon nodded. I have nothing to do. I'm still very good at it. Qi Shou recalled something. He had heard from his clan's patriarch that all the sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Qi had received a strange order not long ago. At different stages, different sword immortals would hold back their strength. This was definitely not something the eldest sword immortal was willing to do. If they were willing to defect to the enemy or dare to betray, it was up to them. As long as they hid well enough, it was considered a skill. However, if they did not hide well and the eldest sword immortal saw through them, they would definitely die. Therefore, there was definitely an outsider's suggestion. Other than that, many young sword immortals had obtained a strange talisman from the clothing store. It could conceal one's figure. In the past, it was not that no one at the Great Wall of Sword Qi could draw such a talisman, but that no sword immortal felt the need to do so. There might be some sword immortals who wanted to do so, but they could only bury this suspicion deep in their hearts. Therefore, there were still outsiders who could persuade the elderly sword immortals to force the young sword immortals to paste the talismans. Furthermore, on the city walls, other than the top 10 sword immortals and the great sword immortals who were in critical positions, the other sword immortals began to silently change their positions. Qi Shou asked, Did you say something to the eldest sword immortal? Qin Pingon said with a smile, Now it's not only the beasts in the wilderness who want me dead. Many sword immortals who need to find a way out for themselves want me dead too. Qi Shou had an odd expression. Are you that unafraid of death? What are you after? Qin Pingon tapped his shoulder with his folding fan. When I want to die, you can't even imagine my path. When I want to live, you can't even imagine it. Qi Shou sat on the ground and leaned against the wall. He stretched out his hand and said, Bring me a flask of wine. Qin Pingon sat by the side and threw over a flask of bamboo sea grotto heaven wine. He took off the blade strengthening gourd that was still nurturing 4 flying swords. It was said that the inverted hanging mountain's spring banner house was about to mature. The blade strengthening gourds that fell to the ground were all of high quality, but they were too expensive. Furthermore, there was no market for them. Qi Shou said to Qing Quan, Senior Qing, please wait a moment. Let me drink another flask of wine. Qin Pingon immediately shouted, Brother Qi, I'll take all the credit for your drinking. Qi Shou was somewhat helpless. He was speaking to Qing Quan through the ripples in his heart. Qi Shou drank the wine and asked, Is it an old grudge between us? Qin Pingon smiled. Back then the Qi clan used their power to bully others. In the end, I can accept all the methods they used on the surface. Being strong, having a hard fist, and being straightforward can be considered a form of treating others with sincerity. I don't care if I like it or not. I'll just accept it because it's too simple. It saves me a lot of worry and effort. Can even cover up the right and wrong, making up for each other. If I can use my fist and sword and everything that happened before is still the same, then it's simple. I'll return everything to you. Qi Shou, there are many real difficulties. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but when you reach the vast world, it's more worrying and troublesome. If you have the chance to go there in the future, remember to take it easy. Qi Shou shook his head. I'm not interested in the vast world. Instead, I'd like to go to the heart of the savage world and learn from Alliance, the strongest Q-sword expert. Qin Pingon smiled. Going to the country with a sword, leaving your hometown thousands of miles away without any worries. You're very much a sword immortal. Qin Pingon put away the blade strengthening gourd. Let's start earning money. Qi Shou took out 632 jumping pearl flying swords and gathered them at the foot of the wall. He was about to return to the top of the wall. Qin Pingon suddenly said in a low voice, If all the key talisman are replaced with imperial seals or better talisman papers, talisman arrays and sword arrays, it's amazing. Brother Qi, when you take out your swords from the top of the wall, the power will be greater than the sky. Qi Shou stopped and asked curiously, how much would that cost? Qin Pingan thought for a moment and looked to the north, smiling, I'm in a good mood. I'll only take the same amount as you. Qi Shou turned around and heard the person say, it's only 5. Qi Shou turned around. Qi Xiong, the man asked, isn't our heart-to-heart talk worth 2 grains of grain rain money? Qi Shou shook his head with a straight face, it's not worth it. The person said helplessly, Brother Qi, it's not good to always look down on yourself like this. Qi Shou leaped onto the wall and thanked Senior Qin Quan. In the secret chamber of the Ning residence, Qin Pingan opened his eyes. He found that his body was intact and unscathed. Puzzled, Qin Pingan walked out of the secret chamber in a daze and came to the training field. The world was silent along the way. He didn't see Grandma Bai. He walked all the way to the dragon-slaying cliff as if he was the only one in the vast world. Qin Pingan raised his head and looked over. It was as if someone had opened the heavens and arrived at the martial arts arena. Qin Pingan's mind stirred slightly. It was inexplicably unbearable. A qi dwelling that had never been deliberately opened was agitated. However, this strange feeling was fleeting. The person who came to the Ning residence was the eldest sword immortal who had separated his soul. Qin Pingan cupped his fists. Thank you, eldest sword immortal, for using your sword. Thank you again for covering heaven and earth. Qin Qingdou smiled. It's true that you used your sword, but how did you cover heaven and earth? Qin Pingan was even more puzzled. Qin Qingdou said, in the past 10,000 years, there have been countless sword cultivators. It's rare to have a natal flying sword without knowing it. Qin Qingdou smiled and looked around. He nodded, being in the middle, what a caged bird. Qin Pingan suddenly understood. He was very happy. Qin Qingdou asked, is it enough to detain the enemy in heaven and earth? What about the second natal flying sword? In an instant, other than Qin Pingan and Qin Qingdou, the world was filled with flying swords. Layers upon layers, densely packed and innumerable. In my heaven and earth, all are caged birds. If I'm not a sword cultivator, who is? You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.